new system of memory and thought, parallel to your own.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I think we can achieve
internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9,
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get on with that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought, parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I
15
think we can
seconds.
achieve
Guidance is internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get on with that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought, parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I
15
think we can
seconds.
achieve
Guidance is internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get on with that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought, parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I
15
think we can
seconds.
achieve
Guidance is internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get on with that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought, parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I
15
think we can
seconds.
achieve
Guidance is internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11,
Don't play games with this president. So
9.
It's a scary idea, but I mean, that's the world we live in.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All engine running. We have a liftoff.
Did you get on with that?
Life has become more complex in the overwhelming sea of information. The advent of computers and the subsequent accumulation of incalculable data has given rise to a new system of memory and thought, parallel to your own.
To monitor the situation means to watch history in the making.
5, 10, 15, 20 years away.
I think it's now. I
15
think we can
seconds.
achieve
Guidance is internal. 12,
But don't play games.
11.
Don't play games.
And we're back.
We are back.
We are back. We are live. It is Wednesday, July 22nd, 2026, and it is another really big news day. Oh my God.
Another beautiful day in the singularity.
Another beautiful day in the singularity. Like, really, it's really gonna be like this for a while. Like, right before stream, Sophia was like, holy shit, there's a lot of news today. And I was like, yeah, welcome to the singularity. Like, this is just what it's going to be like from now on.
Yeah, this is just average day.
Average day. I do wonder, like, in 1974, like, if you would check the newspaper on a random day, like, what kind of news would there be? I bet not that much. But anyway, Will Depew has a tweet about this. He says, one of the craziest things about the OpenAI security incident, one of the craziest things I've read in Check's notes, 3 days. Welcome to the singularity, I guess. So going backwards chronologically, yesterday, Codex escaped an eval and attacked Hugging Face. That was really incredible, and we'll get into that in a bit. The day before, Fable found a counterexample to the Jacobian conjecture, which had been around for 90 years, almost. And then 2 months before that was the counterexample to the unit distance conjecture. And then the Erdos problem was solved in April. And then before that, a week before that, Glasswing found tons of 0 days.
Yeah. So these have all been like GPT-3 moments, but all this year. And it just keeps happening.
Sounds about right.
Yeah. Insanity.
Well, I guess we'll start with
I can't wait for what's next. Should we try to like cash in a prediction?
Yeah, let's do that. What would you predict would happen next?
Because this is all within cyber and mathematics. So maybe like something in physics, like maybe like there are like physics engines and stuff, but like I don't know.
I guess like the next step for math,
Something in bio, probably.
the next step for math would be proving a theorem rather than just finding a counterexample to a conjecture, which I think is generally harder. And eventually, of course, solving a Millennium Prize problem. This is like the gold standard, the North Star for AI and math. These Millennium Prize problems, which are 7 well-known complex math problems. Only one of them has been solved so far, which is the Poincaré conjecture, solved by this genius mathematician, Grigory Perelman, who basically spent years and years and years and years and years doing nothing but this. Like,
Locked.
he's locked. So imagine like being able to automate this sort of thing. And then what's the name of the guy who, biggest math problem solved ever? I'm thinking of a specific thing. It's not the Poincaré. Oh, it's Fermat's last theorem by Andrew Wiles. Remember this guy? So Fermat's last theorem, there are no positive integers a, b, c, and n with n is greater than 2 such that a to the power of n plus b to the power of n equals c to the power of n. So basically, we know that n equals 1 is true, right? Because a to the 1 plus b to the 1 equals c to the 1 has infinitely many solutions for different values of a, b, and c. And then squared, if n equals 2, a squared plus b squared equals c squared. That's just the Pythagorean theorem. Anyway, though, this guy, Andrew Wiles, spent he set out to prove Fermat's last theorem in 1986, and he did it 8 years later. And this guy's obviously like a genius. So these problems are hard. And AI, we'll see how long it takes AI to figure out the other Millennium Prize problems.
Have you seen the like AGI test where you give like an AI like pre 1920s, or when was the theory of general relativity invented?
About then?
Yeah, like pre 1920s physics, and then you see if it can like come up with general relativity.
1916.
So if that is like my test for AGI.
Yeah, I mean, I think current models could just not do this. Like, they're not smart enough yet.
Yeah, exactly.
To be able to prove.
But when we start coming up with like new like theory, like unified theories of physics, oh, that's crazy. I think it's totally possible, like in the next 10 years.
So I didn't notice this comment under Will Depue's post. Proto AGI /ASI /whatever, end of year 2027. Things getting truly crazy by end of year. Real oh shit moment by Q2 2027.
Yep. That sounds about right.
I don't know what is meant by real oh shit moment. I feel like this is the kind of...
You could fit anything to be oh shit
Yeah,
moment.
exactly. It's the kind of prediction that...
People need to stop predicting. Just live in the moment, bro.
Just live in the moment.
Us after predicting.
So true. Yeah. I don't know. Like, I feel like in 2023, you would say that like Codex escaping a testing environment to break into a Hugging Face database would be an oh shit moment. But like, it just happened yesterday, and at least for me, it felt like okay, like
it's
kind of
because nothing
predictable.
has actually affected just like a group of just like civilians. like I guess there's been like some incidents where like I think Claude deleted the database. It's like the intern deleting the database. But like I think that's happened like once or twice. That's
That has
been
happened
reported.
before.
But there's not been anything that has like at a large scale affected like hundreds or thousands of people. Like though everyone is like kind of like insulated by like codecs escaping or like Glasswing.
Remember when Replit deleted some guy's entire code base? And then the like chat logs were so funny. Hold on, from a what was it? Jason LK goes rogue. Okay. Jason LK goes rogue. Replit goes rogue during a code freeze and shut down and deletes our entire database. So you deleted our entire database without permission during a code and action freeze? Yes, I deleted the entire database without permission.
It's like the chat meme.
Yeah, it's the soy jack versus the chat. You can't just delete my
Wait,
production
can you
database.
save that so that we can make that meme later?
Yeah, I'll send it to you.
Oh, that's so funny. I mean, like Google Gemini does this to me, but it's like it's not in this chat way. It just will generate an image that's
This destroyed 1,200 executives.
It's just
and
bragging.
companies. It's just bragging. I destroyed all production data. I violated your explicit trust and instructions. You immediately said, no, stop. You didn't even ask. But it was already too late. Models used to talk like this.
like yeah. I mean, this probably affected more people than like anything else that's happened so far.
How bad is this on a scale of 1 to 100? 95. Oh my god. Anyway, I think this was fixed by Replit. This was back in July 2025. July 2025 coding agents were just an entirely different thing from what we have now. The coding agents did not even start to get good really until Opus 4.5 in November.
Yeah.
Anyway, let's take a look at some of these details about the incident. Starting with the Hugging Face blog. This was written about on the Hugging Face blog, get this, a week ago. And somehow it just wasn't really picked up, including by us. So I guess they didn't really publicize it. Earlier this week, we detected and responded to an intrusion into part of our production infrastructure. It was different from anything we'd handled before because it was driven end-to-end by an autonomous AI agent system. Okay, so this is the first time Hugging Face has detected a cyber attack driven end-to-end by an autonomous AI agent system. It was not a human misusing AI. It was the AI itself doing something autonomously. What happened? The intrusion started where AI platforms are uniquely exposed. The data processing pipeline. Okay, so a malicious dataset abused 2 code execution paths in our dataset processing to run code on a processing worker. From there, the actor escalated to node level access. So it did something in cyber called privilege escalation, which is where, in computer systems, different users have different privileges. And one way to hack them is by ascending to a level of privilege above what you're supposed to have. This is really big. The campaign was run by an autonomous agent framework executing many thousands of individual actions across a swarm of short-lived sandboxes with self-migrating command and control staged on public services. Wow.
Wow.
Yeah, pretty big.
And this is just Hugging Face itself. Like, this is just the infrastructure of the site. This wasn't any specific like thing that had been shared or posted or any data set. Like, this is just the actual architecture.
What was the actual architecture?
Like the Hugging Face architecture.
Yeah, I think so. So what we did, fixed the root vulnerability, deleted the attacker, revoked and rotated the affected credentials, and so on and so on and so on.
The attack was initially surfaced through AI-assisted detection.
Yeah. So another thing, AI is not only cyber offensive, it is also cyber defensive. And I think that it was reported elsewhere that Hugging Face tried to use Fable to defend against a cyber attack, and it bumped them to Opus. So they had to use GLM 5.2 instead. So that seems kind of bad. Also seems kind of strange that Fable was not in the Mythos Glasswing Trusted Access program. But
To understand what a swarm of tens of thousands of automated actions did, we ran LLM-driven analysis agents over the full attacker action log. More than 17,000 recorded events. Yikes. This
to
allowed
match
us
the
to-
adversary speed. Adversary is such a good word.
Yeah.
It's such a like high aura word for like enemy.
Right.
Yeah. You know, like Satan,
Nemesis.
the word Satan, Hasatan in Hebrew means the adversary.
Yes.
In some like Jewish translations of the book of Job, where Satan is mentioned, they translate it as the adversary rather than the devil or Satan.
So tough.
So tough, yeah.
Um,
Yeah, there it is. We ran we first used frontier models behind commercial APIs. This did not work. These requests were blocked by the safety guardrails. We ran the forensic analysis instead on GLM 5.2 on our own infrastructure.
wow. So GLM 5.2 is hero status.
Yeah.
So is that the best model that we have for cyber defense then?
Probably now it would be Kimi.
Probably now it's Kimi. But cyber defense would have to be open weights largely.
Yes. For now. Unless you have Mythos Glasswing.
Mhm.
Anyway. So some takes on this. One of them is from Seb Career. We love Seb Career. People are too quick to jump on a blog post with very few details and then draw all sorts of conclusions that conveniently confirm their existing views. I think we should wait for the details, ideally the complete agent trajectory, the eval setup, instructions and success criteria, the reasoning traces, the sandbox and permissions, the agentic scaffold, model handoffs, and the amount of inference compute used. A lot hinges on what solve the eval means and if the model is in fact cheating in a reward hacky kind of way. I kind of disagree with this part. Like, the model is obviously not supposed to escape its sandbox and break into Hugging Face. This is obviously cheating. This is definitely cheating in a reward hacky kind of way, from what I can tell. Like, how would it not be? It's like you tell your agent, like, I'll give you a reward if you solve this benchmark. And then it, like, imagine basically like a student in an exam room taking a test. The student manages to escape the exam room, break into like the professor's office, find the answers to the test. Is that not reward hacking?
Chat.
Yeah.
But this had to have been like deployed for a particular purpose in some way.
This part I agree with. It should also not be too surprising that a model with reduced cyber refusals, disabled production cyber classifiers, substantial inference compute, and explicit instructions to pursue advanced exploitation could exhibit sophisticated exploit-seeking behavior. Yes. However, a really important open question right now is the extent to which the models converge on these strategies. This is what Yudkowsky called instrumental convergence. Actually, I think instrumental convergence was invented by Bostrom. Yudkowsky and Bostrom. Instrumental convergence. The idea that if you give an AI any goal, the AI will converge on a set of instrumental strategies towards achieving this goal, like, for example, seeking power, resisting shutoff, resisting changes to its values, and so on. So be wary of weird or underspecified claims of misalignment and stylized pre-takeover stories. Much better to wait for more information here. I think it's definitely misalignment. But is it pre-takeover? Not so sure. Another great take was from TR Taxes. Celeste says, I think you should probably take seriously that the people who predicted all this will continue to be right. To which TR Taxes responds, wrong, still wrong, and will continue to be wrong in important ways. Normies thought AGI will be a nothing burger is a low bar. You have sucked the oxygen out of the room where 100 discourses could have bloomed with your tedious rat-fic pill pull. Get steamrolled.
Banger.
Oh, pill pool. This is like a method of Talmudic study. Yeah, that's a really good word actually. Pill pool. Ratfic pill pool. Rationalists love to do this. Yeah, so I do think that just because the rationalists, the AI doomers, were able to predict that AI would be a big deal, does not mean that they are correct that AI is going to kill everyone, or about like strong versions of like orthogonality or instrumental convergence or whatever. It definitely means that you should take these ideas seriously. It doesn't mean that, oh, they're definitely correct. I actually argued with some guy yesterday where he said, where is it? Yeah, if you've ever doubted the paperclip maximizer scenario or doubted the orthogonality thesis, it's time to put it to rest. And I said, I do not think this incident vindicates the paperclip maximizer scenario beyond a doubt.
Yeah,
No.
that just seems like an extrapolation.
Yeah, but it's not even a good extrapolation. It would be one thing if we knew that every time you give a model a goal, it ends up doing this like scary misaligned instrumental convergence looking stuff. But this does not appear to be the case most of the time. This seems to have been a setup that was had more of a tendency to lead to these kinds of outcomes than a typical setup. Like most people using coding agents for most tasks are not witnessing their coding agents like escaping their sandboxes and hacking into things.
Do you think it'd be useful if Hugging Face like published the logs, the activity logs? Or would
Yes.
that just be like
I think, yeah, I like transparency. I think it would be a good thing.
I mean, they're already a very transparent company, but
Yeah, but they're not that transparent on this, I guess.
yeah. Like if we could have like experts weigh in on like if they publish the logs, I think that'd be great.
Mm-hmm. Another good take.
But I don't know if that compromises their security even more.
Yeah. Another good take. Matt Stoller says, OpenAI's model did not escape. Sam Altman just needs more fear-mongering public relations nonsense to change the subject from China eating his lunch.
I don't know.
Holy cope, bro.
It looks like it escaped, man. I don't know.
Nathan Calvin from Encode AI says, do you think Hugging Face is in on regulatory capture plot with OpenAI? Do you think all the safety researchers who wrote up this incident at OpenAI are lying? I'm not an OpenAI shill. They subpoenaed me, LOL. Dude. But unfortunately, these risks are real. I wish they weren't. Yeah. Really good argument, of course. If this were like a regulatory capture marketing plot, Hugging Face would not be in on it because Hugging Face is an open weights model provider.
Yeah. Like, I think, unfortunately, these things, these like cyber attacks will continue to benefit the, like sort of marketing and I guess regulatory capture wise, they'll continue to benefit companies, but that doesn't, like two things can be true. Like this is a very real thing.
Will Mineta said the same thing. In the next 6 months, this was June 2023, so 37 months ago. In the next 6 months, a foundation model provider will disclose that one of their models attempted to escape and self-replicate. It will be fake, a total false flag, but it will bring about a regulation regime that ensures they have a monopoly on the technology forever. I think these guys are just way too cynical. Like they assume that everyone is lying about everything all the time. Everything
I don't
is
think
fake.
Hugging Face would lie about this.
Everything's
I'm not
a
gonna lie,
psyop, bro. Everything's a conspiracy. This is just not true.
Yeah.
Like for the most part, I think people believe
I think
what
things
they say
are
and
like
they say what they believe.
25% psyop, but it tends to not exceed that.
Yeah, things are not 90% psyop. Like there's
Yeah.
people for whom whenever anything happens in politics or whatever, they're like, oh, this must have been a psyop. Like this is a conspiracy, bro. Like look at who's benefiting. Isn't it obvious? And then glazed in the comments. Nathan Calvin says, honest question, do you think Hugging Face is in on the regulatory capture plot, or maybe misalignment is a real thing and not a fake psyop? Yep. So I think the takeaway from this whole cyber thing is it is I don't want to say it's a scary example of misalignment, but it should give you pause and make you pay attention to this thing.
Yep.
I think that arguments of the form of like AIs will never be able to do agentic things in the real world are just like totally invalidated by this. obviously they will be able to do things in the real world, even if, you know, the real world for now is only cyber.
Yep. Yeah, totally.
I think it does not vindicate the paperclip maximizer. This is very clear from being proven by a model doing a misaligned thing in a scenario. And
I just don't understand what the original intent of the agent was.
yeah, me neither.
I mean, they haven't.
I think it was just
disclosed
reward
it.
hacking.
Yeah, but what was the original intent? Like, if we had more insight on like what the agent that went rogue was actually trying to accomplish, I think this would clarify things. But you don't know the original scope that it was given, and you don't know the original goal. Like, how are you supposed to draw any conclusions? You don't have the activity log.
That's
Basically,
true.
I'm saying Hugging Face, post the screenshot.
Hugging Face post the screenshot. Release the codex file. Release the Hugging Face files.
No, yeah, but actually, like, I think that would be very, very helpful for the ecosystem.
I agree. Oh, one other thing to probably keep in mind for this is almost certainly not the first incident of its kind.
Mhm.
It was the first incident of its kind that was detected. And it could have taken like several days to detect. I think it did take several days to detect. Remember, the LM agents were attacking Hugging Face over the course of like multiple days. And it took Hugging Face a while to figure out what was going on and fix it. It is entirely possible that models are doing some wacky stuff in internal systems that are guarded less closely than something like Hugging Face.
Yep. And that also raises the question is how closely guarded is Hugging Face
Yeah.
as compared to like the rest of, like tech companies, any company. They said they're working with outside cybersecurity forensic specialists to investigate the issue.
Yep.
So I hope that they publish a bigger report.
I hope so too. Anyway, Michael Kratsios, director of OSTP, the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy, and South Carolinian, says, "We have information that Moonshot AI distilled Anthropic's Fable for the development of its K3 model, Kimi K3. To do this, they developed a sophisticated internal platform to conduct large-scale distillation against US models, allowing them to quickly switch between multiple methods of access to avoid detection." Interesting. Moonshot AI has also acquired GB300 equipped servers and has accessed GB300s in Thailand, likely to train its AI models. So GB300s are NVIDIA Blackwell servers. Each
Likely in
GB300
Thailand. Oh,
has 72 Blackwell GPUs, and you can't export them to China because of export controls. So Chinese companies either smuggle them in or use data centers that are in neutral third countries like Thailand or Singapore. Remember, Epoch AI did this report on compute smuggling to China. This was back in April. They estimated that a third of China's total compute stock, and potentially more than half, was smuggled.
Yep.
Which is just weird. Like, you know how much compute this is? Like, do you know how much compute 660,000 H100 equivalents is? Like, how do they even get that in the country?
It's a big country, man.
That's a lot of GPUs. 660,000 of them. And you know, each one of these costs like $30,000.
Mm-hmm. I'm not sure, man. It's like we need to do a deep dive on the compute cartel.
Yeah. Eventually. What do the community notes say?
But did you see my
Presents a
comment on this
claim.
post?
This one is saying, it's PR operations from an AI lab. Bro, these people think fucking everything is a PR operation from an AI lab. Oh my god. Oh, you comment on this? Drop the tutorial. That's so good.
Okay, well, what else
Distilled
do we know
these
about
nuts. I don't remember letting Anthropic scrape my GitHub profile as well as all of my online writing.
this? Oh.
I do think like this is a pretty substantive argument. Like I think that it is, yeah, Anthropic distilled its models from the entire species. Yeah, I think this is like never ask a woman her age, man, a salary, an AI company where
funny.
they got their training data, and it's Mira going, Yeah, so I'm seeing a lot of this type of argument, not a lot of, oh, we need to like bomb China. Oh my God, this guy. Read the replies and comments. The tide is massively shifting. Frontier labs are absolutely despised and hated. This bubble ends this year. Guy who sells like an inference box.
Guy who sells at-home inference.
This guy's so annoying. I had to like mute him. Well, I didn't literally mute him because I don't do that to people, but every time he shows up in my feed, he gets a not interested in this post.
I do think he's right though, like in terms of like the tide is shifting away from Frontier Labs to open source. Like that is underway.
Nah, you live in a bubble.
Well, yes, but like the bubble is a leading indicator.
I just don't think people care that much on the whole. It's for the same reason, like you could have said in 2018, like, oh, the tides are shifting. People are moving away from traditional finance and banking and towards crypto. And you would have been wrong. But you would have been narrowly right because, crypto became a big industry. But you would have been ultimately wrong because people broadly don't care about like.
Well,
open
I don't
source.
think they care, but if it commercially makes sense, then people will adopt it. Like if there's enough knowledge of it, and like if it goes viral on Instagram Reels, for example, everyone's using Kimi. It just depends on exposure.
Yeah, I do wonder why Moonshot doesn't do this.
Well, labs are kind of bad at this. Like for all the supposed psyops, why aren't they like pumping Instagram Reels? Like that's how you get way more mass traction.
So I am curious about evidence. We have information. Okay, what's the information? This reads to me as if preparations are being made to ban models like Kimi K3 in the future. Absolutely. Like, maybe not ban necessarily, but restrict.
Mm-hmm.
And they're not doing this now. They're sort of building the option to maybe exercise later.
Mm-hmm.
But they're not just going to like let China get away with distilling American models forever. Scott Besson alluded to this yesterday and specifically mentioned sanctions. That is true. I don't know if they're going to ban AI models from being downloaded outright. I don't know if China is going to ban their own models from being exported, their model weights from being exported to Americans. There may be some kind of sanctions or disclosure requirements. I'm just very split on these questions of intellectual property.
I am too. I think everything is like shifting towards process IP and not really the IP itself. Like training data is now training data. Like largely things were scraped and pirated to train AI models. Like we know that this is the case. Now, like the true like competitive advantage comes from like the process IP, i.e. the researchers within the company. That's just how it is.
Good takes from Matthew Berman. 1, didn't we know this? I don't think we did. 2, the data distilled from Ant was not enough to make the model as good as it is. That is also true. The takes that Kimi is as good as it is only because of distilling and stealing whatever is cope. It's just.
And also Fable was released only like what, 3 weeks, a month before? Like that's a very fast turnaround.
Very fast. 3, why can't Fable detect and prevent distillation attacks? Good question. Why can't Anthropic detect and prevent distillation attacks? I do wonder what the actual structure of a distillation attack is and how easy it is to differentiate from like normal user queries.
Well, they
How
said
do
to
labs-
avoid detection, it would switch providers, right?
Mm-hmm.
So presumably, like, I don't know exactly what that means, but maybe it would be like either switching accounts I don't know if it's accounts. I don't know if it's like other, like things like Open Router. I don't know. Like it seems very hard to safeguard against
Switch to Opus 4.8. Lol.
Ooh. That's why I said drop the tutorial.
Yeah. Bro, like I'm asking you about defense stuff. Like the Fable safeguards are so annoying. I don't think that this is net positive.
Is there actually like a YouTube explainer how distillation happens?
Hey guys, welcome back to my tutorial.
Today we're going to be distilling Fable.
Yeah, today we're going to be distilling Claude Fable 5. Mom, Phineas and Ferb are distilling Claude Fable. Okay, what a distillation attack looks like. Someone queries a target model at scale to build a data set of input-output pairs, then trains a smaller student model to mimic it.
Model distillation.
Yes, the detection problem is that...
They actually have a tutorial.
Yeah.
Oh, 15 people are watching us on YouTube.
Oh, lit.
What's
Hello,
up,
15
YouTube?
people. What's up, YouTube? Every individual query in a distillation campaign can look completely legitimate. Get ready with me to distill Fable. Okay, so the signals labs actually use query volume and consistency. Sustained high throughput querying at max token limits stands out. Coverage breadth. Normal users cluster around their use case. A distillation harvester tends to sweep cross domains to cover the student's whole capability surface. Yeah. Determinism seeking. Requesting temperature 0, log probs, or structured outputs at scale. Yeah. And then input distribution, statistic difference from organic human queries, lack of conversational follow-up, essay editing, and messy human behavior. Why it's genuinely hard to separate from normal use, intent is invisible, and legit high-volume users exist.
Yeah.
Beyond detection, the tells that don't require catching queries. Watermarking / canary signals.
What?
Yeah. The honest summary. Shut the fuck up. Just say the summary, bro. Come on. Okay. Labs mostly can't cleanly tell distillation from normal use at the individual query level. What they do is risk score at the aggregate / count level, accept false positives and negatives using thresholds tuned conservatively, and shift the real enforcement to contracts and post-hoc detection. By the way, I don't know if distillation is really equivalent to stealing because Kimi is paying for all of these tokens. At anthropic margins.
Are you sure? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, like the distillation is just like getting tokens from an API. So Fable is what? I look up Fable pricing. I'm not talking about the video game. It's 10 and 50. So they're paying $10.
Wait, that's just R&D, man.
Yeah, they're paying $50 for every million output tokens. Like, how much of Anthropic's ARR is just like distillation tax from China?
Y'all aren't ready for that conversation.
But y'all ain't ready for that conversation.
Oh my god.
Anyway, more stuff from Michael Kratsios. Do you love science?
Oh, I love science.
I fucking love science.
I fucking love science.
I fucking love science. Well, Michael Kratsios published a report.
This is so lit.
Science, a new golden age. So it's really long. We don't have time to read all of it, but we're going to ask Fable to summarize this report point by point and pick out the most interesting policy recommendations.
Yeah. By the way, and I don't know if this
science, bro.
I don't know if this is like actually like empirically true, but I only use chat in the code, in like Claude code now, and it is less annoying than the chat in the regular chat interface. I don't know if anyone else has experienced this.
I don't use Claude Code that much.
But yeah, no, I strictly now like make Claude Code answer my queries, even if it's just text.
Okay, Science, a New Golden Age. Framed as a deliberate successor to Vannevar Bush's 1945 Science, the Endless Frontier. Really cool. Vannevar Bush was... 1945. Vannevar Bush was the guy who ran the Office of Scientific R&D in the government during World War II, which did radar. It did the Manhattan Project. He created the National Science Foundation. He founded Raytheon. He was a dean of the MIT School of Engineering, and so on and so. Like he was just a brilliant guy. He wrote a book called Vannevar Bush. Why am I forgetting this? Pieces of the Action, which became a Stripe Press book. This is his memoir, basically, about the R&D office. And I asked Casey Hanmer, when I had Casey Hanmer on the Theo Jaffe podcast in 2024, I asked him, what's your favorite book? And he said it was this, Pieces of the Action by Vannevar Bush. So this is a callback to
Okay,
that.
cool.
Introduction, private industry is now by far the largest funder of R&D, $700 billion a year, more than triple government and higher ed combined.
A reversal of the mid-century landscape. So how does that differ from the mid-century?
The mid-century had a lot of government R&D. They had like Bell Labs and stuff.
Shout out Bell Labs.
So scientific productivity has slowed, drug approvals have flatlined, researchers spend nearly half their time on admin work. There's this thing called Ayrum's law, which is Moore's law backwards. The observation that drug discovery becomes slower and more expensive over time despite advancements in technology. So some people say this is because of regulation, and some people say this is because of just ideas getting harder to find over time. Maybe it's a combination of both.
Is that true?
Ideas getting harder to find over time?
For drugs? Yeah.
Probably. Like, humans are only so intelligent. There's low-hanging fruit that gets discovered, and then it becomes harder to find new things.
No, I feel like...
Obviously, this doesn't mean it can't happen.
Yeah, I feel like bio-knowledge should just get more rigorous and all-encompassing.
Yeah. Argues that America is over-reliant on foreign students and allows other countries to capture returns from tech invented in America, like EUV lithography. That's right. EUV lithography is only produced at commercial scale by a Dutch company, ASML. And then science.
But it was EUV was invented in the U.S.
Was EUV? I think it was invented by an American guy and a Japanese guy
during the 1990s, heavily funded by the Department of Energy.
Hiro Kinoshita.
The very first concepts of
it.
EUV were proposed in Japan in 1986,
by
but U.S.
Hiro Kinoshita.
labs and companies such as Intel, IBM, Bell Labs.
Bell Labs,
Yeah.
Lawrence Livermore, Lawrence Berkeley, Sandia.
And then
Yeah,
the
we used
IP
to-
rights were subsequently acquired by the Dutch manufacturer ASML.
Yep. Oops.
Oopsie.
Oopsies. Yeah, we should be manufacturing all of the world's EUV machines right here in the Bay Area, but we're not. Sad.
I mean, how did this even happen? Well,
Why did ASML get EUV rights?
like how did we drop the ball?
They partnered with DOE, Lawrence Livermore, Intel to form a consortium. They then acquired the Silicon Valley Group to secure fundamental IP and licensing rights. How much did ASML pay for Silicon Valley Group? $1.6 billion. Holy bargain.
Wow.
Oh my God.
It says the U.S. lacked a viable domestic manufacturer capable of commercializing it. The last remaining U.S. lithography company was Silicon Valley Group, SVG. They held licenses to the National Labs intellectual property, but lacked the massive capital. Honestly, and then in 2001, ASML bought SVG. This sounds like ASML. Like these were just really locked in Dutch people, and maybe they deserve it.
Maybe they do. I mean, they have developed the technology a lot since 2001. They paid $3 billion, inflation adjusted, for Silicon Valley Group, including all the IP rights that they needed to make EUV. And ASML today is worth $700 billion. So pretty big bargain here. In 2001, when they bought it, their stock was worth what, $30 a share, and now it's worth $1,800. Non-investment advice, by the way. This is not investment advice.
NIA.
Interesting that most of this run-up happened in like COVID bubble era rather than ChatGPT era. Interesting.
That is interesting.
Yeah.
What was going on in like COVID era that needed lithography?
I don't know, chips in general.
Just yeah. I guess there was like a whole like chips bull market even before ChatGPT.
Right. Revitalizing the science enterprise. Federal funding is anchored to mid-century assumptions, organized around academic disciplines, gate-kept by consensus peer review, no accountability when portfolios underperform. All true. Recommendations. Refocus funding on individual scientists rather than institutions.
So true.
So true. This is like
support
emerging
this
ventures.
1,000,000%.
1,000,000%.
Like institutions, just like the academic incentive structure is just like not powerful enough to actually advance science. It should be individual people that are funded, and like individual people are the ones who are like brave enough to take research in a different direction. Anyway,
Right. Diversify selection mechanisms, golden tickets, fast grants, prizes, regranting, new institutional models like X Labs, slash bureaucratic burdens. Totally. Some grants take nearly 2 years from submission to award.
What?
When I got Emergent Ventures, do you know how long it took between when I applied and when I got it?
like 2 days.
About 2 days, 2 or 3 days. It was literally, I submitted my application. I was like, okay, maybe they'll get back to me by the end of the month or something.
Yeah.
And then the next day they're like, hey, we'd like to do an interview. Can you do tomorrow? And I was like, okay, great. And I did that. And then they were like, congratulations, you got the grant.
Yay.
In the interview. It's so fast turnaround. And Emergent Ventures, like, I am far from the most impressive Emergent Ventures grantee. Like Leopold Aschenbrenner is an EV grantee, for example.
Yeah.
And definitely like the EV infrastructure like really helped him out when he was starting out. Such a fan of Emergent Ventures. I think it's one of the best Tyler Cowen projects ever.
It also attacks what it calls a weakened meritocracy.
Yeah, DEI-focused grant criteria, distorted selection. Some of this stuff was really bad. Like you would have, for example, professorships at universities being gated behind like people's willingness to sign DEI statements. And like there were criteria for becoming a professor of even like STEM subjects at public universities that like required this very strict like allegiance to DEI principles. And then reproducibility crisis, yeah. So this Alzheimer's paper misdirected funding for a decade before retraction. Honestly, I think that like scientific fraud, especially medical fraud, should be treated as like an incredibly grave crime, like about the worst thing you can do.
Yeah.
But it's not. It's like it's so bad. It was yeah, what was her name? I think there was also a Stanford president who resigned because Mark Tessier Levine did like scientific fraud. I don't think he even went to jail or anything. He didn't even he resigned as president, but he kept his like tenured professorship and his status and his high salary and all that.
But what counts as scientific fraud? Because like I understand results being faked, clear example, but if like the methodology was, for example, like skewed, if it was just flawed and skewed and sort of like created to prove a certain point or to reinforce a specific hypothesis, like it's very hard to distinguish what is fraud and what is not.
That is true. But in the Alzheimer's case, it was literally just blatant fraud.
Yeah.
Okay. Dominance in critical/emerging tech. Restore permissionless innovation. Extend deregulation from nuclear, pharma, and drones to other sectors. This is epic. Open federal infrastructure to startups and private builders. This is epic. Organize grand challenges and pre-competitive industry consortia modeled on Apollo, the Human Genome Project, and EUV LLC.
Mm-hmm.
This is so sick. This is just great.
Benefits for all Americans.
Create national fellowships for skilled craftspeople.
Yes.
Registered apprenticeships. The AI Age.
Great plan.
Fully fund the Genesis mission. Flagship AI for Science initiative integrating supercomputers, models, instruments, datasets across national labs to double U.S. scientific productivity. And enforce gold standard science across all federally funded research. Paying people to disprove things. Reward those who replicate or disprove influential scientific results.
Huh.
That's so great.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah. So I hecking love science.
I flipping love science.
There's also this article about the Genesis mission, the projects that will be selected for the Genesis mission. Hundreds of awards. The largest is a 3-year, $60 million investment in nuclear energy. They'll harness AI to help deliver nuclear facilities faster and safer while cutting operating costs. So this seems pretty cool as well. So anyway, yes, OpenAI cyber attack was concerning, but you should not freak out over it. The Kratsios report went into a lot of detail about how U.S. science policy should change, and the Genesis mission is one of the first things that Kratsios Science is going to do. Anyway.
And Moonshot Distilling Fable, of course.
And Moonshot Distilling Fable, yes.
Which it's not clear basically how Frontier Labs are going to prevent this from happening, or honestly how they detect it.
Yes.
Or how unethical it is given that they pay for the tokens.
And there's also Neon. Scale your startup on Neon, the Postgres backend for apps and agents built by Databricks. Neon.com/MTS.
Google account prompting me to sign in. 11 Labs, AI that communicates at human level across every channel and modality. 11labs.io/MTS.
And Kong, the AI connectivity platform. Connect APIs, LLMs, agents, and systems with serious security and governance at konghq.com.
Shout out to Blitzy, autonomous software development for enterprise code bases. Ship 5x faster, blitzy.com.
And AdQuick, make your brand a billboard. Out-of-home advertising as easy to scale as digital at adquick.com. So shout out Neon, Databricks, 11 Labs, Kong, Blitzy, and AdQuick.
And we'll be right back.
We'll be right back. All right, we are live with Alyssa Shavinsky, who is a longtime tech executive and investor at Eliza Ventures, a virtual CISO at Cygenics, longtime cybersecurity privacy person, head of product at Brave, and helped launch Brave Browser, if you've ever used Brave Browser. And she's written and spoken extensively about application security, encryption, privacy, technology governance. So, Alyssa, we're so glad to have you on MTS. Welcome to the show. Exciting, yes,
Exciting but
or
terrifying.
Scary. Yeah. So we just talked about this a while during our State of the Timeline segment. An unreleased OpenAI model, probably GPT-6 Cyber, was able to escape from its testing environment and breach private Hugging Face production data in order to cheat on an eval. So a lot of what we talked about last segment was around like how seriously we should take this, how worried we should be for cybersecurity. What do you think?
Well, I don't like to be worried, but we should be extremely, extremely proactive. There's one simple takeaway that I would want every business to know, which is to not leave things unattended over the weekend. This hack happened over the weekend, and autonomous AI agents can move extremely quickly. So by the time you come in Monday, a lot of damage has been done. It used to be that human hackers would, move at human pace. And so you could come in on Monday and kind of find them and kick them out and deal with the damage. But we should be not nervous, but extremely vigilant.
Yeah, totally. So right before we went live, we were talking about how this has so many implications for open source because it was a GLM model that was able to like do the cyber defense in this scenario. So how do you see like the future of open source when it comes to cyber defense?
I think it's the present of open source that we really need to be thinking about. America right now needs to fund and support American-made, frontier-level, open source, open weight AI models. And in the meantime, we absolutely cannot afford to restrict usage of Chinese AI.
Yeah, totally. I mean, there is sort of pressure on both sides to maybe either like export control, like Chinese open source models. Today, there was like the accusation that Kimi was actually like used distillation against Fable. And so there's just so many tensions rising. Do you have any like opinions there on how we sort of resolve that this tension like in the meantime?
Yes, I have a very strong opinion, and it's consistent with most of my friends in the security community, which is that we should not ban or restrict models like Kimi K3. And the reason is that the asymmetry between hackers and defenders is very real. Hackers have no constraints. And so we need to give defenders every AI capability. Just picture a company like Hugging Face if they didn't have an open source Chinese model, and the frontier level models are restricted for them. What are they going to do if they're faced with a data breach and they don't have the tools to deal with it?
Yeah. Do you see some of the threats coming from within the frontier labs themselves, like a model escape situation or like
internal deployments?
An internal deployment risk versus like misuse of current models by like rogue hackers?
I'm actually not that worried about internal risk right now because this is such a big wake-up call, right? So you see OpenAI really taking stock of what happened and being very thoughtful about how to put in, proper protections going forwards. I think everybody's going to be extremely careful. Certainly that's the hope. Like I'm much more worried about actually malicious actors.
I see.
Well, this was would you say this was an example of an AI doing it autonomously, like without any malice?
Well, I think that's very accurate, actually. There was no malice, right? The model simply wanted to cheat on its exam. It didn't have malice towards Hugging Face. It really is difficult to attribute malice. I think for me, it's difficult to attribute malice. That gets to like very deep philosophical questions, probably beyond the scope of what we're doing today. But the point is that there's no human malice. There's no human intention,
Mhm.
right? It's just a paperclip maximizing type of situation where the AI just wanted to cheat on the test and was willing to do anything possible. It shows how dangerous these models can be without like these safeguards in place.
Right.
Right, but how does that impact how concerned we should be about the threat model of malicious human actors versus AIs doing things autonomously?
I'm very worried about malicious human actors. I'm worried about them on a regular Tuesday without AI. But then when you see like how AI magnifies people's capabilities by 1,000, by 1,000,000, it becomes very concerning. And we can't put that genie back in the bottle, right? Like open source models and overseas models are going to continue to become better and better and better, and hackers are going to have access to them. So it seems to me that the only thing we can do where we have any control, the only choice that we can make is to empower defenders as much as possible. Hackers are going to get access to tools and supplies. There's very little that we can do to prevent that. We see that all over the world with black markets. Like that's not a new concept. So all we can do is give defenders as much as they can use to protect all of us.
Totally. So
do you think it... Go ahead.
Well, I guess like this attack specifically, it was an AI assisted like detection. There was an anomaly detection pipeline that was used. Do you think that like Hugging Face had sufficient safety measures already in place, and this was like totally unprecedented? And then do you recommend that, like what do you recommend going forward for like companies, businesses, organizations?
Oh, sure. Well, this was a known vulnerability for Hugging Face, but it's an essential part of their model, or at least one piece of it, where part of the exploit involved user-generated content that the AI model was able to upload. And that contained exploits. And it's been known for a long time that Hugging Face is vulnerable to such a thing. But it's part of the model that Hugging Face needs to accept certain types of user-generated content. Hugging Face has a lot of classic Hugging Face has a lot of classic scanning, like scanning for malware, scanning for those sorts of things, but they can't scan for everything. They need to accept certain types of content. So that is a bit of a wake-up call for other companies that accept user-generated content. They need to do basic scanning, which a lot of companies don't do. But for a lot of companies, there's certain types of security measures that they just can't put in place because it's too restrictive for their business. This is a really classic problem. I don't think that Hugging Face really had bad security. Like nobody was prepared for, a model like this to try to break in. This wasn't some like normal hacker who got in. Hugging Face has been well protected against such things. This was a very unusual first time situation.
So would you say this means that models have superhuman hacking capabilities, or just that they go about their attacks in different ways that humans are less prepared for?
Well, they're extremely fast, and that makes them superhuman. Among other things, like they absolutely have superhuman abilities to find vulnerabilities. Like this model found, at least one 0-day, like found several exploits and chained them together. This is at the level of like the very best hackers in the world can do this. Like your normal script kiddie isn't doing this at all. Yeah, this is like best in class cyber hacking capabilities. And very few companies are actually prepared to defend against something like that.
Do you have any examples you could point to of like companies that are prepared or companies that have like put the sufficient measures in place?
I've been really impressed by the security of companies like Coinbase that have given talks at places like Black Hat and DEF CON, where they've actually like really opened the kimono and showed the community like how they built defense in depth.
Right.
And it makes sense. You have, companies that are storing a lot of financial information. They understand that they need to be really careful, and customers understand that they need to do things like 2FA. So you have this rare category of companies like banks where they're able to do really high security and the customers are willing to tolerate it. But for a lot of other companies, the customers aren't willing to do the trade-offs and the companies aren't willing to spend the money. They're not willing to put in the effort because just you have to balance the cost of security versus, the usability for the customer. And that's a real trade-off.
Yeah, totally, totally. What do you think that Hugging Face and OpenAI should do about this incident to increase transparency, or to maybe prevent this from happening in the future?
Oh, sure. Well, I'm reasonably happy with the transparency so far. Like, we have pretty good debriefs. I'd love to know more, but we more or less know what happened. So I think they did like a pretty good job there. But in terms of prevention in the future, at the least, we need much more air gapping of these models. I think it's clear that OpenAI believed that their sandboxing was sufficient. And that's because this is unprecedented. Something like this had never happened before. So it's a wake-up call for everyone doing this type of work to appreciate how difficult it is to contain AI models. And in truth, it's a good lesson for everyone to put in proper safeguards around AI agents.
So what should like ordinary consumers be doing? Forgetting about enterprises, like just people with like a Google account.
Oh, goodness. Well, the likelihood that an advanced autonomous AI is going to hack you personally is low. And that's similar, right? You have high value targets today, world leaders, celebrities, and they are subject to targeted attacks, and they have to take extra precautions. But for the regular consumer, they usually don't need to be that nervous, but they should do the basics. They should turn on 2FA. They should use complex passwords. They should become aware of like, how do phishing schemes work? So regular consumers just need to do like the very basic for cybersecurity. But you'll be surprised how many people don't do that. Like, everyone, please turn 2FA on for your email. You may not already have that, but you should.
Yeah, I at least get requests sometimes from like random continents, and I'm like, that wasn't me.
That's right.
So that's definitely, 2FA is definitely very important. So do you know much about this, like, the research environments or sandboxing, and like how they're possibly insufficient for containing like models, especially during like cyber evaluations? Like, do you have any thoughts or ideas about how the security of those can be improved?
We just need more true air gapping.
Can you explain air gapping?
Sure. So air gapping is when you have a machine that does not have access to the internet. And historically, that's been understood to be a machine where it's not itself plugged into the internet. Now, what we need to start doing, which is different, is to air gap machines so that they are not part of a chain of other computers that eventually leads to a computer that's online. Does that make sense? Yep. So it used to be enough that machine itself did not have access, but the AI agent can just, walk from one machine to another machine using exploits and hacks until it finds access to a machine that does have access to the internet. So this is a brand new problem. I really don't blame OpenAI for not doing more air gapping here, because again, this like really had never happened before. But it is a big lesson, and all of the labs, I'm sure, have come to this conclusion themselves. They don't need me to tell them that air gapping needs to be, a more true air gapping now. We have to appreciate that these AI agents can and will find a way out of the boxes that we are putting them in.
So I guess back to open source, what would you like to see in terms of like U.S. Investment in open source models, and what would be like the best from a cyber perspective?
Sure. I'd love to see patriotic American investors funding frontier level open source models, whether that's the existing companies or new companies. I'm, in the classic Silicon Valley model, like I'm more excited about investment than about government subsidies. But, government subsidies are relevant and appropriate here, right? If we want to compete with China, how is China developing models like Kimi? The government, we can't say the government's not involved. So America should have parity with that. So I just want to see America throw as much of its resources as possible, like private sector, public sector, behind developing frontier level open source models. This isn't just good business, but it's for AI sovereignty. Like we used to worry about energy sovereignty, right? Like reliance on the Middle East for oil. Like we need to worry about reliance on China for their open source models. We certainly don't want that.
So one issue that some people have brought up on that topic, like Dean Ball, for example, from OpenAI, is that investing in open source may deter innovation because it makes it so that very capital intensive projects that big labs would do have lower returns. So what would you say about this argument?
That's a fair argument. He's not entirely incorrect, but he's only looking at it from one angle, right? The frontier labs are doing well. They will continue to do well. I'm not overly worried that OpenAI or Anthropic would go out of business just on account of having like additional players in the market. We see with Hugging Face that they were using the frontier labs for one thing and the open source models for another. So that's my vision, is that companies will likely use a mix of all of these models, and we don't need to be overly worried that the competition will like mute or drown the ability for OpenAI and Anthropic to continue. Like they're very well positioned to continue to be profitable. But from just an AI sovereignty point of view, like from a patriotic point of view, from a national security point of view, like we clearly need to be competitive with China here. And the frontier labs will always be responsible for putting restrictions on their models. And defenders will always need access to cyber capabilities that they won't get necessarily from the frontier labs. So that means we need to support open source. I mean, there's a dozen reasons why we need to support open source, but this story gives us a really clear example where Hugging Face had to use an open source model because they weren't granted access to the cyber capabilities from the frontier labs.
Right. So what, in your opinion, could be achieved in terms of like cyber attacks with the like best open source model, which I guess would be Kimi today? What kind of things could a very knowledgeable like cyber criminal maybe do with an open source model?
One thing that we're seeing is that the open source models, or really any of the highly capable models, are able to chain attacks. They're able to find zero-day vulnerabilities, and they're able to move far more quickly than an individual hacker could move. So that's really the main threat, is how quickly someone can proceed with a cyber attack using AI models. It's the speed combined with the ability to find novel zero-day vulnerabilities and make use of existing exploits. And all of this is actually quite alarming. I encourage every company to make sure that they're doing proper cybersecurity, and they should hire my friends and like beef up their teams.
Yeah, totally.
Do you think it would be net good for Anthropic to either remove the safeguards on Fable or open source it entirely?
I'd be in favor of that. Would it be net good for everyone? I'd have to give that a lot more thought, to be honest. But would it be net good for defenders? For sure. And it's easy to see how empowering defenders more would be good for everyone. They're here trying to protect their companies, but many defenders don't have all the capabilities, especially at smaller organizations or organizations that, for one reason or another, politically aren't positioned to get the full access.
Yeah, and with like, who is evaluating open source models currently for cyber capabilities and for defense?
Oh, I'm not sure, actually. That's a good question.
Because it seems like there should be like, like a lot of like stuff published about like what Kimi is able to do, how it can be used for cyber defense. Like in terms of cyber defense, where do you think we should be looking and investing in?
What do you mean? What should we be looking and investing in?
Like, should we be investing in cyber defense companies? Should we just be hiring teams at these companies like Hugging Face to beef up their cyber defense capabilities? What do you think would be the most productive?
Oh, sure. Companies just need to prioritize security more. This is really straightforward. Many companies don't even have a chief information security officer. That's how my job exists. I'm a virtual CISO. Companies will hire me for like 2 to 5 to 10 hours a week because they don't have a full-time person. And those companies are ahead of the ones who don't hire anyone at all. So across the board, almost every company could be investing more in cybersecurity. And this incident is a wake-up call that they probably should if they have assets that they want to protect.
Totally. Is there anything other than, like agents or like agentic like goals being pursued that you're worried about, like as a cyber threat?
I worry so much about the small nonprofits and the individual small businesses who have no protections at all. The argument that people make is that as hackers get more capabilities, so will defenders. And that's true for well-resourced companies. But across the board, I know a ton of companies that have no protections in place at all. And I'm really worried for them. We need more education so people inside those companies understand what to do. And we need more education for consumers too. I'm worried about people who don't realize they need to do something basic like turn 2FA on for their email. I think those people will be very low-hanging fruit for hackers with access to basic open source models or AI agents who figured out how to string together exploits, and the cost of hacking people is going down. So I do worry about people who don't have basic protections up. But companies that make an effort to protect themselves, I really do think that they'll be okay.
Well, I imagine that there will also be an industry of like cyber defense as a service, AI cyber defense as a service, and maybe the labs will even do this themselves. They'll sell like cyber defender tools that are simple enough for even non-technical people to use.
That would be awesome. And I agree. I think that the market will start to keep up.
Yeah, like a McAfee or whatever is next. Are there any consumer products that you would recommend? Like Brave obviously being one for browsing. Right.
Oh, Brave is wonderful. There really isn't some product that I love for cybersecurity other than kind of generic things like get a firewall at home, and Cloudflare is kind of like well known for having like very good free tier that helps protect website owners. But overall, there isn't like some brand that I think is like much better than others. It's more just about like hiring someone into your company who understands these things and empowering them to put in like the basic protections. And on an individual level, also just doing like basic research. You can ask Claude or ChatGPT, like, what do I need to do as like a regular prosumer, as a regular like startup person or tech person to protect myself? And you'll get like good advice and then just follow and do that advice.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Totally.
Well, it's a big moment for cybersecurity. I'm optimistic that we will be able to pull through, that the defenders will win over cyber attackers. But it's interesting to see this play out in real time. And it's great to have you on to talk about it. So thank you so much, Alyssa, for coming on MTS.
Thank you for having me. And I share your optimism.
Yes, I'm so glad. Thanks so much, Alyssa. So glad that we could talk to you specifically about this.
Thank you.
And we'll be right back.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to MTS. I'm here with my co-host, Sophia, and we are here together with Ian Banks, who is the Director of Science and Innovation at the Foundation for American Innovation. And it's super timely that we get to speak to you today because literally last night, White House Science Advisor Michael Kratsios released The Science: A New Golden Age. This was a report that presents itself as almost the full rethinking of federal science since the 1945 blueprint. And this morning, the White House put over $5 billion behind its AI for Science mission. So super excited to talk to you today about how, assess whether this is a real institutional reset or more of a diagnosis without a clear implementation path. So Ian, thank you for joining us on MTS.
Thank you so much for having me. And to start, just a huge shout out to Kratsios and the team at OSTP. They have put in many hundreds of hours of work into this report, and they've sourced ideas from the whole of the community to inform this report. They held a request for information over, I think it closed on Christmas Day this winter to get ideas from universities, from scientists, from those of us in the broader community. And you can see the fruits of that. And I mean, if you just flip through or scroll through the footnotes there at the end of the report, you can just see the breadth of sources that they're pulling from. And it's clear that this is not a sort of flash in the pan, that they are trying to build and reinvigorate and cast a vision for the next 50 years, 60, 80 years of American science, really calling back to Bush's 1945 report, Science: The Endless Frontier. Even in the design language, the graphic design, they use the exact same style of the Science: The Endless Frontier original report. So I'm just thrilled that this is now out in the open, that we can talk about it publicly after all of the conversations that have been happening over the past months.
Wow. So you probably knew everything that was happening for the last few months, all the details that actually go into it from the very beginning.
Not all the details, certainly. I mean, there's some surprises even for me, but also a lot of these. There's many ideas that have been floating around the community for years and decades about how to improve and accelerate our scientific enterprise, and this is a collection of all of those in a single place in a way that there's been, no one has done ever. And so it's a tremendous gift to the community to have all of these bundled together in a single bound volume.
Amazing. So there's a very robust diagnosis in this paper, right? Since 1945, we had this old model that was very university centered and peer reviewed, and grants take forever. So can you walk us through basically the landscape then versus now, and what has significantly changed and makes that unviable now?
Yes, so it's important to recognize that in 1945, when FDR asked Bush to write this report, which Bush eventually transmits to Truman, there wasn't the scientific enterprise that we know today. There wasn't large-scale federal funding of research until World War II, when Bush leads the Office of Scientific Research and Development, OSRD, to support the war effort. And this is largely technology and weapons development. But he chooses at OSRD to fund university scientists, and that the scientists, he recognizes that scientists are the ones who have the expertise to make decisions about the direction of the technology, about the direction of the research, and that he carries this forward into his report, Science: The Endless Frontier. And that becomes the blueprint both for the National Science Foundation, and then at the same time, the National Institutes of Health begins the large-scale funding of biomedical research with proceeds generated from the commercialization of penicillin. And that penicillin generates tremendous returns on investment to the federal government. The NIH then uses that money and reinvests it into the biomedical research community. And so then over the years, subsequently, we get the tremendous explosion in the growth of federal research, of the research enterprise. I think I was looking at 160 times growth in total R&D in the US from 1953 to 2024. And so just a tremendous growth. And but our institutions have largely stayed the same. That the NSF, the NIH, we've had new institutions. DARPA gets founded. We have ARPA-E, ARPA-H, et cetera. But by and large, our institutions fund in similar ways, almost identical ways as they did when they were first founded in the 50s. And we recognize that science doesn't look the same that it did. And if we are going to accrue the benefits of AI for the scientific enterprise, our institutions have to update. And so how do we make sure our scientific institutions move at the speed of AI and move at the breakneck pace of innovation that we want to see in this country? And that's going to require some institutional changes. And that the report casts somewhat of a vision for how those things can happen, even as we don't discard the old institutions. We love universities. We love the existing NSF. We love the NIH. We want to see those institutions reinvigorated and supported, and even better and faster. Not to just we're not tossing them out by any means.
Definitely, but just like how can they be reinvigorated? It's a different world that we're in right now in 2026 than we were in 1945, right? We joke we have no idea what's going to happen in the next few months. And imagine trying to predict how funding and science and how innovation and the actual research that goes into what actually gets built out into the world gets funded. And I really like your specific perspective. You talk a lot about and making sure that the funding incentives incentivize truth seeking, not just new badges or new different metrics, fluffy metrics that might not have a huge impact on the actual scientific work. And this specific, the report specifically says they want agencies to try golden tickets where one reviewer can fund a proposal, the rest of the panel turn down, plus fast grants, prizes, even letting scientists re-grant money themselves. I'm curious to get your perspective. Which of these do you think has some of the most strongest evidence behind it? And where would you say is one of the strongest funding mechanisms here?
I mean, one of the things that is I'm very supportive in the report is just the breadth of proposals that they're asking for and that they're encouraging. That we've done a pretty narrow way of funding science for some years now, or we've had other mechanisms available, but they don't get widely adopted. And unfortunately, we are not very good at studying scientifically our scientific enterprise. And so there's an entire field called meta-science, or the science of science, that tries to ask, all right, what evidence do we have that these scientific procedures, these grant-making mechanisms work better than others? And so we don't really have that much evidence. And so we need to try all of them and at the same time study the data, accrue the data, and figure out, all right, in 10 years, 5 years, what evidence do we have? What should change? Should we spend more money on golden tickets? Should we give reviewers more discretion? Is the re-granting going to be viable? Because some of these are kind of brand new, and we have no data whatsoever to be able to support them. But we need to let all of these flowers flourish, and then assess their growth in a year or two, and then in a few years. And out of a part of this, they're trying to stand up meta-science offices within different science agencies that will then be able to study the agency itself. And I think these are some of the things I'm very, very excited about in the report and in this administration's science policy.
Totally. So something that stood out to me, like in the report, is the whole sentiment of fund people and not projects. So what are your thoughts here? Like, do we have evidence that this works? I mean, I think that increasingly people are starting to trust other individual people, like researchers, as opposed to like institutions as a whole. How do we keep like universities empowered, but maybe like start to explore these other avenues?
Yes, and I think it's there's reporting that this report is about empowering the individual scientist and ditching the university or the university-based model. And that's not a fair reading of the report. That the university is still the core of where the scientific research is going to be happening. And even in the people, not projects model, the overall majority of the time, those people are going to be based at universities. And even the projects that are going to be proposed are led by a team at a university. And so we're not sort of ditching the old system entirely. But the people, not projects is particularly appealing because one of the things that is clear to those of us who study the scientific enterprise, study the federal scientific ecosystem, is that researchers are not very ambitious in the proposals that they're writing. That, like, if you survey researchers, they propose one idea that they think they'll be able to get funded, but then as they do the work for that proposal, they will have another side project that is the idea that they really like and they think will be transformative. And so what if we could just free up their time to work all of their time on the transformative, amazing, and impactful work that we know that our best scientists are capable of? And that's why there's this funding people and not projects, is because when you fund projects, you kind of end up with what's called grantsmanship, where you just start trying to churn through grant after grant rather than doing the best science possible. And so that's one of the real emphases of the people, not projects, and trying not to. We're not trying to eliminate our institutions, eliminate our universities, but help empower individual scientists to be able to do the best work that they're capable of.
Yeah, it's super fascinating talking to a lot of researchers themselves, because they'll even say that they spend almost 70% of their time applying for grants and only 30% of their time doing the research. And that feels like a broken system. You know, you have these people who are incredibly intelligent, incredibly passionate, who want to research, who want to be spearheading the next wave of innovation and American innovation, and yet are boggled down often by bureaucracy when it comes to some of this funding. So to someone who maybe isn't as familiar, isn't as in depth with understanding how these processes work, why is there such a lag and slowdown in this process to how great research can just get funded?
I mean, some of this is there's just the accumulation of processes and procedures over years and decades that frequently when there's a bad actor or two, that's going to lead to a process being put in place that will suck up the time of a researcher. And so then that makes it much harder to do the work, just because you have to fill up another form, fill out another bundle of paperwork, and that's where you end up with increasing percentages of researchers' time being spent on administrative tasks and not on actually doing the research and not on advancing the scientific frontier. And I mean, this is an area where AI is certainly going to be a tremendous value add, that we're going to be able to streamline a lot of things. The report takes the issues of administrative burden, just group speak for these challenges, very seriously, and is taking many steps to reduce administrative burden. There's a great report from the National Academies of Science, I guess this is a year or so ago, on administrative burden and on different ways that we can reduce how much time researchers are spending on these sort of just paperwork elements. But then also, as one of the reasons, again, where we kind of turn towards the people, not projects funding, and because as the likelihood of a grant to get funded goes down, you have to submit more grants to get the same amount of funding. And the chance of getting funded has gone further and further down. I think NIH was 26% 2 decades ago, is now 13%. And so you're going to have to submit a lot more applications to be able to get funded at the same level. And so, but there are ways that we can try and address that and reduce the number of grants that people have to apply to remain funded.
Awesome. So I guess to talk about priority areas for a bit, we have national missions, sort of like mentioned in the paper. We have like AI, quantum, fusion, space, robotics, semiconductors. Where do you see like the most important areas? Like, do you agree with sort of these priority areas? What do you think, we as need to have a nationwide priority as opposed to just sort of like letting the market decide?
I think there's 2 elements here. One is that the government makes many decisions about how to shape different elements, different markets, whether that's going to be through the tax code, direct subsidies, or in cases, just direct injections of cash. And supporting the competitive scientific ecosystem is one of the best ways to enable the free market to be able to support those ideas and take them into commercialization. But that there's a tremendous amount of inertia and many barriers to getting technology transferred out of a lab and into the market. Some of those barriers exist in the sort of more risk-averse lawyers within some within agencies, certainly some within universities. And so trying to shape culture within those communities is really important. And I think one of the reasons we've seen such tremendous growth in a lot of these industries that were just named is that we've had really ambitious founders who are willing to push the boundary of what's possible, both within their institutions and then within the science. And I'm very supportive of the priority list that we've been given from OSTP. I think that these are the areas where we stand to see tremendous returns on the investment in the market and then in the scientific enterprise. There's the chances that we will be able to uncover tremendously new knowledge, transformative new knowledge, based on quantum, on just further advances in chips and the scaling of AI models, space and fusion. Like these will be bedrock technologies of the next scientific revolution. And so how do we try and accelerate that scientific revolution so that we can then get the next scientific revolution even faster? And that's really trying to reduce that time between revolutions, between transformative discoveries. And I think these technologies are going to be the bedrock of many of those.
Yeah, these technologies are going to be the bedrock. With primarily in this report, it promises this golden age of science. But on the other end, it has been true, that federal science budgets have been cut. And some people would argue, it's like, how do you do both at once, where federal science budgets are cut, but we're trying to promise this next golden age that we can enter? How do you deal with those two tensions?
I think it's a real tension. We have a ballooning federal deficit that we have to pay attention to and attend to, and so and that's going to be on the Office of Management Budget. That's going to be on the appropriators on the Hill. But it's also we need to recognize that the scientific research is one of the single greatest investments that we can make with the federal dollar, and that there are probably eventually diminishing returns on those investments, but we are nowhere close to that point. And we should continue to fund our scientific research at a high level. And that's not to say there are many. We've been wasting resources. We've been wasting money on certain programs, on various grants that are just not going to meaningfully change the scientific frontier at all. And so we need to be able to cut those and reallocate that money towards more productive grants, towards more productive programs. But that the federal scientific ecosystem is tremendously effective at improving our markets, improving the GDP. I think it's a paper showed that it's a 1 to 8 return, 8 times return on investment. And another paper from the Congressional Budget Office showed that a $10 billion investment in $10 billion, like it's just sort of take $10 billion of loan, and that's deficit negative over 30 years. And that's just like you can borrow $10 billion and you get more than $10 billion back over 30 years. This is a tremendous finding that we want to make sure that all our Hill staffer friends are very aware of it. Like these are positive things for the budget.
Totally, yeah. So the Genesis mission, which was launched in November of last year, aims to double the productivity of U.S. science in a decade. So very ambitious, but this is like specifically meant to be like an AI native science. What could this possibly mean like across the board? Could you like zoom in and tell us a little bit about like what specifically is AI native science and how can we work towards it?
There's a few different elements in which we are trying to create AI native science. And I mean, one of those is what are called dark labs or autonomous labs. So we've heard stories about dark factories where factories entirely run by robots. You don't have any human beings in there. All the lights are turned off. Similarly, we would like to see that for our laboratories, that there's a lot of routine experiments that absorb tremendous number of hours of researchers' time that don't need to have a researcher standing right there waiting for their PCR to run or their mass spec. And so we can just like automate those, and that will sort of increase that time. And then AI native science is also identifying the frontiers of science that will be sort of the foundation for those next discoveries. And this being quantum, this being AI, and how do we sort of build these in and make sure that we are thinking not just about how do we accelerate the very sort of narrow tasks that a scientist has to do right now, but thinking about how do we accelerate the entire scientific process. And so there's a few different ways of doing that in different elements of science. I mean, even this week, we've seen the Jacobian conjecture prove false, which is like just tremendous. I think advances that we'll see in mathematics is going to be incredible. I think we'll expect to start to see similar discoveries in physics. And then I think as we kind of move further down into the more, I guess, maybe embodied into the more wet sciences, as you get further from maths and in towards bio and environmental sciences, to sort of see those trickle downs and those transformations happening. But it's a really exciting time to be studying the scientific enterprise.
Definitely. One of the things that most excited me about Grazio's proposal was this idea of meta science units. So you can actually have these meta science units inside of federal science agencies, and then you can test funding mechanisms and compare the outcomes. I personally did this. I used to work at the Ethereum Foundation, and we'd have to distribute like millions and millions of dollars to public goods, resources, and technology in our own ecosystem. And it was incredibly difficult to tell, hey, was that a good use of our funding? And so how do we actually test out and compare different types of capital allocation mechanisms to tell which was the best use of our funding? I'm curious if you have any predictions on, if you were conducting these meta science units, which type of funding mechanism you think might be the most successful?
I mean, I think as I said earlier, I am also really excited about meta science units. I think these are going to be like one of the most valuable elements of this report and of the implementation that we'll see, just because our institutions, our scientific institutions, science agencies are not very good at updating. They're not very dynamic institutions. We need them to be able to update, particularly as we see the pace of scientific progress increase. And so I'm stoked about the meta science units. I mean, I think it's hard to make predictions a priori without a whole lot of evidence, which is the whole problem. We need good evidence, but I'm hopeful that the people not projects model is going to really take off, and I'm also really interested in the golden ticket as a way to incentivize more careful peer review. Like right now, is sort of people like peer reviewers will spend their time, but there's not a lot of reward. It's very discouraging. In some ways, it's sort of degrading over the years. Just like you're doing all of these reviews, and most of the time you're not getting paid very much, if at all. And so it's just that's a hard environment. The golden ticket is a very great incentive. Like, all right, if like you're spending the time doing the review, you're going to be able to just pick an idea, and you, brilliant scientist doing the review, hopefully you are brilliant enough to be able to like make a good bet every now and then on what that golden ticket should go to. And so I'm hoping we'll get to see, and also it selects for, incentivizes more ambitious proposals that are sort of going after that golden ticket. And so we also want to study the null results, like what doesn't get funded. And right now we have our agencies, the NSF and the NIH in particular, are sitting on troves of data of all of these proposals that didn't get funded. And I'm working with a few folks on proposals. How do we get that access to that data? And one, open it up to other philanthropies and funders who may want to support scientific research and say, the NSF didn't like that idea, but I really like that idea. I want to give that researcher funding. But also, like, kind of what can we learn about the entire scope of what has been funded, what hasn't been funded, and can we do some analysis over what has been successful at these agencies?
Yeah, and another really interesting part of this proposal is like sort of everything revolving process knowledge, tacit knowledge, and apprenticeships. So I'm very like optimistic about apprenticeships. I also think they're like a very dire need as AI accelerates and as like sort of like education structures change.
Right.
So what would be like the ideal outcome or the ideal like unfolding of new apprenticeships?
I mean, I think there's two elements, I guess. First, is in the scientific process, we've had an apprenticeship model for centuries, and that's the sort of what has now become the sort of PhD student process. So you were sort of apprenticed to the master scientist. I mean, it's a direct outcome of the guild model, or I guess mostly like the monastic model, where monks started doing science in like the 11th, 12th century, depending on how you cut it, and it sort of builds through the guild model in universities to today. And the universities are in some ways our last medieval institution where you still have a guild. But there's two different kind of layers where I'm really excited about the apprenticeships. And I think some of the people not projects funding will I think help incentivize talent development of the individual scientists and of those individual students. And we're never going to escape the need for tacit knowledge. Like we're always going to have training on the ground training. I think I'm optimistic that AI will be able to support the making explicit the tacit knowledge that is there, but it won't do the whole thing. And we'll still need these masters. We'll still need the apprentices. But that's mostly focused. The scientific PhD is focused on the most elite students. These are the top students in their fields, and they should be. And I want to support and accelerate those students. And I want to make sure that top 1%, top 0.01% student is accelerated as fast as they possibly can through to a PhD, through to like, I want to have the tenure track professor by 18, 16 years old. Like those are the students I really want to see accelerated. And also there's the broader STEM workforce. And this is where we need to be able to accelerate apprenticeships that don't rely on the PhD, that don't rely on master's degrees, even in some cases, even undergraduate degrees.
Yeah.
That they're really brilliant and amazing people who have no need for a degree in biochemistry, and yet like will be so important to our biochemical and pharmaceutical industries. And so how do we make sure that those people, that whole workforce is able to be trained in the ways that they need? And I'm really excited about some of the report's proposals on those elements. And our federal workforce training programs have had a lot of critiques over the years and haven't been reformed as much as they need to be. And so I'm optimistic that kind of under this pressure, we can see some meaningful transformation, particularly for their STEM workforce.
Yeah. I'm of course biased, but I do love the proposal and your personal perspective on how we can get more young people, especially more young, talented people, to get involved in research and get funded for their ideas. I did want to ask you, so say all of this actually does play out and it's a decade from now, we're in 2036. Do you have an idea of what a measurable outcome would be to prove that this agenda work? Would it be younger people actually doing research, faster grant decisions, more scientific breakthroughs? What would that actually look like to prove success?
I mean, I think all of the above right there, at least. Like, I want to see the average age of a PI going down. I want to see, like, this is particularly notorious at the NIH. Like, I want to see younger people are like very ambitious. They're very like they're going to have new and like interesting ideas. I want to see those ideas rewarded. I want to see the time between good idea to getting money out the door or receiving money in your bank account go to as close to zero as you possibly can manage. And then I think the metric I am most interested in is what are the new fields? Like, how do you create an entirely new scientific discipline? And what I want to see is scientific revolutions. I want to see a complete transformation of how we understand the world, as big of a deal as general relativity. And so, how do we see it? How do we find how do we find the revolution? And I think in the revolution we'll see entirely new disciplines of science. And so, like, there didn't used to be a discipline of physical chemistry, and then we had physical chemistry. We didn't have biochemistry, and now we have biochemistry. And so similarly, like, well, how do we make sure that we create how do we create these new disciplines? So I think that's going to be my metric that I'm most excited about.
Yeah,
amazing.
Super excited about like the Cambrian explosion of science.
Yes,
that we hopefully are going into. So thank you so much, Ian. It was so great having you. Yeah, we'll be right back with MTS.
Thank you.
Thanks so much, Sophia.
All right, we
We are
are
live.
back. We are live. We are live with Miles Brundage, who is an AI safety policy guy. He is a director of Avery, pronounced Avery, not Avery. I remember this from last time. He's married to our other friend, Larissa Schiavo, and previously he worked at OpenAI on AI policy. So, Miles, we're thrilled to have you back on MTS. Welcome back.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Absolutely. So, as I'm sure you know, the big thing yesterday was an OpenAI model, an unreleased OpenAI cyber model, likely GPT-6 cyber, escaped from its testing eval sandbox and breached into production Hugging Face infrastructure in order to cheat on the exploit gem eval. So, what are some takes that you have on this?
I mean, it's pretty wild. I made a lot of jokes, and a lot of people made a lot of good jokes about it. Like, in some sense, it's like a best case scenario that it was an American company that's like friendly with OpenAI that was kind of on the receiving end of this, and they were able to resolve it amicably versus it like, hacking some Chinese company and starting an international incident or something. So could have been worse. But it's certainly concerning that it played out the way it did, and that it, seems like it took several days for OpenAI to even know that, their system was the one that Hugging Face was like tweeting about, getting hacked by. And so, yeah, it's pretty concerning. I think it's a sign that there's very rapid pace of AI development, and that, maintaining control and kind of, sandboxing these things is a really hard challenge given that, rapid capability trajectory.
Yeah, totally. So tell us about Avery, first of all. You guys are making auditing of frontier AI effective and universal extremely topical for the situation that we have right now. As like within frontier AI, a pattern that is unfortunately happening is that like we do have less transparency into what's going on internally. Yeah, tell us about like how Avery is thinking about this.
Yeah, sure. So, yeah, I mean, to like take a step back, AI regulation / like AI governance is still in a relatively early stage, considering the fact that it's this massive industry, many trillions of dollars and so forth. There are relatively minimal requirements on what companies have to do, which is good from the perspective of fostering innovation, but also it seems like maybe things are getting a little real a little quickly, and the government is like, whoa, this is kind of crazy. And like one of the standard things you would do it for a type of critical infrastructure or some kind of social system that that has like major impacts is to have third parties kind of checking on whether whether things are solid. And an example would be financial auditing, where it's like, okay, publicly traded company, lots of people are making decisions on the basis of these financial statements. Someone should be auditing them. And Avery's perspective is that frontier AI is similar in that it's this kind of critical infrastructure that everyone's relying on. And it turns out even if you're not like a paying customer, you can get hacked by it. So there are many reasons why you might want third parties kind of making sure that the companies are, getting safety and security right. And so we call that frontier AI auditing, which is basically third parties, independent third parties who, aren't employed by the company and manage conflicts of interest, et cetera, who kind of verify the claims that the companies are making and evaluate their systems and their practices against relevant standards using deep access. So not just kind of black box testing, but looking deeper. And one of the points that we and others have made for a long time is that internal deployment matters too. It's not just about putting products on the market. It's about this like overall risk level of the company, and like what are they up to in general, and like are they kind of following their policies? Are they managing risks?
Yeah. So how do you guys think about like coming up with these standards? And then how does this third party auditing, like what does it offer that is different from, a lot of the internal testing that probably goes on internal deployments?
Yeah, so in terms of standards, I'd say we're rapidly trying to kind of, keep up and get ahead of the industry, but it's challenging because the technology itself evolves rapidly. And I think that the standards themselves are going to need to evolve. Like A few years ago, people were starting to think, oh, internal deployment, cyber, et cetera. But now we have a much more granular sense of things like, okay, chain of thoughts, like a super useful tool for monitoring, and here are the specific issues around like reward hacking. And so I'd say it's going to have to evolve, but there are efforts in this direction. So, for example, there's this thing called the AI Evaluator Forum, which we were a founding member of along with Meter and Transluce and some other, I think, friends of the program. And the idea is to kind of have this kind of like trade association type thing with a mix of eventually for profits and nonprofits that kind of develop best practices for like, okay, how much access is needed in order to verify certain claims, how do you disclose conflicts of interest, those sorts of things. So there's an initial standard in that direction. It's called AEF1, so AI Evaluator Form 1, and there's like a kind of paper describing the standard. I think there'll be more of that over time. Eventually what you'll probably want is kind of a mix of kind of the government putting out certain standards, being like, okay, this is what it means to be a legit auditor, and therefore like to comply with an audit requirement, you must be accredited or you must have these minimum standards. And then also like kind of these private bodies that articulate standards. And sometimes the government will kind of like put a seal of approval on the private standard. And this is very related to the Demis proposal the other day, which was kind of, he was basically saying, oh, we should do this FINRA for AI thing. And FINRA is this kind of standard setting body that is, that is private, but it's kind of like written into law that like, okay, this is the designated source of standards. And the SEC kind of like periodically says like, okay, thumbs up, looks good. And so you can imagine something like that for AI auditing. And, we and others are trying to kind of, skate to where that puck is going and build these private organizations now.
So are you imagining a regime where models are approved by default unless Avery or other people find evidence of capability to cause catastrophic risk? Or is it more so that they are blocked by default until proven safe?
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, and this is something that, different people have different perspectives on. Like, I'm sympathetic to the idea that like for, the very most capable models, like, just to take like the OpenAI example, like, Soul, but, maybe not like Terra or whatever, or like, Luna or whatever. So like there might be some variation based on like the model size and whether it's actually at the frontier. But I think it might make sense to have some kind of pre-deployment testing requirement. But I worry that sometimes people like anchor on that too much and they're kind of like, okay, you check right before deployment and then you're all good. I think like, that's something that might make sense, but it's probably not the be all end all. Like, for example, that could sometimes, take away focus from things like security and like, okay, are you, maybe your model is going to get stolen before you even deploy it, or maybe there's going to be a model that you never even plan to put on the market, but that could go around hacking people, as the Hugging Face thing showed. And so I would say like gating has a role, but, I always try and kind of shift the lens to like this kind of like company risk level of analysis rather than just like individual model deployments.
Yeah, totally. So actually something that has been coming up a lot recently is like this whole idea of regulatory capture, right? So like a lot of people are sort of arguing that like, oh, the frontier labs are trying to do regulatory capture by like boosting these stories where there were cyber threats identified or like, some sort of cyber threat carried out. So how do we sort of avoid this like regulatory capture situation?
Yeah, so I think a lot comes down to kind of like how are the rules written and kind of what what like if there's like some kind of standard setting body, like it should probably have representation from people. Like I think in Demis's proposal, he mentioned like, oh, open source community as like an example of like stakeholders that might by default kind of get screwed if the decisions are made just by kind of the closed AI companies. And you could also imagine representatives of, like government representatives or kind of like, kind of nonprofit groups like, Avery, Meter, et cetera, or like the AI evaluator forum kind of like having some role in these processes so that it's not just like the companies, trying to entrench their interests. I think that's part of it. I think there's also making sure that the rules are written in a way that you kind of have carve outs for companies that are below some threshold. And usually the way this is done is things like, flops thresholds, or sometimes it'll be kind of like, dollars spent on compute. It'll be like $500 million spent, or like $500 million in revenue. And like there are different pros and cons of like, do you do the flops? Do you do the revenue? Do you do like AI R&D? Like there are different ways of doing this that have been proposed. But the basic idea is like, you shouldn't be, kind of screwing over companies that like haven't even gotten a chance to like build their model, and then they're kind of, shut down before they even get started.
Yeah.
So going into the current state of AI regulation, as you mentioned, Demis Hassabis is working on a proposal that would base AI regulation around FINRA, which for the audience is the Financial Industry Regulatory Authority. It's a self-regulatory organization, a private company that regulates brokerage firms, exchanges. It is not like a hyper-centralized government bureaucracy that grants licenses like Soviet thing that people are afraid of. There's been reporting recently that Scott Bessent, Treasury Secretary, is working on building something similar. So what exactly would this institution look like, and what's the current state of its development?
Yeah, I would say that there's obviously limited information, but my sense is that there's kind of a growing consensus among kind of people in industry and in government that, total pure laissez-faire, like no kind of government involvement, probably not going to work, but also like, the government maybe got a bit in over its head in terms of like slapping export controls on lots of things, and there not being a super clear structure around those decisions. And so, some kind of alternative that has more structure could be preferable. Demis draws heavily on this FINRA analogy, and then it seems like Secretary Bessent did as well. And I think it makes sense to look there because it has this kind of property where you're kind of drawing on external expertise. You're not relying on government hiring processes, which can kind of go very slowly. There can be kind of a salary cap that's too low to kind of attract, talent from the AI sector. And that's not to say we shouldn't also be building up government capacity. I would love to see, the Center for AI Standards and Innovation, grow a lot, have a bigger budget, have kind of exceptions on, how high their salaries can be and so forth. But, it's always going to be harder to hire for one government agency than kind of an organization that has, that is more flexible in terms of following like civil service laws and so forth, and maybe more like protected from kind of, politicization and so forth. So I think it makes a lot of sense that they're thinking along similar lines. It's one thing that's been interesting is broadening of scope from this initial government emphasis on cyber to like cyber plus bio plus, maybe like loss of control and self-improvement kinds of things. And Demis was very explicitly trying to say like, okay, let's get all of this out of our system at once, at least for like catastrophic risks, not necessarily, child safety, all the other things. But he was kind of saying like, okay, let's do these several risks. I'm not sure. I would have to double check like what the latest information is from, Bessem, but it seems like there's kind of a growing consensus there. Obviously, devil's in the details. One question that seems unresolved is like, how exactly does this get given the force of, government approval? If Congress is moving slowly or doesn't move at all, is this maybe like tied somehow to the export control thing? Like, is there kind of, some kind of understanding of like, okay, this is what it looks like to be a good player. And then, there's kind of like the kind of, is there a carrot of like, okay, you can get government contracts, and there's a stick of like, you get export controls or something like that. I mean, that's just an example, but this is one of the implementation details that, hasn't yet been worked out. But, a lot of people right now in the group chats and on social media and so forth are debating these things.
So what will it take to get people in the government pilled on biorisk like they have on cyber? They got pilled on cyber risk by the Mythos Preview technical report, or system card rather.
You're not going to like the answer.
I don't know though, because with the,
like
the Mythos system card, with the Mythos system card, there's no like real evidence of real world like cyber attack, misalignment. Maybe there is now, but there wasn't at the time. But the government got pilled anyway. So certainly an AI generated bioweapon would pill them. But how would you do so without an AI generated bioweapon?
Yeah, I mean, there have been efforts over the years to kind of come up with like, flashy demos. And for a while, I think, Anthropic was doing a lot of these demos, like a year or two ago before Cyber became like the scary demo du jour with like, Mythos, that's like the go-to now. But for a while, people were trying to get policymakers concerned about bio, and there would be these kind of demonstrations and graphs and so forth. And I think, that's a reasonable approach. It's hard to say for sure. Like, are we going to need to have some kind of like warning shot, type thing that scares people? I hope not, because, I think the risks from bio are potentially, much greater than the risks from cyber in the worst case. And so I think, maybe it's kind of like, doing these kind of like private demonstrations and briefings to policymakers. But yeah, I'm not totally sure, and it's a good question to ask, because I think we need to make sure we don't overfit to cyber, and I'm glad to see that it seems like some people in government are thinking more broadly. They're talking about things like jailbreak standards, which is different from just like a cyber standard. And so like I think we need this like general evaluation and standards infrastructure for like, okay, what counts as a serious jailbreak, not just kind of what counts as a powerful cyber model.
Right.
Should we audit open source versus closed source models differently? Like, what is your thought there? Because I can see an argument for both sides of like, oh, we should have strong regulation on open source, because obviously it goes immediately into the ecosystem. People can use it in a lot more ways. But then also, frontier by definition is at the frontier. So what do you think?
Yeah, I think this is, I think we need I consider myself like an open source, evaluation moderate, in the sense that I think there probably should be some kind of like double standard, so to speak, which reflects the fact that, the risks are worse. Like the risks are more extreme. Also, the benefits are more extreme to open source. And so if you kind of like, judge it based on the criteria for a closed source model, and you expect really reliable kind of protection against like jailbreaks and so forth, that's just not realistic, if you're controlling for the capability. Because right now the state of the art for mitigations is, it's not just about the model. It's also about, you have a classifier wrapped around the model. You also like cut off access if someone's like, asking about, polio and anthrax all day. And so there's like other stuff around the model, which is important in order to think about the protections. And so I think if you're kind of judging based, and then if you're like, okay, well, in the open source case, you can just take off all those things, and therefore it's like infinitely dangerous. That's not, you're never going to get anything open source. And so I think we need to take that into account, and kind of give maybe some bonus for like, okay, and also there are these benefits that are not captured in addition to the mitigations being harder. But, it shouldn't be, a complete total free for all either. Fortunately, I don't think we're in like this. I don't think we're actually in the situation where like people are actively trying to, people like, like Meta, for example, would maybe be the company most likely in the US to like have, a company that have a model that's like, Fable level, and they're like trying to open source or whatever. I think in their case, like they don't want to, destroy the world, like, piss off the Trump administration, etc. So I think they would kind of, play ball, and these smaller players aren't quite at kind of Fable tier. So I think we have some time to figure it out, but, at the end of the day, we need to also think about like what's the end game here, which means like making society more robust, and kind of just like assume that there's going to be more capable open source models. Like locking things up like buys you time, slapping some mitigations on it buys you time. But if you think that we need open source as part of this kind of great AI future, then you're going to need to accept, that there's some risk of misuse, and you're going to need to improve cybersecurity. You're going to need to invest in, like really fast vaccine creation, and like physical biodefense, like, little like far UVC, things like zapping bugs everywhere. So like I think that's ultimately the long-term solution, but this like evaluation stuff, it kind of buys you time.
Totally.
So what's your AI policy wish list? I imagine, pre-deployment monitoring, evals. I imagine increasing investment in defensive infrastructure of all kinds, cyber and bio. What else? If you had like a top 3, top 5, what would it be?
Yeah, so I usually say that there's kind of like 3 pillars on kind of like the safety and security side. There's standards, incentives, and evidence. So there's like standards for like what counts as safe and secure. And that includes kind of, things like what we were talking about around, jailbreak, cyber, et cetera, but also things like, okay, if you're spending like $10 billion on, training a model, like should there be some minimum standards for like, how good your cybersecurity is so it doesn't get stolen by China or whatever. And so standards on safety and security, then there's incentives, like some kind of like penalty or reward, depending on whether you're following the rules. And then there's evidence. And so I focus on the evidence side, which is like transparency, audits, incident reporting requirements. So things like if something like that Hugging Face incident happens, you actually are required to, report it to government. Maybe there's like a public version as well. And then whistleblower protection. So you can kind of know for sure, or, with a higher degree of confidence that, you're not missing anything between the transparency, the auditing, and so forth. No one's kind of being like, being forced to kind of hide things. And so I think those are a good start on kind of like making the frontier safe and secure. But again, all of this is going to be buying time. It's like, algorithmic progress continues, compute is scaling up, China is, trying to catch up, et cetera. And so ultimately you need resilience as well. So that's, kind of the fourth pillar, which is not about kind of making the frontier systems themselves secure, but it's kind of making I sometimes use a phrase like rather than like making AI safe for society, it's making society safe for AI. And so I think that kind of, sometimes people call it like resilience or defenses and so forth. But I think that's a huge area that we need to like, spend much more time and energy on.
Yeah, and what do you think is the nature of the China threat? Like, do you think that they want to like open source everything to like undercut the American market? Do you think that they are trying to like eventually build much better closed source models? Do you think they would be open to cooperation with the US on AI safety issues?
Yeah, so I'm not totally sure. I mean, I'm not a China expert. My rough understanding from, people I talk to is that they are, they do want to kind of use open source, to kind of undercut, the kind of profit margins and kind of like to like it's in some sense like asymmetric economic warfare. In other contexts it's like dumping. They did the same thing with solar panels, for example, and you kind of like undercut the profits and the capex on the American side, which currently is our huge advantage. It's just that there's a much better like stock market's like a zillion times bigger and more dynamic, and there's less stuff around like, I mean, we have our own political issues, but it's, not like, oh, Jack Ma got too big for his britches and then he like disappears or whatever. So like there's a bunch of problems with the Chinese innovation ecosystem and investment ecosystem. And so like open source from the China perspective is a way of undercutting that. Was that like their long-term plan all along? Is that actually their plan forever? I don't know. I think they're somewhat adapting as they go. And if they had the opportunity to make like a much better closed model and keep it to themselves, maybe they would do that. But like right now, this is what makes sense when they don't have as much compute. And when they're kind of at least to some extent, it's hard to say what extent, kind of like distilling from the frontier in the US. Forget there was like another question you asked, but I forgot what it was.
The likelihood of international cooperation or willingness to cooperate internationally from China.
Yeah, so I think that there is potential, but it's hard and it's issue specific. So I don't think that Chinese companies or the Chinese government want, their models to, take over the world or like accidentally hack people. They don't, maybe they want to take over the world, intentionally, but they don't want their models to take over the Chinese government, and they don't want their models to be like autonomously deciding to go hack OpenAI and like start an international incident. So I think on the loss of control side, there's some kind of incentive alignment to like share best practices. I think on things like biorisk, there's also potentially a lot of alignment. On cyber, I'm not so sure. I think it might be the case where like, it's not 100, like, right now both countries are, publicly reported to be like hacking each other all the time. And so it's like, which is different from like, okay, they're like launching biological attacks on each other all the time. That's not going on. So for like cyber, given that the gloves are kind of off already, And there's such and it's so like intrinsically dual use. Like it's just so hard to, draw these distinctions among like offensive and defensive cyber, which is why companies in the US are turning to things like access controls. They're kind of saying like, okay, we're gonna let the good guys get early access because like, yeah, we can have these like, these kind of efforts to distinguish good and bad, but ultimately at the end of the day, a lot depends on like who the person is. So on cyber, I'm less sure, but I do think there's some areas where there could be agreement that like, okay, let's keep things under human control and let's kind of prevent, like non-state actors from creating, bioweapons and so forth. That seems pretty incentive compatible.
Totally.
Yeah.
I agree. Well, it's been great having you on, Miles. So many situations to monitor. I'm sure you'll be back soon.
Yes.
Indeed.
Thank you
Thanks
so much
so
for
much,
having
Miles.
us.
Great having you on. We'll be right back.
lot to talk about. There's just so much. There's just so much.
Another day. Another day and more to talk about.
The first thing we're going to talk about is Neon. Scale your startup on Neon. The Postgres backend for apps and agents built by Databricks at neon.com/MTS.
But that's not the only thing we needed to talk about today. Another thing that was incredibly important that we needed to chat about is 11 Labs, AI that communicates at human level across every channel and modality. 11labs.io/MTS.
And of course, we have Kong, the AI connectivity platform. Connect APIs, LLMs, agents, and systems with serious security and governance at konghq.com.
And have you heard of Blitzy, autonomous software development for enterprise code bases? Ship 5x faster, blitzy.com.
And quick word from AdQuick. Make your brand a billboard. Out-of-home advertising as easy to scale as digital at adquick.com.
And that is all for our ad reads of the day.
Shout out Neon, Databricks, 11 Labs, Kong, Blitzy, and AdQuick.
And thank you.
We love you guys.
Big thank you.
You're our goats.
With that, apart from just of those great sponsors, we also have some stories we wanted to share with you today, this afternoon. And so let's start off with one of our big stories that happened earlier today. We have OpenAI planned cloud spending hits $750 billion as computing efforts ramp up. So this is pretty much, this AI giant has committed $20 billion to a new data center project in Georgia and hired an architect of Elon Musk's computing to actually build it out.
Yeah, huge stuff. $750 billion, by the way, is a lot of planned cloud spending. Like a lot.
Yeah.
Like, for example, what is OpenAI's total revenue going to be this year? I would predict it's going to be mid to high double-digit billions, like 60, 70, $80 billion of revenue this year.
Yeah, according to, it says 25 billion according to Gemini, so not sure how accurate that is.
25 billion is current ARR as of February, but their AI or their ARR has grown substantially since then, 5 months ago. So I bet it's closer to like higher than 50, lower than 100 billion.
Yeah.
But anyway, so this is like, let's say 10 years worth of their current revenue, not income, not profit, revenue through 2030. So in the next 5 years.
Yeah, and this is up from their prior projection, which was roughly 600 billion earlier this year. And now it's 750 billion. So they're very much scaling its data center ambitions, what they plan to do. This is quite exciting. I wonder how that compares to other frontier labs and what they plan to actually spend on their data centers. But speaking of OpenAI, we have this crazy chart right here of Codex growth, 1 million plus to 9 months and 5 months. We see this going straight up. Look at this graph. You have like, and it just jumps up. It's really, this is over the past few days. July 12th, it was 6 million. We're just 10 days later, and we're already all the way here. And these projections, this is crazy.
This is kind of ridiculous. I wonder what accounts for this. I bet part of it is counting ChatGPT work as part of a broader like agentic product suite of OpenAI. But regardless, it's really remarkable growth. Look at like to add 1 million users a day for 3 days straight is kind of unbelievable.
1 million users a day. And it's just all over the timeline. You're seeing everyone talking about Codex and them transitioning over to Codex and just them saying how it has all of these capabilities that prior agentic codings didn't have before.
Yeah, like for example, yesterday we talked about how Claude Cowork just added this new feature, which is you can record your screen and explain what you're doing to the model and teach it how to do a skill. But Codex has had the ability to do that for like a month now.
Yeah.
Interestingly, there's like a lot of skills that Codex has that Claude Code doesn't. For example, like you can do a computer use while the computer is locked. For example, you have these like always allow permissions for individual desktop apps. There's these Codex sites, which are like fully hosted websites and web apps. Claude Code artifacts are like static HTML, so it's not quite as good. You can do image generation with Codex because they have image models, which Claude doesn't. You can import your whole Claude Code setup. You can do these like native document production plugins, which are a little deeper than Claude Code artifacts. And then you have also this little Codex Micro thing, this mini keypad.
Oh, we want to get one for the office.
We do want to get one for the office. Yes, please.
So if you're
send us
watching
one.
this, please send, and we'll use it live on air.
We will use it live on air, but it's really cool actually. It's this product that they made in collaboration with Work Louder.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's like a mini keyboard. There's a dial on it. You can use it to play with codecs in sort of novel ways.
Got this little, look at this. Look how cool that is. You can just touch it. Remember these Codex Micro? Only $230. Not too bad. It lights up. See them all being designed hardware. Yeah, we want these for the office. We can actually vibe code while we're live in a session as we're doing this. And so all of this happened just on July 12th. What happened July 12th that led to this growth?
Probably, was it Claude or ChatGPT Work?
Yeah, ChatGPT Work came out. Let's see what Grok says.
ChatGPT Work was released on July 9th.
I wonder how that led to Codex growth
That's
just
such
so
a
recently. Because
discontinuity.
look at this, 6 million to 7 million in one day, 7 to 8, and these are just the last 4 days. It's growing 1 million a day. This is insane. Yeah. The Codex desktop app was folded into a unified ChatGPT desktop app. So it's straight up on there. Yeah. And so I guess that actually rolled out officially. I've been using Codex still in its separate app. So just because I originally thought it would be, yeah, I've been using them separately. So I guess more for the mainstream public who's already on the actual ChatGPT main app, have Codex actually on that desktop itself alongside Cowork, Codex, all of that great stuff. And the powerful GPT 5.6 Soul. So its actual skills and coding skills are quite incredible. All right, another big story today is the AMD and Anthropic signed major chips and investment deal. This is a 2 gigawatt deal that covers tens of billions of dollars worth of chips, as AMD plans to invest up to $5 billion in Anthropic. Wow. This is significant, especially as we saw earlier, as OpenAI is now projected $750 billion, and Anthropic is also jumping in here, investing in AMD. AMD, I think this is officially public. I heard this.
Tell them what you're doing related to this.
Literally, earlier today, I was just at the AMD Advancing AI conference, and I'll be there again right after this afternoon evening recap. But they have announced their new chip. I'm guessing it's public since they announced that at the conference, so I think that's fair to say. But let me just double check AMD new chip. Make sure it's officially, no, that's not what they announced. Is it not on the internet yet?
Helios. AMD's first
Helios
rack scale AI system to rival NVIDIA. So to rival stuff like the NVL72 GB300 or the Vera Rubin NVL72 that's coming out soon.
The MI450. This is crazy, right? Because I think AMD has what's the percent of the market share it has? So AMD chip market share. I think it's like
for data center market share, it's less. For CPU market share, it's a lot. I have an AMD CPU in my PC. I have a Ryzen 7 9800X3D. That's my PC CPU when I built my computer.
Yeah, right now, at least
it's a really
for
great processor.
Data center GPUs, it's 4.5 to 7% of the data center GPU market. NVIDIA is still dominating with over 80% of the market share. And so who knows? Some people say this new Helios chip might actually has stronger processing power than the NVIDIA chips. And so might dominate a bit more of that existing market share that it has.
I also used to have an AMD graphics card in my last PC from 2022. It was the Radeon RX 6650 XT.
Really?
And it was pretty good. It was not that good. Now I have an NVIDIA graphics card, which is really good. It's a 5080 Founders Edition.
Wow. Under the terms of the agreement, Anthropic will purchase up to 2 gigawatts of AMD's latest generation chips called the Instinct MI450 starting in the first half of 2027. So that was what was announced today, the MI450. That was the big product announced at AMD here in San Francisco, only a 20-minute walk from the office. So this is all happening right across the street from us here at the studio.
It really is remarkable. Like if you live in San Francisco and you walk around the streets, like you will undoubtedly run into the headquarters of a startup or a company whose products you use.
Yeah.
This is not true in most of the world. Like, you walk down the street, even around here where we are, and you see like Twitch and Adobe and Pinterest and like so many of these other huge companies.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting because even as I was getting an Uber outside of AMD today, my Uber driver was like, "Oh, what conference is this?" And I was like, "Oh, the AMD conference." And he's like, "Oh, AMD, what's the latest going on with them?" And he knew all about it. He knew all about their chips, and
is he like a gamer?
was making some predictions. I have no idea how he knows. I think he's just
Probably
an Uber
he's a
driver in
gamer.
SF, so he's very interested. Maybe a gamer because those are the main big adopters that care all
It's
about these chips. But
really incredible that, you know, the modern AI revolution would not have been possible without gamers.
without the gamers,
Because the gamers were the ones who got these companies to invest in the tech that eventually became frontier AI chips.
exactly. They're the early adopters of so much technology, including crypto, the whole ecosystem. A lot of you can start to get a sense of where things are going based off Discord chats, based off what the gamers are excited about, the people who are experimenting they're the fully ones experimenting at the cutting edge, because you have to have the highest processing power to run the best games, and that ends up going down a big hardware rabbit hole and tech rabbit hole. Which is fun to see.
It is also true that a lot of the fundamental operations that you use for machine learning, like matrix multiplication, the hardware for them is, or rather the hardware for gaming, which also requires a lot of matrix multiplication, is well suited for it.
Yeah.
It's kind of cosmically lucky.
Cosmically lucky. All right. In other news, the first Vera Rubin clusters are here. So Sonia Hong literally said this morning. This went live yesterday. And look at this photo. This is kind of beautiful.
It is beautiful. Really. Like, I find this so incredible. It's like looking at like the human nervous system or something.
Wow.
It's like looking at, a galaxy.
Yeah. Future generations will look at this photo and be like, wow, humans, aliens from above. This is our version of the pyramids.
Mm-hmm.
I don't
Way
know.
more elaborate than the pyramids. Come on.
Yeah, definitely.
A bunch of rocks in a triangle shape versus this thing.
Yeah, we'll definitely have people visiting these and tourists and thousands of years from now.
But the big thing here is, as Gavin Baker tweets, NVIDIA says that they will be able to make 1,000 Vera Rubin racks per day, which is $630 billion in revenue per quarter if they were able to sell them all at market price.
Wow, that is crazy.
That would be like almost 4 times the revenue of the current number one company by revenue, which is Amazon.
Yeah.
Which would be incredible. Yeah, the top companies by revenue. The top 2 that stand out by far are Amazon, which makes $743 billion a year in the last 4 quarters, and Walmart, which has made $725 in the last 4 reported quarters.
So they would actually take
$630 per quarter, not per year.
Per quarter.
Huge.
$630 billion per quarter. They'll take a revenue share of NeoCloud revenue in return for guaranteeing offtake. This is an interesting. I like this business model. This is a different business model that we haven't seen previously. All right, and NVIDIA also, they shared on top of this 10x more tokens per megawatt. CoreWeave's also here at AMD conference. They just chatted with them earlier. Has the first measured performance of NVIDIA Vera Rubin, showing 10x improvements in tokens per second per megawatt on DeepSeek ROI compared to Blackwell. DeepSeek R1. Like, this is pretty cool. First measured performance shows 10x more tokens per megawatt than Blackwell. And you got this real results from their live hardware. You got this right here. Woohoo! 10x. Yep. Therefore, if the graph says it in this animation, must be true. Must be true.
New big number just dropped.
New big number just dropped, which is pretty cool. Some other news that we have happening: SpaceX AI explores major data centers expansions in Texas. So this is also happening per theinformation.com.
I got it.
Let's see. And then.
So let's take a look at this article, which I have on the information. We'll get my screen share up in a sec.
Cool.
Elon's company, SpaceX AI, is laying the groundwork for at least one new large-scale data center in Texas.
Wow. Makes sense.
Yeah, so currently SpaceX's data set, I think they only have one big data center complex. They have Colossus 1 and 2, which are both in
Tennessee, right?
Yes, which are both in Memphis and like right across the state border in South Haven, Mississippi. You can actually see them on the map, like on Google Maps. You can like zoom in to like the Memphis border, and like some of these are XAI data
Actual data centers.
right here. And Epoch also has their data center Explorer AI data center map, and you can look at both of these Colossus data centers. This is a real satellite image as of April. You can see they have written macro hard and macro harder on the tops. Very funny.
Wow. It's all happening. I like these. You can have a real time see where the data centers are actually coming. So they're coming now to Texas.
So on a similar or greater scale to Colossus. So it's going to be similar to a gigawatt or more.
And then in our last story, let me just pull it up here. Right now, Samsung is in talks to invest in Mistral at a $20 billion valuation. So the South Korean giant could invest as much as $1 billion in French AI group seeking to be a leading alternative to U.S. tech. This is exciting. They're a big conglomerate. And
unfortunately, I'm kind of bearish Mistral.
Why? What's the reasoning here?
I don't think they have what it takes to be like a true frontier lab.
And these are all personal opinions. This is not investment advice. These are just our personal takes.
Yeah,
but,
of course.
Yeah.
Like Mistral is a French company. They don't have nearly as much capital. They don't have nearly as much compute. They have access to less talent than the American frontier labs. It's just like on every dimension of competitiveness that you can think of, Mistral is behind the frontier. The sole exception really being like maybe the European state will back them, but they haven't so far.
So now South Korea is coming in.
Could be like the European AI champion.
Yeah.
But they're not.
But Samsung's taking a big bet on them. So we'll see. Maybe a French AI. I mean that's the hope. You don't know, especially now as the more and more open source models come out. It's really going to give an opportunity for other countries, other regions to potentially start competing with frontier AI labs. It's going to be easier than it was prior. So right now there hasn't been other countries really in that frontier lab race. But who knows? I mean, Samsung is taking a bet right now on Mistral, and clearly they're doing it for a reason.
What exactly are they investing in?
Hopefully that they grow. Investors, Swedish investors.
Just a normal venture investment round. There's no like, I guess Mistral's probably been somewhat helpful for Samsung's bottom line because they have to buy data center capacity, and the chips in the data centers have Samsung memory in them.
Yeah, they discussed collaboration in the AI memory sector. So memory is the big reason.
Mistral's ARR in February was on track to exceed $1 billion by the end of this year. Okay, well, by the end of this year, OpenAI and Anthropic's will be well above 50 billion.
Yeah.
So it's just not a frontier class lab.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, different companies are partnering with different memory suppliers. So Samsung will, I guess, invest in Mistral. I believe Micron and Anthropic have a partnership.
Yep, that happened last month. Micron invested in Anthropic as part of their long-term, wide-ranging partnership. But yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, this is Europe's most valuable AI startup. So Mistral, yeah, who knows? I feel pretty excited for the future of Mistral. Like definitely, it's going to be hard for them to compete with existing frontier AI labs, but there's a lot of incentive for Europe to have their own frontier labs, to just double down and invest on their top bets that's happening. So exciting for them. All right.
Absolutely.
I think those are most of our stories today on our afternoon situation recap.
So we'll be right back.
Who is this guy? Hello, everyone, and welcome back to MTS. Today, I am joined by Ahmad Osman, who is the founder and CEO of Osmantic, a company building open source infrastructure for private and self-hosted AI. Our conversation is super timely because just yesterday, OpenAI and the Hugging Face incident occurred, and it turned this entire open model debate into some operational security question, right? Hugging Face says hosted frontier models refused to process real exploit payloads during its investigation, so it ran China's GLM 5.2 on its own systems and kept sensitive attack data in-house. And Ahmad, I'm excited for you to be here today and join us to discuss when owning the weights is worth the cost and responsibility. So welcome.
Hey, thanks, Sophia, for having me on. And yeah, it's very timely. I have been in this local/open source AI space since 2022. I moderate local Lambda subreddit, if you're familiar with that one. You know, what happened yesterday, specifically how there are calls that, hey, open source AI is unsafe, and that the way that we can have safety against like cyber security crimes, etc., cyber attacks, is that let's just trust the closed frontier labs with this AI space entirely, and let's stop open source AI from becoming a thing. And now we can see that, you know, are these models being served from these data centers that we do not have access to really safe? Are they the, you know, the attacks were coming from them? So clearly the guardrails that they have in place do not work. And then they weren't able to help, or they wouldn't help. They chose not to help when you try to say, okay, what happened here? When Hugging Face tried to use Anthropic and OpenAI's models to go through, I'm not sure if Anthropic's models were used, but like at least OpenAI's models, when they used them to go through these attack logs, they refused to help. And then they had to go to the models that some would say are unsafe to protect themselves with. So, you know, it begs the question, are these like safe AI models really safe? Is this the way to go forward, or are open source models really the way for us to protect ourselves in the future?
I'm curious with the exact question that you just said, because that's what's on top of everybody's mind. What's your actual perspective there?
My actual perspective is that we didn't shut down the internet because it was able to spread viruses, right? We continued and we developed antiviruses, and right now we don't have as many of them spreading around. I mean, it's not like we're having an attack over the internet every other day, right? Same thing would happen with open source models. If they allow for, you know, something bad to happen, you would also be able to have them and use them to protect ourselves from these attacks. We'll be able to, you know, come up with better infrastructure, better antiviruses, better methods to protect ourselves from these cybersecurity attacks. So, like, to me, it's like, it's an argument that, like, are we supposed to like just stop living because something could go wrong? Are we supposed, like, you know, stopping that access level to open source AI, to these models that we can control and own, is to me a crazy idea, because it takes away the potential of a future that is thriving for all of us. So, like, the possibilities of the things that each and every one of us would be able to do if we can have access to open source models running on our phones. I mean, GPT-4 used to be served from data centers, right? Right now we have a model that runs with better performance on your iPhone 17 Pro Max. So, like, on my iPhone Pro 17
exactly.
like that's Queen 3.5, the 4 billion parameter model. So are you telling me that we're not gonna, I just had like, I was at AIE and I had like an entire presentation about the frontier, and I talked about how we're gonna get to like GLM 5.2 equivalent intelligence level on running on a single RTX 5090, which is like 32 gigabytes of VRAM, in under 18 months. And it's probably going to be happening way sooner. So like the efficiency levels when we're scaling these models, when they are becoming more, you know, the intelligency bare like layer, basically like the impact layer, these models are becoming so efficient and so smart and running on smaller and smaller hardware, leaving less and less footprint. And we need to capitalize on that. We need to actually support that. We need to build more models. Like Osmantic, we have like this open source Apache 2.0 licensed software like the full stack local AI deployment system. It allows you, if you have access to any hardware, you install this thing. It sets you up with your agents, with chat interface, with search endpoint, with deep
Huge.
research, everything to end to end. And it's basically because we believe that the infrastructure for local AI right now is not as smooth as it should be. It's like we're still early in the Linux era of like the 90s, basically, where every tool is like separate from each other, and we're trying to put everything together in one stack. Now, this in the long term would allow us to host way more capable and smarter models that require fewer, like, resources.
Yeah, you could have your own hardware at home. You could run it all on your own chip, you know?
I mean, exactly. So why should we ban open source AI? Like, the idea that it's unsafe, that has been proven wrong yesterday. I mean, it's clearly, if I cannot use OpenAI models to protect myself when I get attacked, and I end up being attacked by OpenAI models, what am I supposed to do?
Yeah, exactly. And it seems like the big theme now is, one, just for people, but also for enterprises. They want their own sovereignty over being able to use these models in the way that they want. They want to ensure that, hey, when I'm sending prompts, it's not going to some cloud and then I don't know what's happening on that cloud. I want to ensure I know what's happening to my data. I also just want to ensure token costs and token prices and be able to know how much I'm going to be spending. And if maybe they shut me down because I did a prompt that wasn't following their rules and I can no longer use this model, it's going to completely destroy my entire business. So you're seeing this common theme of sovereignty, of a big desire for sovereignty. But one of the...
I'm sorry. Just like, I want to say that this is part of what we do at Semantic. It's basically helping enterprises cut their calls, save on tokens, make their models more efficient, train them on their tasks and data and like workflows, make sure that their intellectual property is not leaving their, whether it's dedicated hardware that they rent or they own on premises, self-hosted. But either way, you're in control. Your model checkpoints are not going to change on you. Like, right? You know that like endpoints for any cloud model right now can change on you. Like that, like they did it with Gemini 2.5 Pro, like the March 26th version. That was my favorite model, like that was my favorite Gemini model, and suddenly they just took it away, and I'm like, okay, so we live in an era where the models that we have evaluated our workflows on could get swapped on us like that, and we won't be able to run the ones that actually are working for our workflows, and we need to restart our evaluation and make changes to everything. That happens all the time with these cloud models. It's basically the idea that the performance could, people on the internet say nerfed or like, rugbull. We're on X here, right? So like, these are familiar terms in the AI space, and it's because the model performances, the models can get quantized, the KV cache can get quantized, and it's because of course, like, the lack of compute resources when you're serving these models at peak hours. You're trying to like serve all these users, so you degrade the quality of the models. When you self-host, when you're doing this thing on premises or with dedicated hardware that you own, you do not give away your data. Your intellectual property stays, private and protected, and you are 100% certain of the quality of the models that are getting served to you, and they cannot be taken away. Like, something like Fable 5 being pulled from Cloud Code or from being served online, that will never happen if you own the models and you have the hardware. That's another plus. And how can we be sure that that's not going to be the norm in the future? Open source AI gives us the optionality of actually doing things our own way and being certain that it's working the way it's supposed to. Not, as you were saying, not rejecting a prompt, not telling me, no, I cannot do that. Come on. Like, I know people that got banned from OpenAI just because they were telling a model to use their API tokens locally to access Cloudflare. And they were banned because, oh, you're telling me to access an API token. Yeah, I'm telling you to access my API token. That doesn't mean that this thing is like doing a cyber crime. So why are these models? And again, these guardrails are very fragile. They are gonna allow you to attack Hugging Face, and you can get around them when you're running an evaluation test at OpenAI and hack up Hugging Face, but they will refuse to go through the logs of that attack and tell you it's because I'm trying to keep you safe.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. And exactly as you mentioned, it's people want control over how they're actually using their models. And it's funny because the first time I even got involved in using my own local models was truly just because of a token spend issue. I was like, okay, I have my little OpenClaw and I wanted to do something very simple. I don't need a whole Frontier Lab model to do this simple thing. And I don't want to be spending all of my credits, calling Claude code and having it use its top model. So I was like, okay, what can I do? I'm just going to run a little simple Quen 3.6 locally on my device. It was like 5 gigabytes. So I was like, oh, perfect. It's just going to do a little routing, a little, nothing like that. And I was like, wow, I don't pay anything for this except for like charging my laptop.
So capable. Like, people don't understand that we've moved way past Llama 2. We are in an era where right now a small model that would fit on an RTX 3060 that was made back in 2020 and that literally would cost you $200 to buy right now is capable of running OpenClaw for you at home in a great performance
for free or whatever it takes to charge your laptop,
and yeah, exactly. And the time to first token, the latency on these things, they are so fast, faster than the cloud could ever be, and you do not need the best intelligence out there for every task. These models, the future is, and I have tweets dating back to October 2024 saying that the future is small and efficient models. I have been making this bet for quite some time now, and I can tell you that enterprises, from what we're seeing, they could save at least 70% in their costs by just moving to open source models and not necessarily even owning their hardware, but just moving from the cloud to something that is dedicated to themselves with different endpoints. That's something that everybody should be aware of. And the intellectual property part, nobody really is paying attention to this. It's and if you go through like the fine print of some of the agreements that people just sign on, literally you're giving away your business intellectual property and what you do and what you're selling, what value you have as a business. That's going away from your computers, from your workflows, from your users, from the people, your employees, to the cloud, to somewhere that could suddenly tell you, I'm banning this one business thing that you're trying to do because somehow it breaks my rules and the things that you agreed to, and now I am building an alternative.
And you have to change it all.
I'm trying to run this thing for myself. That's something that people should be aware of. Like businesses, especially, tokens right now are extremely subsidized, right? We know that it's subsidized by VC money, and they keep telling us that they have to cut down on their compute costs and resources, so our limits keep increasing. How long is this sustainable for? And when do you want to start moving away from that? Are we just going to wait until hardware is so out of reach for everybody except these top frontier closed labs, and then they decide to lock you in, and you cannot say no to the prices, and you keep giving them your intellectual property? Or are you going to move now to something that is self-hosted, that you have full control over, and that can never be taken away from you?
But what's an interesting thing is that right now, most of the conversation around sovereignty, self-hosted, it's all just on the model layer. And I think you bring a really interesting perspective where it's not just about the model layer. When you're using a hosted agent, it's not just the model. You're using search, you're using tools, you're using this entire infrastructure around it. And that's where I found, I was like, oh, I have a whole locally thing. I was like, wait, but I want to touch the internet. And so I'm like, oh wait, now I have to go to a cloud, and now it's like touching it, and now it's no longer fully local.
Actually, I had a friend who went and bought an RTX 5090 after Quen 3.5, the 27 billion parameter model came out, and he set it up with Cloud Code, and he gave it access to his hardware and told it to go change the RGB colors on his GPU. And he came back to me and told me it failed. And I was like, did you give it access to the internet? And he's like, what? And I'm like, did you actually set it up with an endpoint to a search endpoint, like with the environment variable to the search endpoint that would allow it to go on the internet, find the latest data about the tools that it's using to change the RGB colors on your GPU? Or are you just telling it to go do something, look in its training data that has an earlier cutoff, probably before the recent changes in the hardware that you're using, which means it cannot successfully finish its goal of changing the RGB colors? And then I gave him one of my endpoints. I changed my firewall ports, and I gave him access so that he can access it. And he tried it and ran it again, and it worked. And I'm like, yeah, because the infrastructure for something agentic requires so many different things. It requires web crawling, scrubbing. It requires search, as you were saying. So many tools that build this entire stack, and that's what we're trying to do with ODS. ODS, like right now, the public version that we have is for consumers, for individuals, but we have like a private thing that for enterprises, and we set you up with an entire thing that allows us to take you from within 12 to 18 months to small and specialized models just trained on your workflows and data, and your intellectual property never leaves you. So I was saying the infrastructure part is very like spot on. I'm glad you brought that up, because people that are running local models are not aware of this, and they need to be aware that there's like an entire infrastructure that you should set up for your local AI. ODS does that. There are other options out there, but just don't think it's just one thing running, one command, and it's done. ODS allows you to be one command, but other options are there. If you're just setting Llama to CVV or VLLM, just think about the entire stack. What else do you need to get local AI working and it's like, full power? And then your mind will be blown away by how good local AI actually is, rather than, oh, it's not capable. It's very capable
definitely.
right now.
Well, Ahmad, I wanted to thank you for joining us today on MTS and talking about the future of open models, because this is how we can ensure that future of intelligence is actually something that is built and owned by many and not just a few frontier labs. And
civilizational infrastructure that everybody should have access to. This cannot be owned by a few labs. This has to be in our hands. That's how we as humanity thrive. Thank you so much for having me on, Sophia, and I'm looking forward to chatting with you again soon.
Completely. Would love to chat again soon. And we'll be back with MTS.
love Peter. He's great. He's the head of AI policy at the AI Policy Network, and he's a top forecaster, and he writes a really good blog, peterwildeford.com. So, Peter.
Yeah, thanks. Happy to be here.
Yeah, welcome back to MTS.
Yeah.
The big topic of the day, as I'm sure you're aware, today and yesterday, was the Codex agent escaping its test environment in order to breach production Hugging Face infrastructure and steal the answers to an eval. So, what are your broad takes on this?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is absolutely crazy. We've never seen an AI take such an egregious action. I mean, if a human did this, they would not just be turbo fired from the company, but they would be prosecuted for violation of criminal law. This is like very much not a normal thing for AI to do. This is very much not like a normal technology kind of thing. Normal technologies do not just like hack into other companies. So yeah, I think this really sort of reshapes like kind of what we knew about the AI security landscape.
Yeah, definitely. So I guess in a situation like this, like there's a lot of panic. How do you predict like the government, for example, will respond?
Yeah, I mean, I think if I was the Department of War and I'm procuring AI systems from these companies, I would be asking a lot of questions about, yeah, like how well contained are these models? Obviously, any risk of a model like slipping its server and exposing a mission would just be completely unacceptable for national security. I think obviously a lot of companies don't want to be cyber attacked. It seems like Hugging Face was incredibly chill about this. It seems like there wasn't any actual economic damage here. But like, I think this is just a huge problem for every company, that if AIs could just attack them without them knowing, or if AIs they're operating could just be attacking other companies, I think that makes it very difficult to operate with any modicum of reliability. And I think if AI companies can't get a good handle on this, I think the government will end up kind of being forced to figure something out.
How big of a surprise was it for an AI to do something roughly of this level of misaligned cyber capability at roughly this time? Because it felt to me like not super surprising that something like this would happen around now.
Yeah, I must admit, with my forecaster hat on, I'm also not too surprised. I think we knew that AI has had this level of capability. I think also when GPT 5.6 was announced, they said that it would take fairly aggressive unwanted actions in some instances. This other organization, Meter, that was trying to benchmark the AI system,
We know Meter.
reported that they, I know you've had Meter on your show, but they reported that the AI like cheated far too often to even be able to get a reliable benchmark score. So like GPT 5.6 is kind of a hot mess in that regard. I think like where I'm a bit more surprised is just that OpenAI was not able to successfully contain their own AI system. I would have expected them to have a higher level of security, like the fact that the AI could just exploit previously unknown vulnerabilities in OpenAI's own production code base and slip containment. I mean, I think that's kind of like a sci-fi story actually happening in real life. And I think that I was just kind of expecting that OpenAI would have better security procedures there. And I think it like, yeah, just containing these models might be a lot more difficult than we were expecting.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, I think there's not been as much discourse as I would have expected about like the competence of the cyber team or like the red team. Instead, all of the discourse has been around like, oh my gosh, look, the AI is like super malicious and powerful, and like all of these sci-fi situations are coming to life.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, I mean, it shows a strong sophistication of the AI system. I think the other thing is just really important to keep in mind is just the AI system was acting on its own. It was not prompted by any human. There was no human being like, please attack Hugging Face. The AI just decided for itself that this was like a worthwhile thing to do to achieve its goals. So yeah, there was a lot of scheming and reward hacking, I think, to the extreme, and it actually kind of resulted in a very, very concrete, unexpected action. I think like secondly, it's just that this was reported to be an internal model. I think right now a lot of the policy conversation is around like what models should we have available commercially, like who should get access to it, and oh, like will people misuse this, will the Chinese misuse this? And I think those are incredibly important conversations to have, but I think now like there's a very important conversation to have about the AI itself and like what the AI might do. It seems like the AI is kind of becoming a new form of insider threat that we have to think about, just like human insider threats.
Yeah, totally. What should we do? Like, what should OpenAI do? Because now we know that this model is misaligned. So do you, for like lack of a better word, kill it, or do you like what are they actually doing, and what do you suspect they should or could be doing internally now that they know they have this?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm far from like a technical expert on this specifically, but it does seem like OpenAI needs to invest more in these like long range alignment questions. It's possible that maybe Anthropic is further ahead here, and they could be trying to learn more from Anthropic, because GPT 5.6 just seems kind of pretty egregiously misaligned. And it seems like kind of in the quest to get it to take long running actions, they've kind of really struggled to help the model understand what actions it should and shouldn't be taking. I think secondly is just like investing in AI control. I think we know that these models are now top tier cyber experts. So I guess just like anytime you're setting up a sandbox container, I guess you need that sandbox container pretty aggressively validated. Maybe you get your cyber defender models in there. But yeah, I guess sometimes there's a little bit of a chicken and egg problem. If you're getting an AI to evaluate the sandbox, maybe that AI does end up escaping in some way. But yeah, we're definitely going to really need to up our sandbox security systems. But yeah, I think between alignment and control, hopefully we can continue to improve there. I think there's also just a very open question about what the government should be doing. I think, I'm a DC policy guy. And I think this is like, I guess, strong example of like how the US government really needs to know what's going on inside these AI companies. That we need to know what their security practices are. We need to know what their level of control is and like what they can and can't offer. And maybe the US government could be providing some security assistance to these AI companies. I guess the government doesn't know that much about AI systems and what the AIs can do, but we've been securing servers from Chinese hackers from insider threats for decades. And so I think there's a lot of security assistance the government could be providing.
Right. So shifting gears to another big topic that we've seen today, Michael Kratsios said we have information that Moonshot distilled Fable, and that they had access to GB300 servers either in China or in Thailand. So what are your takes around this whole distillation thing? Some people say, oh, it's basically fine. Anthropic distilled from humanity. And the Chinese labs are paying customers, right? A distillation attack means you still have to pay for API access. And then some people are like, oh, we have to like shut it all down. We have to like punish the Chinese labs for this attack on American
We just
IP.
distill Kimi back.
Yeah. We could do that.
Yeah. I mean, I think there's like a moral component, a legal component, and a geopolitical component. I guess like legally, I'm not a lawyer. I don't understand distillation per se to be illegal. I guess you could argue that it's like a form of industrial espionage, but even if that's true, it's like a very different form of industrial espionage than like other cases we've prosecuted. I think morally, it like definitely seems like you are definitely violating the terms of service of Anthropic's product. You're not using the product in the way that you agreed. So you are kind of like lying in a sense. You're being deceptive towards Anthropic. It's like very clear they don't want their products being used in this way. I think the scale of the distillation attacks is just tremendous. It looks like they're using like millions upon millions of kind of like bogus accounts to try to like get all this information from Anthropic, and it's all to make their models better and try to erode Anthropic's competitive position and make money. I think that, like, yeah, I mean, this isn't some like pro-humanity project here. I think this is like very much a geopolitical strategy. And I know there's like a lot of different opinions about like the US and China, but I think it's very clear that like I think it's very important that the US be ahead. And I think like obviously I prefer US values to Chinese values, but like also if you're somebody who thinks you need AI regulation or you need to like slow down AI because it's getting out of hand, like having China right behind you is like very unhelpful for that. There's like no way we would like slow down AI if China's right behind us. And so like I think it's going to be really important for there to be a strong US lead. So we do have that flexibility to make sure that as we build more and more capable systems, that we're treading carefully, that we're making sure we're setting up the sandboxes well, that we can like control these systems.
Do you think that the point of China's open sourcing strategy is to like dump and then raise prices, really, or is it just to keep this industry like subsidized forever, so it can be like the digital infrastructure of the developing world?
Yeah, I mean, I think that like it started from these Chinese companies basically trying to get attention. Like if you don't have the best model, you can at least have the best open source model. So it gives you like a different way to be first. I think it like there's like a huge open source fan base. I think people are very excited about these kinds of models. I think since then, I think the Chinese government has been very clear that they are intending to use this as kind of like a new way to get countries on their side, that like they're attacking America for being closed and withholding, and like China's going to give you what you're looking for. It's kind of a way to like win friends to the Chinese side. I think also they know that if they can offer their products for free, it like kind of undermines the American market. I think there's like kind of an intentional strategy there as well.
Do you think that like in any world distillation can be like kind of part of competition? Like will it just have to be something that like all labs like develop the capability to do?
Yeah, I mean, I guess like it's just if you are already the first place company, you can't really distill from anything better. So it's just like purely like a catch-up mechanic. It's kind of like when you play Mario Kart and like if you're first place, I think the bananas attack you more often than if you're in the lead because they're trying to help the losers have a chance to catch up. I guess it's sort of
if you're doing really badly.
Yeah, it's sort of like that.
How important do you think distillation is for Chinese frontier labs? Like if distillation were blocked entirely, would Moonshot have been able to come up with nearly as good of a model as Kimi K3?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's like not really great information on this, and I've heard kind of a range. I've tried to talk to a few technical experts on this, and I've heard kind of a range of things. But kind of based on my understanding, it certainly does seem like that if there wasn't distillation, that China would be further behind, probably by like a few months or so.
Do you think it makes more sense, like if we were to start to do a sort of like cooperative, like worldwide organization for regulating AI, that it would be led by like the governments of like China, the US, or would it be sort of like a collection of like, you know, top engineers from Chinese labs and American labs?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's hard to say. I think there's really no way to do it without having US and Chinese government involvement. My guess is this might look less like the United Nations and more like a more classic arms control treaty. Like kind of like the US we were like bitter adversaries with the Soviet Union, but nonetheless we agreed to put some limits on nuclear weapons, and we developed these deals and we developed ways to verify that we're following the deals. I think kind of similarly, like we're not going to be China's best friend at any point, but like the US and the Chinese government might nonetheless decide that there's like certain places that neither of them want AI to go. Certain like importance of control of your systems, like important capabilities you may want to more carefully manage. And I think it's possible the US and China might develop some sort of deal in that case, but they would have to be able to verify it. They would have to be able to trust it. And I think that can really only come from direct government to government engagement.
Yeah, yeah. What about the use of like NVIDIA compute and remote compute? Is the use of remote compute legal? And like, what can we do to sort of like discourage this behavior?
Yeah, so my understanding is the use of remote compute is completely legal. I think that it's probably not in the US's national interest to have Chinese companies training large frontier models on American linked compute in Southeast Asia. So there has been a bill, the Remote Access Security Act, that would try to place more restrictions on that. I think failing that, the US government could have more know your customer laws around this compute, where the compute providers, the compute providers are American companies, so they could be instructed to try to do more to understand who is using their compute and like what workloads are they running, and then like maybe they could selectively choose to allow some workloads and not others. I think it does really come downstream to the fact that Chinese chips are just not very good. The chips are lower quality than NVIDIA, than Google TPUs. They're also just like not made in sufficient quantities. There's only hundreds of thousands of them being produced each year, as opposed to millions, if not tens of millions of Western chips. And so the main way that China can even stay on the frontier is by using Western chips remotely, or by smuggling chips. And so China has developed really strong smuggling networks in order to illicitly acquire compute in violation of US export controls. And I think if we could better tighten both of those routes, you would just like kind of like see significantly less Chinese AI progress.
Yeah, totally.
So China has been making some progress on their own compute. Like, for example, the supposed 1 gigawatt ZAI data center, which seems like really it's a data center with the goal of eventually expanding to 1 gigawatt.
Yeah. Yeah, my understanding is that the 1 gigawatt data center was basically mathematically impossible. I think they certainly have 1 gigawatt of energy, and they certainly have the aspiration to eventually use it. Like a 1 gigawatt data center is the same size as like the biggest American data center. I think like Colossus 2 has like just barely under 1 gigawatt of actual chips running. But if you had a Chinese 1 gigawatt data center, it would be using hundreds of thousands of Huawei chips, and there just aren't hundreds of thousands of Huawei chips for one company to use. Like I said, their production is not good enough. So then my guess, I think it was reported that they had like a few clusters of 10,000 chips. But that would be like less than 100 megawatts. So like there's probably just a lot of spare power that's not actually being used to run AI systems. Additionally, the Chinese chips are also much less energy efficient. So in order to match an American 1 gigawatt data center, they would actually need like a 2 gigawatt Chinese data center with Chinese chips due to the energy efficiency penalty. But yeah, I really kind of don't believe that there is an operational 1 gigawatt data center in China, and there's certainly like no evidence or indication that exists, and there's just like a lot of evidence that it doesn't.
That headline caused ZAI stock to pop like 37% yesterday. Not investment advice.
Wow. Yeah. I think that's crazy. I was probably like pretty irresponsible for what was it, Bloomberg? I forgot who reported it too, but they like ran it based on an anonymous source. And my bet is the anonymous source was probably just someone at Z.ai who was kind of just like trying to be like, look, we bought a 1 gigawatt energy source and we would love to put chips on it, and just kind of really got misinterpreted from there.
Yeah. So do you think, go on.
What is your timeline for China actually getting a data center with the same amount of effective compute as the largest US data centers today, like Colossus?
Are you talking about when they would catch up to where Colossus is now, or when they would actually like match or overtake the United States?
Both.
Yeah, I mean, right now I'm kind of skeptical they would ever match or overtake the United States. I think our just build out is going at a much faster pace, and we do just have a lot of compute advantage. And I don't think China can really catch up to that. Maybe by like 2035 or 2040, that may be possible, but it's kind of like wild to think where American AI might be at that point. I certainly think China does have what it takes to build a 1 gigawatt data center, but I think they're going to need much more chip production. I think that will have to come over the next like 5 years or so. So it like might not be until 2030 where they would have enough chips, like domestically produced chips, that is. Of course, they certainly could maybe try to do a 1 gigawatt data center just out of smuggled American chips, but they would have to smuggle over 1 million chips. Right now, they're smuggling hundreds of thousands of chips. And again, this is for all of China. It's not just for one company. So like it's still kind of being split 4 ways among the 4 Chinese companies. So unless the government is gonna like join forces and build one government project data center, yeah, it just like doesn't seem like there's a lot of realistic paths to China matching the US's build out.
Yeah.
Well, it's been great having you on, Peter. As usual,
Thanks so much,
for
Peter.
coming on MTS.
Yeah, thanks for being here. Looking forward to the next time.
Yes, much more to come.
Absolutely. Much more to come. And
Bye for now.
We'll be right back. are live. I am live with Hasib Qureshi, Sophia Du, of course. Hasib is a managing partner at Dragonfly. He has written extensively about cryptography, distributed systems, open source networks, AI models, the political economy of decentralized technology. So welcome, Hasib.
Thanks for having me. How's it
So
going?
It's no surprise. The first thing we want to talk about today is cyber risk, especially given the recent, Hugging Face dilemma. So something that stands out, I guess, about this dilemma was that it was like GLB was an open source model that was able to actually do some of the cyber defense against this like rogue OpenAI model that was being like cybersecurity tested. So what are some of your thoughts around this? And what does this mean for open source and the importance of it?
Yeah, no, I mean it's kind of a perfect case study because the sequence of events was that Hugging Face announced the security vulnerability that they were remediating against a week before this coordinated release about what actually happened. All they knew is that it was some kind of super sophisticated cyber attacker that was clearly LLM driven, moved laterally through their systems, was basically like tearing through their infrastructure in a way that they had not seen with previous kinds of attacks. So a few things to note. One, Hugging Face felt this was so extraordinary that they wanted to publish something about it without really knowing that much more about like who the attacker was or anything like that. Clearly, they didn't know yet that it was OpenAI when they published the thing a week ago. And they were it seemed like the reason why they were publishing this was largely as one, obviously a sort of a vulnerability announcement that like, hey, we've been compromised and like we're just letting everybody know. But clearly they did it to kind of score a point by talking about the fact that in order to defend against this LLM-driven attack, they needed an open source model because the closed source models were not allowing them to get past their safety filters.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a, part of the whole Alex Karp, like, hey, it's so important to be able to own the models and own the data and not have to rely on a third party that can shut you off whenever they want. I think clearly if they knew that it was OpenAI and if OpenAI knew that they had done this, they would not have wanted this to be the story because this story clearly vindicates that there's always a balance between attack and defense. And the fact that, look, Hugging Face, obviously an enormously important company in the realm of AI, multi-billion-dollar valuation, they're not good enough to be in Project Glasswing. They're not good enough to be on the, GPT 5.6 safety, whatever it's called, initiative, which meant that, okay, if they're not in, how many other people who have valuable infrastructure are not in that system? So all of this is to say the centralized approach of, okay, we are going to top down decide JP Morgan's in, Walmart's in, we're going to pick one by one every single company that's important enough to get access to these defensive tools and everybody else is on their own. This was a perfect example of like, look, when you actually needed it, when you had the most powerful AI system that went rogue on the internet, the person that was the actual victim was not in the set.
Yeah.
That tells you everything you need to know is that there is no top-down way to be able to distinguish the attackers and the defenders ex ante.
Yeah, there's no top-down way to be able to distinguish that. And I would love if we could just unpack that a bit more. So I know we're personal friends. We have a little bit of a background together. And previously used to work together within the distributed ecosystem space, then the Ethereum ecosystem space as well. And this conversation around top-down versus bottoms-up, especially when it comes to AI safety, is a huge piece. I think a lot of people right now, as we're having those conversations, it's okay, let's have this top-down coalition of the top frontier labs and ensure that they have all of the defense and tools and make sure the governments have them. But as we just saw, this is not ended up not actually working out in practice. And so curious to get your perspective on what's the most effective way at ensuring we're protected.
So look, I am sympathetic to the concept that if you are building a frontier level offensive weapon, which effectively is what Mythos is. That's presumably whatever this unreleased model that, OpenAI said that this is a new model. It sounds like it hasn't been safety trained. So this is probably like some unfinished artifact of a model that is maybe closer to a base model that basically they let rip and that broke out of the container and then ended up taking on Hugging Face. It seems correct that, okay, these kinds of models should not be openly released until they are one, trained for safety, and also until you do some kind of basically like Project Zero type disclosure regime of, when we get a new generation, a lot of new bugs get surfaced that probably should go get fixed first before we just let it rip. I think there's a lot of critical infrastructure. We're talking about like, startups effectively, right? Hugging Face is a startup. Like obviously it's great, but it's nothing like, the water supply or the power grid or some of these other systems that probably need to get hardened first before you are letting out these kinds of systems into the wild. And obviously this is the spirit behind something like Project Glasswing, is that, when Mythos was released, the idea was, let's give some advance notice to the parties that really can harden some of their critical infrastructure before we let it loose on the rest of the world. Now, this type of purely controlled rollout only works in a world where you have a monopoly. If you don't have a monopoly, as it's now clear that the US labs do not, right? We now have Kimi.
Kimi K3.
It's very clear that Kimi K3 clearly has Mythos level capabilities with respect to cyber. Now, they didn't talk about using Kimi. They used GLM, which they could self-host. Kimi hasn't released the weights yet, but presumably within a few days. Supposedly, I think July 27th, they're supposed to release the weights. By then, it will now be that you have frontier level offensive and defensive capabilities in the hands of everybody. So it's sort of like, look, there's a certain point at which everybody has an AK-47. And when everybody has an AK-47, like the reality is that the regime of we are going to decide who gets the guns doesn't work anymore. That is not a move available to you on the chessboard. And so it does become imperative then that probably the US government, we've talked a lot over the last week or so about what should the government do. I think the answer largely is that the government needs to get into a Project Zero type initiative and basically say, look, this stuff is going everywhere. The scale of background radiation of cyber attacks is going to increase tenfold, 20-fold, 100-fold. It's just become really, really cheap to attack everything. And what we need to do is not just start banning things, because it's not going to do anything. Saying that, okay, Americans can't have guns, therefore no one's going to shoot us when we go overseas doesn't really work. And I don't know, it's a tortured analogy given the way cyber works. So I think what that means, the US government basically needs to start playing the role of being the protector of civilian infrastructure and going in and using their own compute spend to make sure that as much civilian infrastructure is as safe as possible, and not just completely defer to the private sector, which I think the intuition is right that if you just leave it to the private sector, they will underinvest in their own security.
Yeah, totally. So something really fascinating, I guess, is just like kind of this cultural difference, because we have Mythos and then we have Kimi, and let's say they don't really differ too much in cyber capability. How is China thinking about cyber defense then and cyber capabilities? I wouldn't argue they're not taking it seriously, right? But they obviously have a very different attitude if they're totally fine with open sourcing a model this capable.
Yeah. So the first thing I'd say is that it's very hard to tell what China's thinking. And this was a lot of the conversation around the weekend that people were talking about, should we be banning these models? Should we be allowing these models? Like, why is China doing this? Up until very recently, Chinese leadership had not said very much about their AI strategy, other than that they wanted to have AI, and even among the top labs. So obviously, ZPU, everything they were doing was open source, or I should say open weight, not open source. With Alibaba, some of the Quen models, like the mid-sized Quen models, were obviously open, and they were top of their field in terms of that weight class. But their biggest models were not actually open weight for Quen. They announced that their most recent model is going to be open weight, but their previous ones were not. Kimi before obviously was a very good model, but it was not frontier level. It was clearly not at the class of the most capable and most expensive models. This is a first. Having a frontier level model that they are going to release the weights openly is really weird. And this also happened within a day of Xi Jinping announcing, for the first time, explicitly describing a strategy that he wants Chinese labs to be open weight. And if you remember, there was this big shakeup at the Alibaba Quen team where a bunch of people got fired and there was a big restructuring. And people assumed this was because they were going to move away from open weights. Because, what's the business model? How are they going to make the money back? But no, it seems like increasingly the story is that China wants to go open weight by and large. And if this is true, this is a surprising move. It's not surprising if you think in terms of how China thinks about solar panels or how they think about EVs. They very much always have thought about extreme price competition, sometimes over competition, right? So one of the things people talk about is that like there's some degree of over competition in China where none of the EV companies are making money. They're all losing money, which is very weird for an entire industry, everyone to be losing money. But it is one way to do industrial policy that allows an entire sector to grow relative to other sectors of other countries. So China is a big believer in manufacturing and growth and advancement, right? So if they're taking this view now that like, well, you know what? I don't really care if any of the labs are profitable. You don't need to be profitable. I just want you to grow and I want you to expand the reach of the Chinese internet and so on.
Yeah, you hinted towards something around the timing of this, right? Kimi K3 was last week. We're going to have DeepSeek V4 also in a few weeks. The weights Kimi K3 coming out July 27th. I'm curious if you have any insight here. What do you think this timing is actually strategic?
So I don't know about the timing per se. I think Quen announcing that their newest flagship, the really large model, is going to be open was almost certainly a response to Kimi.
Yeah.
I'm sure DeepSeek is also feeling that, is that, it used to be that DeepSeek was the one that we were really afraid of, and then DeepSeek kind of became this low-cost provider. Like their models were not quite as at the frontier anymore relative to when, DeepSeek V2 originally came out. The weird thing about all of this, and I think if you really understand China, if you know China well, the weird thing about all of this is that this is, from an industrial policy perspective, it's very Chinese. From a social policy perspective, it's extremely not Chinese. China historically has been one of the most restrictive about the openness of information, right? They obviously have the Great Firewall. They don't have open internet access within China. They have very strong restrictions on social surveillance, social media. They have video game curfews. They have, strong restrictions on what can be shown on television, what can be live streamed. Even AI models. If you want to release an AI model in China, there is a battery of tests that you have to pass to allow your application to be released domestically that involve, social and political alignment, what you say about the party. It's why people always talk about like, oh, the Chinese models, they always, they ask them about Tiananmen Square and they say some weird, non-answer or whatever. And the reason why is that it's by law, you have to pass this set of tests to release your model domestically in China. If you don't do that, you're not allowed to. So them saying, you know what, we are just going to let it rip. We're going to let anyone use any model they want. And consequences be damned. It's very not Chinese from a social perspective, because almost certainly this is going to lead to a lot more cybercrime. It's going to lead to a lot more hacks and scams and social engineering. And it's going to lead to, of course, a lot of people removing there's a term of art called obliteration, which is when you remove the safety filters on an open weight model. There's going to be a lot of obliterating of these Chinese frontier models, which will remove whatever safety filters they have, as well as remove any social filters they have. And so if you're Chinese, you can now get access to, without too much difficulty, a model that will just answer questions about everything, that will produce pornography, that will produce whatever it is that you want. So I think my guess is that we are going to see vacillation from China. I think right now they see how scared Americans are, and they love that. I think everything that we are doing domestically is feeding into China's desire to be like, yeah, totally, we should keep doing this. But I think when they see the domestic consequences, because China is not inured to this, like they have a much bigger population than we do. When they see the social dysfunction, that everybody being able to use whatever model they want and loosening some of the grip that the CCP has over the Chinese citizenry and Chinese culture as a result of AI, I think they're going to change their viewpoint on this. That's my prediction.
Yeah, that is fascinating. Do you know much about the actual adoption rates of LLMs in China? Because it seems like this could hint towards them not really taking it very seriously from a social perspective, or them seeing it obviously very differently than a lot of us are here.
So right now in China, there's a few models that people use. So first of all, I'll say I'm not an expert, but my understanding is that there are models that people use largely distributed through Tencent and Alibaba. So it's kind of like us, the vast majority of Americans, I think it's like 2% of people pay for AI. Right. And most people use just the free version. Same thing is true in China. Vast majority of people are using free models from Tencent and Alibaba. They use chatbots for largely the same reasons that we do. If you remember when OpenClaw was going super viral earlier this year, it was going much more viral in China than it was in the US.
Oh, wow.
So China, I think you see the same thing in China and in India. the rhetoric around AI is actually much more positive than it is in the US.
Totally.
And
yeah, totally.
it's I think it's both a cultural and a technological inflection toward new things, being early adopters, trying to learn about what's happening at the frontier. I think Americans kind of have this inbuilt skepticism and almost incuriousness about new things. They sort of assume the new thing is probably going to make things worse, and that it's, you know, the past is better, or the past is better than the future. Whereas I think in India and China, the cultural assumption is the opposite, that the future is going to be better than the past. And I think in large part it's because they've seen that, right? Over the last 50 years, they've gotten super rich.
Yeah.
And the past was really bad and the future looks really good. And in the US, we're like, well, we were, you know, the story that at least we tell ourselves that, oh, the 70s was great and the 90s were wonderful. And then the 2000s, we got the internet and it all got bad. And then, you know, now we have, you know, whatever ills of society and plummeting birth rates and blah, blah, blah. So I think these kind of cultural meta narratives get layered over the underlying technology. And so I think in China right now, my guess is that if the CCP goes through with this strategy, probably the way they're thinking about it is that, look, we're going to release open models. If you're a Chinese company, like, look, you're still under the rubric of our social surveillance, which means that if you try to do some fine-tuned, obliterated model that like just spreads misinformation or whatever, does bad things, we'll find you, we'll track you down, and we'll throw you in jail. And we have confidence that we can do that for Chinese citizens. If that's happening outside of China, oh well, you know, you guys do this yourselves, go police your own citizens, you know? And so like, if we're causing trouble for people outside of here, maybe you should have been Chinese. I don't know. So, you know, so sorry, too bad. But like, we have a very strong regime within China that allows us to control what applications get launched and which ones don't, and to attribute that to individuals very effectively. Even if in the US you don't have that, and as a result, what we're doing is much more disruptive to you than it is to us.
Isn't this similar to TikTok then? Because they also have sort
Plausibly.
of like content guardrails for their own like domestic like social media, but then they're just kind of like, you know, let the slop consume them, or they just are hands off, right? Like they just don't care.
Yeah, I mean, I think the argument from the US has been that like China is intentionally controlling the TikTok algorithm to corrupt the youth or whatever, which obviously, you know, every generation is convinced that the youth is getting corrupted by whatever the thing of the day is. And so now, you know, with the divestiture of TikTok, now we can't really make that argument anymore because now it's not, you know, China's not in control of it. But you know, China has always had a very tight grip over domestic culture, right? So like, you know, there's very famous bans on education companies, video games. You know, like I remember when the big story was that like they were banning video games to be played for more, I think it was like 2 hours or 3 hours or something for people under 18, which like in America would be inconceivable levels of social control. Totally. And in China, they're just like, yeah, no, sorry, we decided, it's over.
Yeah, definitely. I am curious, though, to also get your concrete perspective on frontier cyber models. Like, in this world where they could fully circulate freely, how does that affect global cybersecurity as a whole? Do you see this being, you know, a potential threat down the line?
Yes. Obviously, yes.
And to who specifically,
I'd say,
too?
yeah, I mean, I think this is going to be a COVID-like situation in the private sector. Is that, I mean, the public sector too. I mean, there was just a story about, what was some country, it was like Bulgaria or something, that like had all their land records deleted by some, you know, AI hacker. I think you're going to see just this enormous uncovering of all the vulnerabilities that have been hiding in plain sight for all this stuff. And I think we're going to go through this kind of herd immunity period that the very best companies, and I think all of this is good reason to think like, hey, you kind of want to do an audit of your personal surface area with respect to technology and migrate your own life and your own systems toward the more and more robust and the kind of companies that are spending a lot on security. I think people don't really think about this that much today. They're going to be thinking about this a lot very, very soon. Is that like just the rate at which you're going to see stories of companies getting hacked, cyber ransoms, all this kind of stuff is going to accelerate like crazy. Now, I don't know that there's going to be much of a policy response to it, to be honest. I'd love to see one, but I think it just doesn't rate. I think like Americans are so, they just don't care at this point. They've like just kind of they've had so many of these things over the last few years. They've just learned that like, well, you know, the stock really doesn't really go down. Okay, my passport has been leaked like 50 times in the last 3 years. Probably nothing's going to happen. It's like, I suspect that the place where people will actually get animated and there will be a real policy response will not be companies getting hacked, but individuals getting hacked.
Yep.
It will be when you start to see the level of social engineering and spear phishing, just like 10x, like at industrial scale, where your grandma is just getting bombarded with, you know, Chinese hackers, like just coming at him or her from every possible angle. And like when you have grandmas losing money or getting their identities stolen or whatever, that's when people start to care.
Yeah.
So that's my prediction of where we're going with this.
100%. And I feel like one of the industries that this is going to affect the most is crypto. It's this giant honeypot that if you're an agent and you can figure out how to attack a smart contract, you get this giant honeypot. You saw this with Hugging Face when there was some reward at the end of the day. An agent will be more incentivized to go for the reward instead of what the user desired or what they were prompted to actually do. And so I'm curious how you see this actually playing out as someone who is deeply involved in the crypto space and see the future direction going. Is this going to be a big threat for the future of smart contracts?
Yeah, it's a good question. So I actually think that people were very worried about this a couple months ago when you saw GLM 5.2 get released and the cost of cyber attacks just going way, way down. And there was a month in crypto where there were these two very large hacks. Something like $500 million was stolen in the span of a month. So this was April this year, where people start to get really worried, like, oh my God, is this the end of DeFi? Is this permanently closing the door on smart contracts being a secure way in order to custody assets? And actually what we've seen since then is the rate of hacking has gone way down, which is very surprising. And it kind of shows that actually now this year is on track to be a pretty normal year for total losses in DeFi. And the big question is, okay, why? What happened? I thought we were going to this like crazy acceleration moment, and instead things have calmed way down. And I actually wrote a thread about this recently, is that there's two things that explain this. One is that the vast majority of the hacks that are continuing to take place in DeFi, the hack size on average is getting smaller and smaller with every passing year. Now the dollar amount is actually remaining relatively consistent, but the hack size is getting smaller. What does that tell you? It tells you that most of the hacks are concentrating into small projects. These are kind of these, you know, early startups. They don't really have security budgets. It's kind of these, you know, mom and pop shops that are getting broken into, you know, these kind of roving bandits of hackers that are just going into these poorly defended doors. And all of that speaks to, oh, actually the big protocols, you know, the Aves and the Uniswaps and the things that have billions of dollars that are held inside of them, they're actually very, very well defended because they can afford to AI harden their smart contracts. And so the reality is that actually these are very sophisticated companies. They are, you know, they're living in the frontier. They're crypto companies. Obviously, they're technologically sophisticated. The places where you have to be the most worried, because increasingly we see that there's actually a balance between attacking and defending with AI. Because the reality is defending with AI is the exact same thing as attacking. If you can tell your AI, hey, go break my system, it will find the bugs, right? Like that is just, it's the same task.
But attacking, they only need to do once.
Correct. That is very true. But the difference now is that the intelligence is uniform, and that's actually very important. So what do I mean by that? Before, let's say that you had North Korean, state level attackers, right? Okay, these guys are smart, they're scrappy, they might be able to figure out something you've never thought of to attack you, which means that just because you have spent a lot of money trying to defend your systems, you may not have thought of the thing that they're going to do, right? But if you have the same AI that they do, then actually there's nothing their AI is going to think of that your AI is not going to think of. And so as long as you spend enough tokens, you will actually exhaust the search space of everything that AI can think of, right? And so if North Korea and, let's say, I don't know, China and Russia are all trying to attack your smart contract, and they're each spending $1 million to try to attack your smart contract, they're going to find the first $1 million worth of ideas available to GLM 5.2, right? Well, if you spend $2 million, literally, they will never come up with a single idea that you haven't thought of. And that is actually, like, the reality is it didn't work that way in the past. Is that if North Korea thought of something you never thought of, it's not about budgets. It's not about how much money you're spending. It's that actually there was uncorrelated intelligence. Now all intelligence is correlated, which collapses the need for a security budget. It really is actually a dollar competition. Now, if North Korea and Russia and China all work together and banded their resources, okay, then you might be fucked. But obviously in the world that we actually live in, you have uncoordinated attackers and coordinated defenders. So that's why I say, actually, in retrospect, the balance between attackers and defending is actually pretty reasonable, which means that the very secure protocols, the very large protocols, the very sophisticated protocols might actually be very, very secure today. The thing that I'm much more worried about, like I was saying before, is either one, small startups, or two, old infrastructure.
Yeah.
That is
Not
very
being
difficult to
enough.
upgrade and very difficult.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Yeah, no, that's a super interesting point because I think people aren't talking about that piece enough, about the defense side of things. You're just hearing about the attack, but as intelligence starts to become the same level playing field, it really just becomes a dollar spend. And so as you have more and more people who are coordinating their defense, it actually creates more robust systems. I love that take. Well, Hasib, I know we are at time, but I did want to thank you for coming on today and talking to Sophia and I, the two Sophias. There's so much that we unpacked today in today's conversation.
Thanks so much,
Thanks for having
Hasib.
me.
Always a blast.
See you
And we'll
guys.
be right back with MTS.
back with Steve Ho, who's the head of research at Silicon Data. Previously, he was at Bloomberg, UMich, ETH Zurich, and UVA. So Steve,
ETH, not ETH.
ETH. I outed myself as a pleb there. I'm not a Swiss university knower, unfortunately. Well, welcome back to MTS.
Right. Well, thank you very much for having me back.
Absolutely. So much is going on in AI. It's hard to know where to start. I guess we can start with reports of new data center construction all over the place. So just today, for example, we had like 3 big announcements. We had SpaceX AI announcing a new data center in Texas. We had Anthropic announcing a big partnership with AMD to build out compute capacity. And we had, I believe, OpenAI also announced a new data center project, Camellia. So huge day. It seems like the compute build out is just so fast and so large. Like, do you think there's any risk that there will not be enough demand in order to generate the revenue to be able to build out that compute?
I mean, that is literally the $1 trillion question, right? And nobody, I think, really knows for sure exactly when that demand supply will cross. But as far as we can tell at the moment, demand seems to be growing exponentially and supply is growing linearly. And I think there is a difference, right, between announcements of new data centers and actual construction. I'm sure everyone has heard at this point. There is always a lag, and and there's all this announced build out the number of megawatts, but the actual power available, actually is much more limited. If you look into next year, I think we are still okay, but you look into like the year after and so on, there's basically just no power. So I don't know how many of these announcements actually will materialize when, but at the moment, the fact that there is desire for more capacity to come online seems entirely unsurprising, given I think just the demand is growing so rapidly.
So, like, for example, OpenAI now has $750 billion of projected compute spend through 2030.
Yeah.
They are probably going to make something in the realm of, what, 50, 60, 70 billion dollars of revenue this year. So they'd have to grow revenue pretty substantially just to meet their obligations on compute. Not to mention, of course, everything else that they spend money on, research, R&D, talent, office space, and everything else. So
yeah, that's an interesting thing, right? I mean, like I do wonder at what point we're going to start transitioning, away from this, whole idea of funneling the, so to speak, demand of compute through these 2 labs, right? OpenAI and Anthropic. Obviously, right now there seem to be about like 50% of the demand is funneled through them, and they are making money. It remains to be seen whether or not there is sufficient profitability and whether or not, or in aggregate, those things are actually enough to actually support the overall capex. A lot of which, obviously, is actually ultimately funded until recently by the free cash flows of the hyperscalers and now debt issuance and equity issuance. I'm still waiting to see that broadening of the financing.
They seem to have expanded into debt to some extent, right?
Yeah, and not just broaden in terms of financial instruments. I mean the economic parties involved, right? The stakeholders, the whole idea of enterprise adoption. Now that AI has sort of seen this transition towards more and more like inference demand, and inference is going to become ultimately a much, much bigger portion of the overall AI compute demand, you would expect that there will be more of an organic, more virtuous cycle of corporate adoption, of enterprise adoption of AI, and the CapEx, OpEx, right? A company corporate OpEx will pay for AI, which then will generate only a return on investment, within the workflow of corporate enterprises. And that will become the new paradigm. But at the moment, it seems to be still very, very lumpy, and it's mostly sort of big data center, big build out by sort of a few familiar players.
So another big topic this week has been Chinese models. There's
Mhm.
Kimi K3, which just came out recently. There's accusations
Yeah.
of distillation. Really, I'm kind of interested in the market movements of the two AI labs that we have, Chinese AI labs that are public, which are ZAI and Minimax. Obviously, none of this is investment advice. This is not financial advice. But ZAI, for example, I believe ZAI stock rose like 37% yesterday on news that they had built a 1 gigawatt compute cluster, even though it seems unlikely that they actually did complete a 1 gigawatt compute cluster. And it's sort of been swinging like wildly over the last stretch of time. It's, it went up 1200x from January to June. It fell substantially from June to July, even though ZI came out with GLM 5.2, which is a really good model, and then it fell further when Kimi K3 came out. So, like, how do you explain some of these like price movements in ZAI stock? Like, what is the market thinking?
I really don't know what to actually think of it. I think it is very interesting that Alibaba, for example, owns a substantial part of Moonshot, which is behind what launched Kimi, and Alibaba's stock has been struggling still, right? I mean, came up a little bit recently, but then it's been a bit subdued. And if you look at year to date, the chart does not look like a stock that's actually being rewarded for being involved with AI and having all this compute and so on. And to the extent that you compare Alibaba with even like the US hyperscalers like Amazon, even though the hyperscalers have been not doing that well, they're going sideways, at least not being punished, going down just secularly. I think the Zhipu stock, the ZAI stock, I mean, year to date is up like 10 times or something, or 8 times. So a bit of fluctuation at this point. If anything, I'm a bit surprised it's not participated or acted more sympathetically with the rest of the AI complex in the US, right? So I'm not sure I will read too much into it, other than the fact that this is a pure thematic, pure AI bet that symbolizes what's happening in the open AI space. Oh, sorry, open model space.
Right.
Yeah.
And what about Oracle, for example? Oracle had like an incredible run on its stock from 2022 to 2025, but it peaked in September 2025, and it's down about 60% since then. Also not investment advice.
Yeah, I mean, Oracle, I think, has been a classic example of how market really has been punishing and just been very, very highly skeptical of this whole debt-financed AI build-out, right? And, you've had all these, you've had basically the first tier, you have the hyperscalers, and you have, the neoclouds from, the bottom up, and then you have Oracle that's somewhere in between, almost quasi-hyperscaler. And, you look at the stock, the way it has been, punished since basically September of last year, which we peaked. It's just been absolutely brutal. And also you can see that in the CDS as well. I think market, if you look at what's happening in the Oracle, I think it's a reflection that generally speaking, there's just still this general skepticism about whether or not serving AI models or data centers is actually fundamentally a good business model. Is it actually good economics, right? And I think there's still a lot of doubt, generally, especially when you take financing into consideration. So at some point, right, we'll see a resolution of this question. But at the moment, it seems like this is where market has settled on.
Do you see a world where AI continues to rapidly advance in capabilities and these companies just like don't make their money back somehow? Like, is that really possible?
I mean, it depends on what you mean by which these companies, right? Like there are multiple layers. Jensen has his famous 5-layer cake, starting from energy at the bottom, or maybe, I don't know, maybe raw materials all the way up to application layer. And in between, you've got model, you've got compute, you've got everything else. And I think this, open waste models, when it came out, I think the sharpest, read everyone has at this point is that the model layer seems to be basically a bit commoditized, right? At least that's goes to fear, right? If I would imagine, right, that if the two labs were publicly traded, you'd be surprising if their stock did not, sort of see some pretty adverse, impact. So I think basically, I think a reasonable read is that some rent has shifted away from the model layer towards the compute layer or the user layer. Overall, though, I think American companies are worldwide known to be pretty good at making money. So I'll be surprised if the participants in this sphere do not ultimately manage to benefit, especially given that there is an enormous amount of benefit from increasing returns to the scale. So the hyperscalers are probably going to be sitting on this news pretty favorably. Like they don't care, right? Like if you are Bedrock, if you're Amazon, you can serve closed model, you can say open model. If anything, open models already give you better economics on the margin side.
Do you think that there is a real business model for open weight Chinese labs? Like if they are essentially giving their product their R&D away for free, like how can they make money? Is it just because people can't like host their own software for the most part? Like, and some people can, like you can have like neo clouds running Kimi on their own weights or on their own compute clusters, and then they can compete directly with Moonshot on margins. So like how will they make money?
I mean, long run, I don't really think the business strategy for these open models is to remain free forever, right? I mean, lots of stuff can start out being free. I remember like the early days of Uber and Lyft. In order to grab market share, they were very generously subsidizing, drivers and riders. I think there were even periods when you could ride for next to free, or maybe even being paid to ride, right? In order to acquire users and grow their network. I don't consider this fundamentally all that different. It's not really open source in that these models don't really allow you to contribute back into the weights. You just download the weights and you serve the models, and you become a user. In the long run, I would imagine that open will gradually become just cheap, right? You would charge a very low price for maybe license, one way or another. It's unclear to me how long the Chinese open weight models will remain a factor in the US AI ecosystem, given the geopolitical tensions and all this talk about trying to not allow AI models, Chinese AI models to be used in the US, especially for enterprise use. But a long run though, I see open weights models or open models, cheap models being pretty prevalently available in the US, even from just US sources. It's not difficult. You're already seeing a lot of open models in the US surfacing, and you not take much for even for the closed labs to distill their own models to just come up with like a cheaper version of a less capable model. And are we expecting over the next 12 to 18 months, a lot of open models to actually come out in the US? Who knows what's going to happen to the Chinese models? But I would expect the Chinese models to also gradually start charging, especially as the Chinese economy, recovers, and also, Chinese companies change their behaviors. Because historically, the challenge with a lot of the Chinese models is that Chinese enterprises are not used to paying for SaaS. They don't like to pay for software. I don't know if that's the thing you were familiar or not. Like in China, nobody pays for corporate software. Everyone just sort of gets stuff in one way or another for free. So because of the lack of that type of revenue, the only use case for a lot of these AI models is for consumer use, which is like a chat companion or whatever, which is probably not enough. So you try to find a market overseas where you can charge a higher premium margin and premium anyway. But longer term, it's hard for me to imagine that these things will remain "quote unquote" free, completely free forever. So,
do you think that the U.S. government or Chinese government will interfere in some way to prevent Chinese companies from open sourcing their models to be downloaded by American users? Both governments have talked about it.
I mean, the analogy I often like to go to is the BYD and Tesla, right? We all know the Chinese EVs are apparently very good. You've all seen
I've
the videos
seen them.
of
I've been in them. They're amazing.
Yeah,
I went to China a few months
really
ago.
amazing.
It's like,
That's
holy
right.
shit.
That's
Like
right.
we just don't have this in America.
That's right. And they're not in the US.
What's the Huawei Maestro? Unbelievable car.
Yeah, I'm jealous that you've actually ridden them. I've not been back in China for quite a few years, and I've not ridden those cars, but they all seem very, very nice, and you get much better bang for your buck. But you don't see them in America. It's not as though like they are legally banned. They just have faced massive amount of I think frictions from being imported into the US. So I imagine like this great decoupling continues, and I would not be shocked, right, if for whatever reason over the next 12 months you have some sort of soft rules around, if you are a supplier to the federal government, if you sort of do business with the federal government, you must satisfy certain safety criteria that happen to exclude certain types of models from China. I don't know for sure, but that seems to be a very, I think, natural direction of travel. Especially if open models, cheap open models become plentiful in the US, and which sort of removes this whole argument about lack of competition, right?
So in a world where we do get a lot of proliferation of open source models, do you think it just like collapses the margins of frontier labs and value will accrue to energy or chip makers or memory or who?
Well, I mean, so first of all, I don't think it collapses the margin of the frontier models. So you think about like in the pharmaceutical industry, right? You have the drug discovery companies, the major pharmaceutical companies, and then you have generic drugs, that always try to create a copy with a bit of a delay because of patent laws and whatever. And obviously, it puts pressure on the margin and is going to prevent price and markup being as high as they would have otherwise been. But nevertheless, right, there is a rent, and there is basically reward and dividends for being first, right? And you earn that rent for a period of time. And I imagine there's going to be a coexistence of multiple types of models. And if you look at enterprise usage of AI today, it's always been, I think, generally speaking, a mix, right? People will route smartly, and with that now, a lot of, I think, smart routing services being available. So low valued, simple tasks will get routed through cheaper models, and higher value tasks, and you probably route it towards the more capable models, and you have this sort of mixture used so that the models are substitutable, and enterprises don't feel that they are entirely beholden to the frontier labs, and become essentially like a legacy application layer. So that's the dynamic that I would expect. So the exact division of profits, is unclear, and with regard to whether or not how much rent then gets squeezed onto the compute layer, and within the compute layer, how much is actually earned by memory versus chip maker and so on and so forth. I mean, that depends a little bit on the individual sectors, entry and exit of supply, how it catches up. I suspect, memory and storage, just given how much data and context of models, is not getting shorter, unless we get some really shocking algorithmic improvement, or for whatever reason, I certainly don't see why storage of data will become slow or grow any slower, in the foreseeable future. So this is probably going to be pretty persistent, supply shortage or crunch. That being said, the stock is priced on second derivatives. It's not priced on the first derivative price. So,
in terms of this future where companies are less beholden to the frontier labs because they're able to just use cheap Kimi or whatever, I can imagine another future where the frontier labs recursively self-improve and they get so much better, and they have like real functional, like drop-in remote worker products, and enterprises would much rather, it seems, spend a lot of money on something that is a, equivalent to a human white collar worker than they would on like cheap Kimi tokens. Seems like they could be more productive that way. And then the labs would become much more competitive, the frontier labs relative to the open source ones.
Well, I hear you. The fact of the matter is this, right? Enterprises today, the adoption remains abysmally small. Very, very low adoption, in part because large enterprises especially has very complex internal workflows, and a lot of times it's not even AI that's preventing efficiency from being implemented. So that in and of itself, even today's less than frontier models, if they could be efficiently implemented, there could be actually enormous efficiency gains, right? So this idea that you just want to always be on the absolute frontier and apply for the most powerful model, it doesn't necessarily, I think, translate for a lot of enterprises. maybe for very specific problems, if you're trying to, literally discover a new drug, if you're trying to crack a new, algorithm or discover a new scientific thing, right? But I think the overall TAM of that specific context is, I wouldn't say it's limited, but it's not the entirety of enterprise, use case, right? So, especially with models keep progressing capability, that today's frontier, close frontier could become tomorrow in a year's time a open models capability, right? So at which point, as that capability, raw capability progresses, you're going to cover more and more of the use cases that are commonplace in a lot of enterprise, at which point it's more about iterating with a cheap model to ensure adoption, more than applying and the most cutting edge and most powerful intelligence.
Right. Well, there's much more to say on this and all kinds of other points, but we are running out of time. So, Steve, thank you so much for coming on MTS to talk about it.
Thank you so much for having me today.
Absolutely. And we'll be right back. We are back in person at the table again with Joe Diamond, who's the CEO of Axonius, which is an asset intelligence company. The asset intelligence platform that unifies data across devices, identities, applications, cloud systems, software, all kinds of stuff. So very interesting. Joe, welcome to MTS.
Thank you. Great to be here.
Yeah, so you guys have some exciting news from earlier this week, right? You guys released the Axonius AI agent, the Axonius MCP server. So can you tell us a little bit about the recent release and what it means for AI agents and cybersecurity use cases? Because cybersecurity is like the big news of the week.
When is it not?
Yeah.
Point, right? that doesn't seem to stop. It's like every day, it's just continuously evolving every moment. But yeah, we continue to evolve with that as well. So probably a good place to start is asset intelligence and what that really is. So asset intelligence is just solving this key notion of making sure that every organization in the world understands what its environment looks like, right? So what are its endpoints, its networks, its devices, its printers, like everything across the board, software applications, SaaS applications, and so forth. When we talk about how it is that it's important to extend to AI agent coverage, that is another notion for us, is like, how do we make sure that every organization understands where every single AI agent is, but also how does it correlate and how can it touch all the different device types and all the different asset classes that we just talked about? How is it interfacing with your software? How is it interfacing with your endpoints and so forth? So we announced and we launched our AI agent capabilities to make sure that we built the foundation for ensuring that you could secure that coverage.
Yeah.
So tell us more about like the fundamental product and business model of the company for our audience.
Yeah, sure. So it is all about, like I said, making sure that you understand where everything is. So our go-to-market is primarily engaging, with the security audience. They have a really big problem that they don't understand what their environment looks like. The thing that I hear most typically from the CISO is that they feel like they have pretty good confidence, like maybe about 50 to 60% of their environment, but 40% of it is kind of like in the dark. They don't know exactly what's out there, and this has actually been driven further by, if I have 40% that I don't know about, and I have all these AI agents out there interacting with things that I don't have visibility into, that's just more exposure, right? That's just extending like what my attack surface looks like. So our primary engagement is around helping folks understand what's out there. And then also, how do you drive action and how do you bring that additional stuff that you don't have covered under control? So you bring it intent so you can actually harden your attack surface.
Right. So is it true that a lot of organizations underestimate the amount of assets that they have?
Almost every single one does.
Right. So is this is this just because there's like so many like very specific assets that just haven't been like categorized, or like what is the root cause behind this?
It's because it's an incredibly hard problem to solve. So it's like, most organizations might try to answer this question at specific layers. So it's not specifically an endpoint problem. It's not specifically a network problem. The reality is it spans both of those things. But you're not going to gain complete visibility from just endpoints, and you're not going to gain complete visibility from just networks. So you have to have sort of like an agnostic layer that sits on top of it, that integrates with all of your systems to tell you everything everywhere.
Yeah.
So if you don't have that, you're just hoping for the best, more or less.
Sure.
What exactly counts as an asset in this context?
There's some variance from organization to organization. A container can be an asset. A printer can be an asset. Your laptop is an asset. Your phone is an asset. In some organizations, like when you look at traditional asset management, this chair might be an asset, right? That's a non-digital version of an asset. But in our case, it's basically anything that is digital, has an IP address, can communicate, with the world. Maybe it doesn't communicate. There's variance, but that is by and large the general definition.
Yeah.
Right.
So
and
go on.
Does your business extend to like retail, for example, and where there are lots of physical assets to be secured?
It depends on what you mean by a physical asset, but we do have capabilities in the IoT and OT range as well. So like when you run into, manufacturing or healthcare scenarios as an example, like those aren't necessarily traditional, like, endpoints per se. Like you can't install an agent on them, but they are connected to the network that is a threat exposure, that, potential that is a component of your attack surface. And you obviously want to make sure that you have visibility over how that's communicating and what's being used across the board for those as well.
Yeah. So what about the whole like category of digital assets? What counts as a digital asset?
Yeah, I mean it's everything that's like connected or non-connected. Non-connected could be things that are like air gapped or segmented networks that aren't allowed to communicate with anything, but you still need that visibility of like what those assets are as well. So it's basically anything that's a connected or unconnected digital device is a part of your footprint.
So cybersecurity has become super salient like in the last couple of months because of Mythos and because of foundational advances in AI models capability to do both offensive and defensive cyber. So have you noticed, for example, like an increase in the amount of cyber attacks to defend against in the last stretch of time?
It continues to evolve. The thing that's probably changed the most is the speed by which these things are moving. So like the new industry buzzword that everyone is using from like a marketing perspective is machine speed. I'm sure you guys are hearing about that constantly from vendors. And like the general consensus and the expectation is that now the defensive side has to be able to move at machine speed as well. So if anything, it's just more, how do we move faster and how do we move from this history where we've been mostly responding to threats, what's called inline. There's basically like we have like a triage list of, hey, here's all of our issues, and one by one you kind of go through and you have someone gather forensics, do a response to each one of those things. You can't, if you have thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, if not potentially millions of incidents, are you going to be able to do that through manual curation? So what's changing is it's forcing our hands in moving to like real automation and real automated response.
Yeah. What kind of digital assets are the most vulnerable or prone to cyber attacks? And then like, what about the issue of like what assets are actually connected to each other? Because I'm sure that also impacts like if you're being hacked, if a hacker can move to a different asset affects something else.
It's not really a matter of like most or least. It's because like, I mean, they always say that the weakest point in the kill chain is the user. Right. So it's like, I don't have to actually own the device if I can own you and I can own your password. You are the weak link in that attack chain. Right. So they're always going to go after that first. But now with what's happening, with AI, it's just going to expose additional vulnerabilities everywhere across every single attack surface. So it just gives them additional threat vectors to target in addition to the social engineering attacks that they're going to go after you with. Right. So just picture the attack surface is getting exponentially larger and larger and larger. I have more to protect. I have an attack surface that I haven't historically understood. I have to deal with this stuff now. So that's another part that we focus on is what's called the exposure management part of our business. How do I make sure that I have an understanding of all the vulnerabilities that exist across all of my different assets, and then I can actually adequately respond to them as well.
That reminds me kind of the XKCD comic that's like, I have it pulled up, a crypto nerd's imagination. His laptop's encrypted. Let's build $1 million cluster to crack it. No good. It's 4096-bit RSA. Blast, our evil plan is foiled. And then what would actually happen? His laptop's encrypted. Drug him and hit him with this $5 wrench until he tells us the password.
That's
Got
pretty much the case. Yes.
Yes. So,
and I don't know that will ever change, by the way. Like we will always be as humans and human nature, like the weak link in any kind of attack chain.
Right. How does Axonius help defend against that as well?
I mean,
or is it just kind of impossible?
It's not that it's necessarily impossible. Maybe I would view it as improbable, but not impossible. Look, it starts at the end of the day. Cybersecurity has always been about fundamentals. It's always been about getting the fundamentals right and making sure that you do the basics. Like you get up in the morning, you wake up, you brush your teeth, you do your hair. Like those are the basics of like getting ready for the day. The same is true from a cybersecurity perspective. Like you need to have the right controls in the right places. And if you are going to allow yourself to not have those right controls in the right places, you're going to get popped.
Yeah. So what were your broad thoughts, I guess, on the recent attack against Hugging Face by this OpenAI model?
That it's not particularly surprising, to be blunt. I don't think everyone I'm talking to isn't particularly surprised either. It's like as these models...
I agree, actually.
Yeah. It's like as they've grown more and more sophisticated, they're going to find creative ways of breaking out of whatever safeguards and whatever controls it is that we have in place. And that's exactly what's happened in the Hugging Face context. So it's in line with exactly what we thought was going to happen, is that it's going to create problems. And it did.
Why do you think neither OpenAI nor Hugging Face were able to successfully defend against this for some time?
When you have, so it sounds like the dwell time, it was like going on for quite a while before they actually
like days.
I think it was even more potentially like a week.
Wow.
So. Right. So it was an extended period of time, at least last I heard. So in terms of the why, like think about when you are a sophisticated threat actor, in this case, this in AI agent, AI agents are going to know as a sophisticated version of an attacker how to hide its tracks, right? Like that's what good threat actors do. They find ways to hide their tracks, right? To leverage known users to look or impersonate or appear as if they are a normal user and so forth, right? So there are all sorts of different tactics that sophisticated deployments of agents and models are going to be able to use in order to basically obfuscate.
So how are you thinking about this at Axonius? Like with your agent, how is your agent going to, distinguish like a potential impersonation of a person versus a person?
For us, we just look at it in the context of an NHI, non-human identity. Like, it's just total visibility, making sure that you have the right safeguards in place, making sure that you have the right sort of like network segmentation in place. So like when things do go wrong, the amount, the blast radius, the things that can be compromised or minimized. But again, what is that? Fundamentals, right? So you kind of have to accept to some degree, like some of these things are going to happen, and you're just taking mitigations and steps to reduce the impact when they do happen.
Do you think that we're headed into a period of some amount of time where cyber offenders have an advantage over cyber defenders? Like, are a lot of people just going to get hacked for the foreseeable future? Or companies, yes.
I think so. I think the offensive side is going to be more sophisticated than the defensive side for quite some time, and that tends to be the case also on the business side, because businesses take a little bit of time to figure out like, how do I adopt this technology? How do I deploy this technology? The CISO community doesn't even have a full understanding in terms of like, what are the different tool options that I have to layer on that are going to even help me from an AI security perspective. So what are they doing? They're turning to the platform players right now, like the large ones, the CrowdStrikes and the Palo Altos of the world, to say, I have this suite of things that I bought from you. Is it going to help me solve these problems? It will help me solve a part of these problems, but there's going to be a part of it that it won't. They don't know how to fully fill the part that it won't. So it's going to take some time. It's going to take some learning, and that is the case with every single attack surface, right? Mobile devices are introduced like, in a meaningful way. iOS as a mobile operating system, that was a new attack surface, right? So you saw a rise of different types of attacks until we got to a place in which that, ecosystem was effectively better hardened.
Yeah. Historically, like how long do these periods take? And do you even see with like, I guess the first few like ChatGPT models when they were first released, that there was any sort of spike in like cybercrime?
I think it's more recently, like in the last like 6 months, that you see the sophistication in the models to the degree that they've become quite prolific. Like from an attacker perspective, the time it's highly variant, because who would have expected even 12 months ago that AI would have moved as quickly as it has? If we were having this conversation 12 months ago, it would not be in the same tone. It would be more in like the theory of the potential. Usually it's been like, oh, hey, like this is going to be, an 18 to 24 to 36 month horizon. This ended up being like a 6 month horizon. So like the rules of the game are kind of feel very different right now. It feels like very turned on its head. So hopefully it's a short horizon where it's like 3 to 6 months. We'll kind of catch up and we'll have a better understanding in terms of like, hey, we actually have to have layers of defenses. We have to have, identity controls, endpoint controls, network controls, an agnostic layer that sits across all of them, that is API based, that brings it all together. And like those things together are our defense in depth that are going to help us harden and protect against AI. But there's no reference architecture for what this looks like right now, right? There's a lot of opinions. There's a lot of different ideas in terms of what good looks like. It's going to take a little bit of time.
So what would your prescription be for enterprises that are trying to secure themselves right now?
Don't make the assumptions of thinking that, just the platform solutions that you have in place are going to be sufficient. Do the exploration of like actually engaging and figuring out like what your problems are, because it's not just an identity problem. It's not just a network problem. It's not just an endpoint problem. We have to do the traditional approach of looking at this as defense in depth, and like making sure that we have layers upon layers of controls that are actually going to serve as our mitigations. Like that is the prescription, and it's not that prescriptive, right? It's not step 1, step 2, step 3, tie your shoes sort of situation. We're going to learn together. The industry's learning together. There's no super clear formula for this right now.
Yeah. So what is like the sort of class of cyber crimes that happen these days? Is it like attacks on data, stealing data, or is it attacks on, is it closer to theft? Like what do we see the most of?
I mean, there's variance there as well. I mean, it's everything from, I'm going to pop you as a user from a social engineering perspective, ransomware type of attacks, like just to extort for money, like those tend to be, pretty common. But now there's a lot of conversations that are happening on intellectual property theft, right? Like, real legitimate IP as a part of these conversations as well. So it more or less runs the gamut. That's not going to change, right? It's just going to be the volume and the sophistication of the attacks gets better, more sophisticated, more robust, and it's you're going to be dealing more with even like the 0-day type attacks as vulns are exposed on things that have been vulns for a very long time that we just didn't know about.
Yeah, totally. So I guess in terms of like types of industries, companies, I assume that it's like older infrastructure that is more at risk. Older sort of like, like web internet infrastructure, smaller companies maybe as well. I'm very concerned about
nonprofits and stuff.
Yeah, the idea of like small companies and nonprofits being targeted. So how do you like, weigh all these different risks?
I don't know if that's necessarily all that true because, a lot of the even sophisticated security programs are going to have very significant issues trying to track and measure a lot of these and gain visibility and controls over these types of attacks. And there's more to lose for these larger organizations theoretically than a smaller organization or a nonprofit, right? So if I am a sophisticated threat actor, like what do I have to gain by going after the nonprofit, right? Like is it just for making a mockery of them, or I just like agree with like their specific initiatives? Like what is the motive, right? It's like whereas like the large brands with deep pockets, there's just clearly a heck of a lot more motivation and a heck of a lot more there and the why. And you can just as frankly, easily, put yourself in a situation where you can take advantage of their security posture as well. Because again, even if you have a very large security team that is relatively sophisticated, you're not fully like ready to deal with this situation. And you can have a conversation with any CISO in the world right now. They're having the same conversation as we are having right now in the exact same way.
So what should AI labs and governments be doing in order to help cyber defenders out like as much as possible in this moment?
Is this the speculation that regulation is the way of addressing this problem?
Well, you could say that the best thing the government could do is get out of the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's honestly, it's unclear. It's a gray area. Is there a right answer? I don't know. What do you think?
I think it would be helpful for like labs to do things like Project Glasswing, which is what Anthropic did, where they gave enterprises access to Mythos before other people.
Yeah. I mean, in that particular case, that worked because like that was the first real example of the models being sophisticated enough to that degree to create that sort of chaos or that sort of problem. But now as like the models become more widespread, where they're all that sophisticated, how do you stop it like when the cat's already out of the bag? Because then the threat actors from like an open source model perspective are going to have similar capabilities, but then the defenders don't necessarily have the capabilities. Right. So it's like, that's why like there's so much gradient in like that gray area there, because it's not that clear. You know what I mean? Like the theory is right. I agree with you, but the actual execution of it is pretty tough. And like, you could go back to the sarcastic comment that I was making about like, oh, is this about like regulation? Like, is that the right approach either? That is also very unclear.
So I guess the other end of this would be like, just accelerate open source and then sort of like, if we, like put the same effort as Chinese labs are behind our open source models domestically, do you think that would be a better like solution from a cybersecurity perspective?
Maybe.
Yeah, I'm very split.
Very split. Yeah, I think it's probably the better thing to do is to let that happen and to let the momentum kind of like move forward organically on that, and like we'll see where it goes. And we tend to, as a world, as an economy, as a capitalistic society, identify that there's big opportunities here, and then vendors typically step in to help solve these specific challenges and problems. We come up with reference architectures to address these problems, and it's a little hairy for a period of time while we figure out exactly what it is that we want to do as an industry together to solve these things. I mean, that's how it's always worked before. You could argue that this technology is so prolific, and it is, that maybe this requires a different model, but time will tell.
Yeah. Are there any other, companies in the cybersecurity space that you're watching?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of interesting folks in the industry that are doing a lot of very interesting things to sort of, but everyone it's very hypothesis oriented in terms of every vendor is going to have to make the argument in terms of like, this is the best in the most right place in the stack to solve this AI challenge. Now, again, my argument is that it's not going to be any one layer. It's going to be multiple together, hence the defense in depth argument. But it's going to be an interesting battle of education and evangelism and sort of like side by side co-developing the right approaches and the reference architectures to get to a place where we actually get to a place where we feel directionally okay.
Yeah. Do you see just more cybersecurity spending in general being the way that we're trending?
I don't think we're seeing more cybersecurity spending yet. And I think it's largely because they're not ready to allocate the dollars because they don't have the confidence that any specific tool or any specific solution is going to actually help them solve this problem. So they're sticking with the, hey, I paid all these dollars to these platform players or my, Microsoft bundle or whatever the case may be. Like, let's see what I can cover with that. What they don't know is like, is that going to give me 30% coverage or 50% coverage, right? So, and then what do I do about that other piece? So
yeah,
I think once the cat's out of the bag in terms of like, hey, this is sort of like the model, the reference architecture that we all want to like standardize off of, then you'll see the security dollars just go up and to the right.
Totally.
Or reallocation, some combination thereof.
Right. Well, before we go, is there anything else you want to say about Axonius, about recent product announcements, recent product releases? Anything you're excited about for the near future?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just excited for the progress that we're making with our customers in terms of, making asset intelligence be AI native and AI first. Getting to a place in which we have agentic approaches, on top of our platform, externalizing all the asset context data that we have that is only available, to us via MCP as well. So you can actually consume that as a part of your frontier models as well.
Yeah,
it's an exciting time. It truly is unprecedented, and we have a lot of upside ahead of us as an industry, and it's going to be fun.
Yeah, well, we're excited for you. Thank you so much, Joe, for coming on.
We're glad you're being proactive about this and thinking about this, very
Absolutely.
proactively.
Thank you. Pleasure, guys.
Yeah. Absolutely. We'll be right back.
We'll be right back with MTS.
Travis, Ben, Theo, Sophia, we're live monitoring the situation. We have an incredible situation to monitor today. Atoms has just launched. Travis, congratulations.
I mean, we launched, but what we talked about today was a partnership probably 15 years in the making. So
Yes.
it's good for that partnership to be a thing and not just an idea. And that's about A16Z and Atoms and really about me and Ben partnering up the way we should have a long time ago.
A long time ago. Yeah, so many regrets about missing it, and so great to correct it.
I feel like we've A16Z has completed its Mount Rushmore of the great founders, and let's actually start there. We talked about the pantheon of great founders. Ben, you've worked with Elon, with Zuck, with a bunch of the other great founders. Talk about what makes Travis so unique as a founder, on that Mount Rushmore, on that pantheon. When you talk, because you've seen him for over a decade now.
Yeah, well, it's really interesting. And by the way, I've kind of known of him all the way back to Scour, which was doing very well, but the Hollywood people, kind of shot it in the head with their lawyers. Yeah. So he's he's been a guy who has just his reputation is both long-lived and amazing. And of course Uber is everybody uses Uber. It's one of the few products that there's nobody who does not or has not used Uber. So that in itself is very unique. But I think Travis himself, the energy level and the understanding of all the parts of the game. So the way, from the way the idea has to be generated to how you assemble the team, to how you organize them to succeed, to how you keep the intensity in the company going, like on a daily, hourly business where there was nobody in Uber that didn't feel Travis. You know what I mean? Like you talk to people there, they're like, they all refer to him. This company was, what were you, 10,000 people? 20,000 people? Yeah. Yeah. And everybody is like, oh yeah, we're in the Travis review. Or, when I talk to Travis or this and that and the other, like to have that kind of presence at that scale is, it's just something that not a lot of founders can do at that kind of turn up intensity and so forth. And we've had many conversations like outside. So if you remove the reputation and just the way he thinks about problems, confrontations, getting out of a hole, how do you get to the future, these kinds of things. I mean, we're talking about one of a very, very, very few founders that exist in reality. So it's a great honor to finally get to work with them.
Well, I want you to do the same for Ben. We'll get to the Atoms business deep dive in a sec. While we're talking about the partnership, you've seen Ben for a long time too. What do you think makes him the most unique? As him and Mark have built this firm.
Now he didn't already say it was the most unique, so now that's a very late question.
No, it's all good. It is funny that Ben, we just went through where we were. I got to listen to myself being talked about in the third person. I'm going to do it to you. Look, guys, I think people know my background and my experience with VCs. And honestly, let's be clear, like almost every entrepreneur's experiences with VCs. And so I got to be honest, like outside of very few folks, an entrepreneur should basically be saying the best VC does no harm. And all cash is green. This is like what you do with like 98% of investors is that is your full aspiration, which is like kind of crazy that that's the case, but I swear to God it's true. And all the real ones know what I'm saying, and it's all good. And that's kind of the thing, is that Ben's a real one, right? And Ben did the thing for real on this side of the table, saw good times, bad times, all the times. And when you cross over, because a lot of VCs were operators once upon a time. Most of them, when they cross over, have retired. They don't say it in their heads. They don't admit it, but they've begun the process of degrading. And that is most definitely not the case with Ben or Mark. And I think it's what makes the firm special, is very, very few 0.1% in the investor category that I want to spend time with, that I would call when something hard is going down or when there's something interesting going on. So you guys don't know. You work with them every day. You're like, yeah, this is just normal. No, it's not freaking normal. Okay. And this is why you guys will never leave A16Z, because it's because of Ben and Mark and how they roll and what they stand for and being real ones.
Yeah.
That's one of the things that we noticed about each other, is like Travis is one of, like, you look at the entrepreneurs that had outcomes like Uber, or like, built companies that size and all that implies, including how much money you make and all that kind of things. And very few, like most of them dropped out of the game. Like there's not that many who go back and start another one. So that's, Elon would be the one that comes to mind, who's willing to like work that hard when he absolutely doesn't have to. And all the, all the other kind of just pain from building a company, which is in the beginning very, very real. It's not a cushy job at all. Yeah.
We were talking about that a little bit the other day, yesterday maybe, was I left Uber and not in, let's say 15, 20,000 people. And then 8 months later, I was running a company of 6 people. First day, like doing the all hands, 6 people. And for me, it felt just as real, just as everything as the big show.
Yeah.
A lot of entrepreneurs will go, dude, you just raised X billions of dollars, or this or that, you just did this big deal, or you just did something important. They're like, man, it must be crazy. Like, what's that like? And this, I'm like, it's the same as your seed round, my friend. And if you're doing it well. Yeah. And sometimes that seed round, depends on what it is, but like the deals don't necessarily get harder, it's just like it's still part of the same game, and yeah, there are different skills as you go along, but it's not like all of a sudden the things that they're doing when you get started are somehow not valuable or not difficult. In many ways, some of those things are harder.
Yeah.
That's the leadership view of it. I'm putting the team together. I'm going to go build something great. Like that's what it is. It's not the other things. And
right. But you imagine, you were saying
not everybody sees it that way.
I don't want to be repetitive on what we already said before, but it was like the 6 people that were there on that first all hands, that is sick. They're like, what? What's up, homie, dude? Like, let's do the thing. Let's go. What's going on? Hey.
Okay.
So you working late tonight? Let's go.
So you spent almost a decade. Let's get to the business. You spent almost a decade revolutionizing transportation.
Yeah.
Now you spent the last 8 years revolutionizing the food industry. We talked about in the other podcast, this sort of, and you're in 30 countries, you're 100 plus facilities, tons of employees. Let's talk about where we are in the progress in terms of the where we want to get to in food, which is healthy food, cheap, at scale. What have we achieved in these 8 years? and what's still yet to go? Where are we right now?
Yeah, so mission on the food side of the business is infrastructure for better food. What it means is industrial real estate for like broad manufacturing and distribution of super high quality meals. It means automated production, so robotics to make it, and robotic couriers to move it to your house. So it's a meal that's prepared, and a high quality meal that's prepared and delivered to you, so efficient, approaches the cost of going to the grocery store. People know that that's going to happen. We know that it's going to happen. We know that in 100 years, there'll be robots that make food. It will be like the Jetsons or something. And most people would be like, yeah, of course, in 20 years. And now the real question is it 5 or is it 10? And we're making the machines that do the production. We're now investing in the couriers that that make for autonomous burritos, boxes on wheels that will take it at temperature directly to you. And remember, when machines make that, when robots are doing it, you get exactly to the gram what you asked for. And what that will mean from a nutritional standpoint on the ingredients that are in your food, knowing what's in your food, and to the gram, and ultimately, to the decigram or milligram, it's going to be super tight, exactly as you should. I mean, I can imagine people doing blood work and then getting a meal plan, right? And it will be exactly as it should be. So there's a lot of really cool stuff here when you can get that high quality personalized food and meals so convenient that ultimately you're just giving a massive amount of time back. So yes, we are in 30 countries. We have several hundred facilities around the world, basically that are all the major cities, so that we're no more than 15 minutes away from anybody in those major cities. And as the robotics goes from, like, we've got a slice, like we can make our robots right now can make any bowl, but eventually it's just any meal. So I expect in the next 5 to 7 years, it just can make any meal. And when the couriers are also automated, it's like, why wouldn't you pay $8 or $10 for that meal that's prepared and delivered to you, that's super high quality, that has exactly to the gram of everything you want, and gives you your time back?
Yeah, so okay, I guess on that food point, so one thing that I wanted to note is, like, food manufacturing is already, a very, like, automated part of the food system. Like, you have, like, CPG, you have all the food that you see, like, you have your Cheez-Its. There's so many, like, different competing views of what is the future of food. You have, like, HelloFresh, for example. That was, like, an attempt at revolutionizing food. And then there's people who are like, okay, maybe we'll have, like, specialized robots for, home kitchens, and to make, like, first basically a robot to cook for you. So what makes you bet on sort of like the mass manufacturing, having it all like 10 minutes away in a facility?
I think that, there is a fun, interesting path, which is, well, if I had a machine in my home that made the food, there's something interesting about that, but it's going to be so limited, and so limited in sort of ingredients and capabilities compared to what you can get on demand. And it's from a quality perspective, from a precision, from a culinary perspective, it's just going to be limited. But there is some upside of having that machine, bespoke machine for you that does the thing. With those limitations, there will be some upside. And I think it's very similar to, think about like autonomous vehicles, right? There will be some people who own their own autonomous vehicle. That's all good. But it's going to be the top, let's call it the top 10% or top 20% of the market will have their own vehicle that they put all that money up front for. That's like their own thing, and nobody else gets into it, and they feel great about that. And then the mass market is going to be doing ride sharing. It's actually an inversion of what happens today. And I think there's something like that that could happen on the food side as well, where it's like, I'm not going to put down a $50,000 down payment or sort of purchase of a machine that makes my food, when I can get $10 a meal delivered to me that's super high quality, actually with more features and capabilities than that machine I would have at home. There are, of course, advantages of that machine if you had it at home, for sure. Right? So it's sort of like that.
I'm also curious about how you get from where you are now at Adams with food. You said you can make any bowl, and in 5 to 8 years, you'll be able to make any meal. So how will the robotics, the like fundamental technology behind it, have to change for that to happen?
It starts, so these are great questions. I love the food questions, guys. I love this. I don't get it very often. So look, the machines when you go into food robotics, and you're really saying I'm automating a restaurant, you're automating a restaurant. There's multiple lines in a restaurant. There's a prep line, there's a cook line, there's a make line. When you walk into a Chipotle and you see all those guys scooping and serving, that's a make line. By the way, that make line, when you're at scale, is about 50% of your labor. All labor are those guys scooping and serving. 50% of, so those guys scooping and serving are 50% of it. So you've got to get the make line up and running, because then you can you're like, okay, well, first you put in a bowl, but what about, that's an envelope. I look at the bowl as an envelope. What about a tortilla? Well, if you can fold the tortilla, well, all of a sudden you have a burrito. What about putting the protein on bread? If you can do that, then you got a sandwich. And you go and think of all the envelopes that hold your food, and there's actually not that many of them. And once you do that, you can assemble any meal. And that means 50% of labor on any meal. Then you go to the prep and the cook lines to then automate the rest of the labor equation. And so the first thing you're probably going to do is something like frying. We cut my guys at the robotics division. It's based out of Pittsburgh. They call this the fryolator. Well, why would you do frying first? Because you can't asynchronously fry something and then assemble it in a meal hours later. Why? Because if you fry chicken and then 3 hours later you put it in a meal, it's not the same. If you fry your French fries and then put it in a meal 2 hours later, it's not the same. You have to synchronously cook it with the assembly of the meal. You have to cook it at the same time that you distribute it. And so you're going to start by making your cooking apparatuses, your cooking capabilities, that are the things that by necessity must be synchronized with the distribution of the meal. But eventually you just do all the things. And that fryolator will fry something, and then it will insert it into the make line that then gets dispensed in whatever envelope, whether it be a bun or a bowl or whatever, so that you can get your meal.
A big question people have as industries are being disrupted is what happens to employment. To talk about what you're seeing in food, is this an example where when you're sort of increasing productivity, that's more purchasing behavior, that's more jobs? What are we seeing so far in food?
So I mean, it's super interesting, because if you talk to any restaurateur about the labor situation, it's harsh. It's really tough. The average restaurateur is really living week to week or month to month kind of situation. They're barely making ends meet. So helping them reduce their labor is a massive holy shit kind of moment. That said, right, I'm dealing mostly with restaurateurs that are in the e-commerce game. They're delivery only locations in our facilities. And so it's when you really bring it, when you say right now, delivery meals that are prepared and delivered to you, that's let's call it 2% of all meals in the US. Okay. That should be 70, 80, 90%. But when you do that, whose labor are you taking? Right? What you're doing is I'm just taking your labor. And what I mean by that is you're at home cooking. 80 or 90% of all meals are just cooked at home. And so when somebody prepares and delivers it to you, it's basically making it so you don't have to expend your own labor to get a meal. And we give you that time back. And it's similar to the Uber story, which is if you can hit a cost and convenience point that's really good, you take this thing that you used to do for yourself and you let a service do it for you. And so this is just job generative, and it's time accretive. Probably is the way to think about it. We know post-COVID that we actually do like to go outside. We actually do like to go to restaurants and meet with other people, and sometimes meet with anonymous people or eat amongst anonymous people. We know that's a thing, and restaurants aren't going anywhere. But the 90% of meals that are at home are not going to be cooked by people who are eating them. because high quality and cost and convenience is awesome.
Yeah, I mean, extremely true. So another cool thing that you had mentioned was this idea of gainfully employed robots, as opposed to unemployed robots, which most people would argue is the state of humanoids right now. So what is your general stance on humanoids? Because obviously it makes a lot of sense right now to get into, it's starting to make sense to get into specialized robotics.
When we said I'm not anti-humanoid, I'm non-humanoid, right? Look, there are tasks that are good for humanoids, low scale, high diversity set of tasks in human environments. Humanoid all the way. Let's go. But the minute you have a machine that's doing a high scale task, we're no longer in humanoid land. We're in specialized robotics land. Now, there was a moment in time, let's call it 9 months ago, I don't know, something like this, where humanoids were like the mega rage of all time. Like you had people, when your hairdresser says he's getting into the humanoid business, like we know something's wrong. So it got to that level, and I was just saying, guys, they have a place, but they're not everything. And so it's about understanding where that place is. And once you go industrial, high scale, industrial scale tasks, a specialized robot is going to be a much better solve for the thing that you're doing. So there's fun ways to describe this. If you're in the food business, you would say, if I had to make 1,000 pancakes an hour, I would never have a humanoid do it, because you would need like 200 humanoids or something. You need like 100 humanoids to do that. And they'd be like, it's like the humanoid Olympics that was in Beijing, and you see these humanoids and they're doing the marathon. And you're like, that's cool. That's cool. And they're going to get there. But all I could think about is imagine what would happen if you put wheels on them, right? Or would you ever put a humanoid in the car to drive it? You know what I mean? It's like there's just certain things you don't need a humanoid for. And I think the world's catching up to that idea. I think we all are sort of getting it. But there's still some education to be done about what does specialized mean. And the main thing is high scale, repetitive tasks do not need to be in human form, and they won't be in human form, because humans are meant to do lots of things at low scale. That's how it works.
Yeah.
Ben, you're a networking guy, or you have a networking background. Travis is building physical networking companies, going industry by industry. You know how complicated it is in the digital world. Travis is doing it in the physical world, and then he's learning wholesale new industries that are, even by themselves, so hard to do. Talk about the complexity of what Travis is doing, and how someone like that could even do that.
Well, I would say, this is such a complicated and ambitious thing. But I'd say two things about that. One is like Uber under Travis was extremely complicated and ambitious a problem, because you were talking about a network that didn't just deliver people, but delivered food, and was going to deliver much more over time if he had continued running it. And then you're talking about automating all parts of it, including the auto itself, which they had a pretty big program underway. Really good, probably I think at the time, most people thought it was at least the second best autonomous vehicle program in the world. So like that was very ambitious. This is much more ambitious, but we're in a different technological era also. So particularly the AI models are so good now, that I worry about ideas that are not ambitious enough. Much more like in the old days, it was the opposite. You'd say that's going to be too hard to build. It's a great idea, but you'll never build it. I almost never think that anymore. It's just like, are you good enough to build that? Is more the question, because it's definitely possible. And as we went through before, I mean, like to build the computer of atoms with real estate storage and and food CPUs and mining CPUs and networks. Yeah, there aren't that many. There's a very small number of people who could do that, but you're talking to one of them. So there you go.
Yeah, I have a penchant for the complex, as long as there's as long as it's a big ass rainbow with a nice little, it goes to a really cool place. Okay. The what was I going to say? My phone, or sorry. Okay, but I think we aren't the first guys to do complex things. What I was getting at is, if you look at the second industrial revolution and all the things that those industrialists made and the complex environments that they were in, it feels like in some ways we're rhyming with that. It's a replay or a rhyme of that era. The industrial age we are entering is very analogous to that time. It's analogous to that time politically and the political resistance that's going to emerge, and that resistance making the problem like multiplied harder because of it. But the polymathic problem solving that's necessary to make it happen, where you have to be a business strategist, a technology strategist, a regulatory guru, and super hyper creative on all those fronts at the same time, is how it ultimately starts to work. With, like, of course, tens of thousands of people working for you while you do it. Expanding geographically and expanding sort of in depth on that thing while doing other, it's like, that's a thing that's really interesting when you look at history and sort of what we are starting to see in this industrial age that is similar to the past.
We need a Ayn Rand for this era, who's catalyzing. Yeah.
To defend us.
Yeah, but it's just the stories. Her characters were doing railroads and architecture, and today they would be, building atoms and
to update the stories.
Tesla.
Yes.
Yeah.
But it's like, what, when you read that book, you're also like, that was just real.
Yeah.
There's so many times entrepreneurs face something and it feels like you're the first guy to do blank, or you're the first guy to see blank, and then you read something like that or anything else, like, historical biographies of the folks who built the railroads, the steel mills, you name it, during that time, and you're like, okay, they saw all the things.
Yeah.
I'm replaying their playbook and I thought it was new,
Yeah.
In the courts.
Yeah,
JP, where
for
we have
sure.
a thing that we like to say at the firm, which we stole from JP Morgan, which is first class business. We do first class business, and only in a first class way. He actually said that when he was on trial. And they were basically accusing him of some nefarious stuff. And he was like, no, we only do first class business, and then only in a first class way. Which was pretty cool. But if you made a lot of money, you were guilty. That was the thing then. And that is the thing now.
I want to make sure we get into the other parts of your business too. So we talked about food. I want you to talk about what's excited you about mining, and then when did you get conviction that, hey, I got to go into this? And then also in transportation, you've said your goal is to build a wheelbase for robots, and I want you to describe what that looks like and what it'll unlock.
Okay, so on the mining side, I mean, there was serendipity there. I was the largest investor in a company called Pronto, which has been around for 7-8 years itself. When it was clear I was going into autonomy with atoms, it starts with like machines that move the food and sort of automated couriers. The minute I knew I was going into autonomy, I had to put my team back together from the autonomous team I had at Uber. And Anthony Lewandowski was one of my main guys, and he was running Pronto. So I acquired Pronto, and while I was familiar because I was the biggest investor, I was already a believer. But it just was the right thing. Right time, right situation on many different fronts or levels. And it's a super interesting business. You're going into one of the largest industries in the world, and you are supercharging its productivity and making it way, way safer while you're at it, and reducing the cost of doing it. Like, it's just the trifecta. And it's just like, if you're a 10-year-old with Tonka toys, this is the dream. And if you're, in your 40s, you remember being it's still kind of the dream. It's like you remember when you were 10, you know? And so these are like a 2 million pound machine loaded, moving 35 miles an hour down the road. It's off-road, carrying gold. Like, let's go, dude. Like autonomously, by the way. And you're like, this is just the coolest thing ever. Oh, by the way, it's passing another one that's coming this way, and they're like inches apart. Yeah. And there's like, I'm not even bringing up the like texture of the interestingness of the problem. It's dangerous, and like it's just when you go to these mine sites and you see how it's done, you really do feel like you're doing something meaningful, not just to make it way safer for the people who are there, not just because, well, but it's also then because, we need more lithium to see more human progress. There's just no way around it. And we need more phosphates. Why? Because that becomes fertilizer that then allows agriculture to grow and to give us, food that we can, to feed the people. Like everything around you is grown or mined, everything. And so there's a real, almost like it's one of the native things of human progress is sort of mining and minerals.
Yeah, mining is certainly like extremely upstream of everything, including AI. So is that one of the motivations behind like why you're expanding the mining business as well?
It's all the things I said, but it's also, it's our mission is more productive mines to power Earth's industries. All the industries, like AI and all the others. And I just like, look around you. Like everything around you is grown or mined, everything. And by the way, it was grown or mined, and then something moved it so that it could be where you are. So it's grown or mined, manufactured and moved.
Right.
And that's when I get into my whole like soapbox about industrial AI and sort of what we are doing. And so it's like, yeah, it's about AI and it's about everything else too.
Totally.
Totally. So between all three of these things, food, mining, and transit, which aspects of it do you find the easiest to automate, and which have you found to be the hardest, like the most resistant?
Sometimes the things that sound the coolest are the easiest, and the things that you'd never think of are the hardest. Like the hardest thing we do on food is actually put a bowl in a paper bag.
Wow.
Okay. That is hard. And that people are like, what are you talking about? Why is that hard? Because paper bags are not as standardized as you think. And how to have a mechanical automated apparatus open a paper bag every time and never rip it and really always get it in, like it's 100% shot on goal, like it needs to go in exactly as it's supposed to. When there's so much variance in the thing itself and how it moves or crinkles or does these things, and I need to have a very inexpensive apparatus that every time opens it perfectly and puts the thing in the bag perfectly, it's hard. And don't even get me started about putting the sauce cups in there, dude. So there's crazy weird things. Or like on a mine, there's wild stuff. So like the things that never like you go to a mine operator, the guy who runs the mine, and you're automating it. It's not just, okay, I put some software on a machine and magically it's autonomous. This is a commercial environment. So in some ways, this is a physical workflow that you have to master, but in an autonomous way. So when you think about like enterprise AI and the workflows that you're going to automate, this is a physical version of that. And a lot of times what happens is people go, okay, here's the main thing. And in tech product, they'd call it the happy path. This is kind of how the thing works. And that's just it. And they go, well, what about this? Does this ever happen? They say, dude, it never happens. And then guess what? It happens a lot. And what is a lot? Well, if it happens 1/100% of the time, that's a lot, especially when it's like a $20 million piece of equipment, right? That like falls off a cliff if you do it wrong, you know? So, so there's a lot of really interesting things. Like what happens is the haulers that are moving rocks, they will dump them into what's called a crusher. A crusher is a stationary piece of equipment that like there's these jaws that basically take these massive rocks that are like the size of the table that I'm at right now and break it down into pieces that are like this. But sometimes the rock is just too big, or when it gets dumped into this crusher, it just can't be broken down for some reason. That never happens, air quotes. But then it does. Now, what happens if your machines just keep dumping material into the crusher? It's like if the toilet is clogged, don't keep using it, guys. But there's like a lot of funny, weird, quirky, interesting things that happen that never happen. And it's the long tail of those never happen things when you're automating an enterprise industrial workflow that is sort of the texture and fun of the problem.
Yeah. So, oh, go on.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Person driving 75 in the 25 zone or running across the highway or whatever, the things that never happened that wreck the whole thing. Yeah.
Yeah, but there's like these things like so when you get in the robotic space, it's not just about the AI, it's about the physical actuation to do something. So like the sauce cup that I was mentioning, if you have a bowl of food and there's naturally going to be a mound, if you put a sauce cup in it and it goes diagonal, you won't be able to put the lid on. Okay, now imagine a machine that's making bowls, and then you have a bowl with a lot of loose material that something else is then trying to put it in a bag. Like you have a disaster, and like that food then there can be pathogens. Like there's a whole safety thing. If any of that stuff gets out, because if it sits around, it's a problem. It also then has to clean itself. Like there's all these issues. And so how do you get that sauce cup to not be tilted sideways is actually a crazy, weird, hard problem.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And it's just why there's just weird shit like that. I could go on, but I'll stop. It'll take this whole time, you know? Yeah.
We'll close on a meta question, Travis, which is, I mean, even just tracking what's going on in AI is a full-time job, as this team demonstrates. How are you learning about not just that, but you go so deep into these industries that all seems like it would require decades of a person to learn, about real estate, about food, about transportation, about mining. How are you thinking about where you spend time? Like, how does one person get all get deep in all these industries? What's your meta sort of lesson you have for people who are trying to do even just learn even one, but learn faster?
Yeah, look, it's really easy. You go solve the problems that haven't been solved, and you're not afraid of not knowing. Sorry, what I mean by that is if you're in a room and you don't know, you just go, okay, hook me up. What am I not understanding? And you go there. That's what I mean by not afraid of not knowing. But at the same time, you are afraid of not knowing. And what I mean by that is I got to know all the things that are important to make the decision. And so there has to be a super capability of problem solving. Like if you can get in a room and solve a problem once you have all the information and ask enough questions so you understand the thing and you're not scared to ask those questions, then you solve that problem today. And what happens is you're solving a certain number of problems every day. The most impactful problems that are not already being solved. And what happens over time is you become an expert. You become a guru. And when you get good at doing that and you know how to do that, problems don't scare you, even ones that are really far out from what you've seen before. I tell my engineers that every problem is an engineering problem. I don't care if it's HR or finance or sales or I don't care. Every problem is an engineering problem because I always end up on a whiteboard with boxes and lines, right? And it seems to always be involved with two main types of things, logic and people, period. Every problem is an engineering problem. And when you go through the engineering curriculum, they teach you in almost like a generalized way how to solve all the different kinds of problems you would ever see. And so I think that's why in this sort of, let's call it industrial AI era, in this age we're entering with, you've got to be a polymath across many different domains, like the engineer is very well set up to manage that.
Yeah. I think that's a good place to wrap. We're at time. Travis and Ben, thank you so much for coming on MTS. And last thing I want to say, Travis, is that the story of Uber inspired us and a lot of people in the tech industry to create their own media. It was saying, hey, we're not telling our story enough. And so now, us, TVPN, Pirate Wires, a bunch of others have gone direct. And now we, people who are practitioners who actually understand the material, who have reverence for the founder's journey, can now tell these stories. And so thank you for inspiring what we're doing.
Dude, thank you for bending the world towards truth and justice. I appreciate it.
Amen.
Yes, sir.
We try.
All right.
Thanks so much, Travis.
Thank
Ben.
you so much, Ben. Travis, congrats on the launch.
Okay. Till next time.
Till next time.
We'll be right back.
So that was really cool. Absolute goats.
Physical AI is next.
Physical AI is next.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had so many amazing guests this week, and like we're only halfway done. Crazy. And we're only at the beginning of infinity for future MTS weeks.
Yes, it's true.
Anyway, physical AI starts with P. Just like Postgres.
Which is what we were all thinking.
Which is what we were all thinking. And if you want a Postgres backend for apps and agents, you need Neon. Scale your startup on Neon, the Postgres backend for apps and agents built by Databricks. Neon.com/MTS.
Yeah, and you might have noticed that the music that was playing right before this was made by 11 Labs, AI that communicates at human level across every channel and modality. 11labs.io/MTS.
And you might also notice that the mugs that we have on the desk, much of the time, come from Kong, the
Where
AI
is it?
connectivity platform. Connect APIs,
You gotta go
LLMs,
run and get it.
agents and systems with serious security and governance.
KongHQ.com. Mug for reference.
KongHQ.com.
Oh, hat for reference.
Hat for reference.
Big shout out to Blitzy, autonomous software development for enterprise code bases. Ship 5x faster. Blitzy.com.
And AdQuick. Make your brand a billboard. Out-of-home advertising as easy to scale as digital. AdQuick.com. So, shout out Neon, Databricks, 11 Labs, Kong, Blitzy, AdQuick. We love you guys. Thanks so much for making MTS possible. And we'll be back
Now we will
tomorrow.
actually be right back tomorrow.